Hello friends, welcome back to ServiceNow 911. As promised, I am back with this revolutionary course that is ServiceNow Admin Journey. Okay, let me share my screen. So on the screen you see these all are the journeys which we are going to discuss in this amazing course. The very first one is System Administrator. So based on that, I have created a complete course and let me share the syllabus of that particular course with you. This is the syllabus which I have created in front of you, ServiceNow System Administrator. Revised universal course, universal syllabus, because I'm going to show you the real-time example. I'm going to show you live demo on the latest version of ServiceNow. We are going to do everything which an admin can do and admin should do. Okay, so let's start this course. This is a job ready course, okay, and it is having 20 to 28 hours. And the approach is concept, demo, and real world. Yes, I will explain concept. I will do the demo in front of you and then we will discuss real-time example. So the very first section is platform orientation and career reality. Yes, in this section, we will understand the complete ecosystem of ServiceNow, starting from what is ServiceNow, why companies are using, why other tools are not working, and what is the career path of ServiceNow. Each and everything with respect to platform we discuss here. Okay, then we'll go to section 2, that is platform architecture. Yes, each and every aspect of architecture will be discussed here with proper details, with proper examples, so that you will not forget it anytime soon. Okay, then we have the section 3, which is navigation and core user experience. We will do every type of demo on navigation. We understand each and every core concept there. Then we'll go to section 4, which is user groups and roles, complete user management, group and roles, everything we discuss. Okay, each and every concept with real-time demo and examples. Then we discuss about platform configurations, that is form, list, and everything. What are dictionary fields and everything we'll discuss here. After that, we have section number 6, which is data management fundamental. Here we will discuss everything about table. We'll go deep in reference fields and all. We'll understand how to import data in ServiceNow. Okay, all the basic concepts related to loading data in ServiceNow, import set, transform map, complete data loading strategy we'll discuss here. Okay, then we'll go to the basics of CMDB and CSDM. Yes, we understand the basic, we understand the definition. I will give you certain examples. I will show you in ServiceNow CMDB using PDI. What is the CI? What is the CI relationship? What is the importance of CI relationship? What is CSTM? What is the high level impact of CSTM? How to these two things are connected each other. Okay, so everything we discuss in this particular session. Then we have self-service and knowledge management. Here, complete service catalog and knowledge management applications will be discussed thoroughly. I will also go through employee center in this. Okay, then we have the very important one, which is flow designer. So we understand what is flow designer, why and how to create it. Okay, each and every concept of flow designer, so that you will be able to materialize the requirement and use flow designer to create it. Then we have section 10, where we'll discuss notification, report, and dashboard, all the concept related to notification, reporting, dashboards. Okay, platform analytics overview, all these things we'll discuss. Then we have update set. In update set, we understand how to migrate your customization from one instance to another. Based on that, various other compliance things we discuss. Okay, then we have the security fundamental. Here we will discuss everything about ACLs. Okay, what all ACL is, what are the type of ACLs, provide you certain examples, what you cannot do using ACLs, what you should do using ACLs, plus and minus, everything we will discuss. Then section 13 is ATF, that is automated test framework. We will do the demo of ATF properly. I will give you certain examples, certain guidelines. Okay, we will discuss its theory as well. So everything here available. Then we have section 14, where we will discuss JavaScript for administrators. Yes, very important and very interesting. So very basics of glide, along with that important basics of business rules, client script includes all these things. You will be able to now understand properly and then use it whenever you get any requirement. So everything we'll discuss with hands-on scripting in PDI. Okay, then in 15 we discuss about platform analytics as well, a basic of that one. Okay, what is trend, what all are the things, why it is different from reporting, all these things we'll discuss. Then in 16, we discuss upgrade and instance management. Yes, this is also a regular work of any admin. After every 6 months or 1 year, admin has to do the upgrade and regularly maintain the instance. So all the things related to that will be discussed. Then in 17, we have App Engine Studio. You must know how to create an app, why we are creating an app, and what all are the things which are involved in creation of the app. With practical demo, we will discuss this properly. Then comes integration and web services. So all the basics of web services, all the basics of REST, scripted API, each and everything we will discuss in detail there with proper demo and example. Then we have 19. Here we go more deep and we will understand certain best practices. Then we have section 20, which is the real-time duties of system administrator. Okay, so this is very interesting. After getting knowledge till 19, after getting everything till 19, now it's time to understand what these people are really doing on real time, on sitting in the office, right? So each and every daily responsibility, monthly responsibility, weekly responsibility, just like a theory, just like a story, I will discuss with real-time examples. Okay, so all these things will be discussed with you. Okay, so I hope you like it. Finally, you see what system admin cannot do. Okay, or what it should not do. So we'll discuss this as well. So I am not sparing anything. Okay, so now this is the complete syllabus which we are going to discuss in this course for this particular career journey. Okay. As I discussed in the syllabus, let us start with the section 1. We will go through the complete series on latest Zurich instance one by one. Okay, so let me share my screen. This is the section 1, platform orientation and career reality. Okay. So this section provide you clear understanding of ServiceNow ecosystem. Okay. I will discuss every questions related to ServiceNow as well as what value it is providing to enterprises. Okay. Along with that, we will discuss some real-time responsibilities of ServiceNow system administrator. So very important, very basic. Okay. So the first question is, what is ServiceNow platform? So you have heard a number of definitions, but today I will tell you very simple, basic what ServiceNow is. So ServiceNow is a cloud-based software that helps companies manage and automate their work in one place. So there are various things involved here. First of all, it is a cloud-based software. So it's a software as a service. ServiceNow is a company which is providing their product to be as a software. So people just need internet connection, okay? And the URL of that product, it means an instance. So we call it as instance, okay? Instance of ServiceNow and user ID and password. That's it. If we have that, we can easily log in and do n number of things within this complete platform. So first of all, ServiceNow is a cloud-based software. It is a software as a service. Okay, second thing, it is helping and managing automation of the processes which the companies are using. So think like this. In any company, there are n number of processes. You have a building of a company. In that building, there are around 100 people, and these 100 people are involved in doing certain things. And ultimate goal of all these people is to get the business done, get the business complete with profit, kind of, right? So each and every person is doing something and we call it as a process. Okay. Because to achieve the organizational goal, you have a n number of processes available in any company. So previously, people are handling these processes with different means, such as emails, Excel sheet, different tools, legacy tools. But now we have ServiceNow available that is used to manage these processes as well as speeding up. It means automating these processes. So what value ServiceNow is providing? It is managing the process properly. Secondly, it is automating the process. So when we have automation, it means it is less time, higher productivity, higher profits, higher value. Okay. So all these things under one roof is provided by ServiceNow. So now next line, instead of using email, Excel sheet, many different tools, company use ServiceNow to track and complete work properly. Okay. One line array, ServiceNow is one smart system that organizes company work automatically. Yes. When the work is organized, people get time to do more work, right? Right? Yes. So that's why ServiceNow is there and ServiceNow providing a huge amount of value to the companies because they are able to achieve the target they're able to make or organize their work properly. And now the processes are in place, the processes are integrated, the processes are giving more value than previously because they are now automated and very well managed. Now, let me give you one example. Let's say one employee is joining a company. Okay, so now previously what was happening, as soon as the employee joined, the HR need to send email to IT, send email to the finance team, send email to client informing that this particular person is joining. This is the key or responsibility of this person. So IT people provide laptop, okay? Finance people create salary account and all these things, certain things related to finance. And for client, they are informing that this guy will be available to you. So provide all the necessary accesses to this person so that he will be able to work for you efficiently. Okay, so HR has to send the email to all people. Then again, he has to follow up. Now, if we talk to the team who are handling these things, they are also confused because it's not only one employee. They have a number of work and everyone is only sending email to them. So they are very much confused, overworked, and again, the work is not up to that satisfactory level. So now when ServiceNow is introduced there, these people have created a process, and that process is employee onboarding. Okay, so with this, now as soon as the employee join, the HR just need to, or manager of that particular employee just need to go to service catalog and create employee onboarding request. Okay, in that request, email, everything is there. Okay, every kind of step is there so that each and every team will know that this person is joining. Now we have to work like this. If we talk about the team who are managing, they have associated tasks available in the dashboard of ServiceNow. Okay, they need not to every time open the email and search everything. So whatever they want to do, they have everything in front of them within the ServiceNow. Okay, within the kind of dashboard in ServiceNow. They can easily click on it, see what is the latest status, update the thing, and then boom, work done. So this kind of simplicity is ServiceNow providing. I hope I have explained you enough. Okay. So let me know still if you have any question. What is ServiceNow and what it is doing? Okay. So this is again why company needs ServiceNow. We already discussed all these things. So before ServiceNow, work coming email, request lost in inbox, no proper tracking, too much of manual effort, no clear visibility for managers, delay and confusion. Yes, we know this. What ServiceNow provided? Proper record, automating work, real-time status, okay, as well as everything is in one place. Why one place? Because everything you can see within ServiceNow, within the dashboard itself. You can see the status, you can see all the updates, you can see who is working on it, you can see the requester, okay, everything is available there. So next thing is what actually exists inside ServiceNow. So as I already discussed, ServiceNow is a single platform which is providing value to enterprises. So behind the scenes, ServiceNow already has having databases to store the record, application frameworks are there where you can build the application, workflow engine is there, role-based access is available because ServiceNow now know that whoever is eligible to see a particular data will see only that data. So that kind of access is also there. Okay. In ServiceNow. Integration, yes, ServiceNow is connected to a number of applications so that the work will be seamless. The employer need not to go to each and every legacy tool or open it. Okay, they have to just sit on the seat and manage everything there because we have the integration available. And reporting, yes, reporting is there so that you can report, you can generate report and share it with the higher management. So everything is there in one place. That is what ServiceNow is doing. How big companies are using ServiceNow? So different industry use ServiceNow differently. So yes, ServiceNow is there available in almost all the verticals. In banking, maybe one bank is using it to manage incident and changes. Okay. In healthcare, for example, people are using to manage the HR request. So this example I already have given whenever a new employee join. In telecom and manufacturing, for n number of people, there is n number of benefits if the people are using Ultimately, what is happening? All these are what? Processes which are managed and automated in ServiceNow. Okay. So ServiceNow is what? Process automation tool. Okay. And along with that, now ServiceNow also introduced AI. So AI is also complementing these things. So we will discuss all these things in detail later. Okay. So one platform, many use cases. So very important point which I want to discuss, and you should know this, that ServiceNow is not just a ticketing tool. Ticketing is only the starting point, whereas the real purpose is enterprise workflow automation. So people still think ServiceNow is a ticketing tool because they are focusing or they have the visibility to only the ticketing availability of that ServiceNow. But now ServiceNow is there in every department, okay, of a particular enterprise. They are automating almost everything there. ServiceNow is in ITSM, ServiceNow in IT, HR, finance, you name it, and you have ServiceNow there in that department. So we can say that ticketing is just a feature, whereas ServiceNow is actually a full automation platform. So after that, these are the few real-time questions which you may ask in the interviews. So make sure you have answer to all these things. I have already discussed in a very, very detailed manner at the top all these questions. Okay. So let's move forward. This is the topic one. Now we have topic two. How enterprises uses ServiceNow. So ultimately, we already discussed why and how it is using. So they are using ServiceNow to automate their business processes mainly. Okay. So what it is saying that in modern companies, ServiceNow work as the main system that manage and track service requests. Organizations use it to replace email and manual work with automated and structured process that give full visibility. Yes, we already know that it is there to automation of the business processes of that company so that you have full control and visibility of that process. You know, when everything is there in front of you in one place and you have the reporting available, you can easily see which particular area is overperforming, which particular area is underperforming. Okay, you can have n number of matrices available when you have the data available in the correct way. So this is what enterprises are using and getting huge value, and using this value to integrate or to enhance the service availability and customer experience. So there is one example here, typical enterprise example, laptop issue. So let's understand with a real-time example. Okay, so employee faces a laptop problem. So in a company, employee is now facing a laptop problem. Employee raise a ticket in ServiceNow. Yes, he raised a ticket or incident in ServiceNow. The system automatically create the incident. Okay, the ticket or incident goes to the correct support team. See how the process is defined, and all these are automated. How it goes to support team based on the category, based on the urgency, based on the who is uh, requesting this. You have the option to create the assignment rules. So from these assignment rule, incidents are automatically routing to the correct team. So that's what is happening here. Ticket goes to the correct support team. The engineer fixed the issue because as soon as the ticket is assigned to a team, the engineers will get notified immediately and they can see what all things are there in their queue from the dashboard. Okay, so they get to know, they have all the information of the issue of the user, everything is there, so they just fix the issue. Okay, the employee get the automatic update because everything is maintained in that ticket only. Once the issue is resolved, the engineer maintain a record or update in the work note that the work is complete. All the best. Okay, so now employee is getting the update here. The fixed details are saved for future. Yes, the ticket is not going to be deleted. It is there for forever. So you can use it for future detail. You can use it for, you know, getting the efficiency. You can use it for reporting. You can, because from these tickets, we came to know n number of things, right? We can take various decisions, how to improve the process there. So all these things are saved for future records. Managers see the live dashboard. So managers are also able to see what the employees are doing, where they are spending their time, whether now if we talk about support team manager can easily see how many tickets are resolved by which person. Okay, so they can allocate the work accordingly. So all these things is a structured way is now ServiceNow is doing. Previously, no, a lot of chaos was there. Okay, so now very much in control. If you really work hard here. Okay. So without ServiceNow, ticket can get lost, no proper tracking, poor visibility, and too much of follow-up. Whereas in ServiceNow, everything is properly tracked. Ticket route automatically, real-time visibility is available, proper history is maintained. Along with that, there are n number of benefits which we talked about. Okay. So now why company invest in ServiceNow? Obviously, to standardize the process, to reduce the manual work, to have the great real-time visibility, to maintain the audit, okay, to get to know the support global team, to improve the employee and customer experience. All these things are the reasons companies are now choosing ServiceNow over the legacy tools and investing heavily in it. That's why you and me are, working, and various job opportunities are there. So guys, this is it for today's video. Okay. I hope you understand these two questions from our section 1. In next video, we will try to complete section 1 because all this is theory, but interesting. You must need this, okay, to have the fundamentals clear. Okay, so these are the some real-time questions. Make sure you prepare answer for all these questions. I have explained you in very simplest manner. Okay, so tell me, how do you like my explanation and your feedback? I will come up with video number 2 soon. Thank you so much. Bye bye. In our section 1, we have completed all the basics about ServiceNow. In today's video, we are starting the architecture of ServiceNow. I am trying to explain you in a very, very simple term so that it will go long with you. Okay, so now, so before we start the session, let me share my screen and show you something. This PDI, personal development instance, which is free of cost, provided by ServiceNow, and you must have it in order to practice it, whatever we are going to discuss in this complete course. Okay. So this is almost the same which ServiceNow provide to customers, but I really thank ServiceNow to provide this so that we can practice it, we can learn it. Okay, we can make master of it. So now how to get it? In order to get a free PDI, you need to go and log in into developer.servicenow.com website. And in this website, you will see something like request an instance or get an instance. Because I'm already having it, that's why I'm seeing manage my instance. So something like this will come here. And this is like instance URL. Okay. So this is a URL of my instance, my PDI. This is user ID, and this is the password. And this is the role which I'm getting, admin role, so that I can practice as an admin. Okay, so here you see, this is of latest version. So you should also have the latest version. Okay, and these all things are installed. So basically, you have to get this PDI if you really want to succeed in this job. Okay, so let's close this one. So this is PDI. Okay, now let's move to this today's lecture, that is section 2, architecture of ServiceNow. So ServiceNow high level architecture. ServiceNow can be understood in 4 simple layers. So basically, when we talk about architecture, we should understand that there are 4 layers which we have to talk about. The very first one is user interface layer, that is a UI layer. Then a business layer, which also known as the application layer. Then we have the platform layer, which is known as Now Platform. And then we have the infrastructure and instance model layer. So let me go through one by one each of this layer and tell you more about it. The very first one is user interface layer. This is what end users see and interact with. So this is the layer which everyone who get the instance, okay, any user who want to use ServiceNow is looking at. It is what the end user see and interact with. Why they're interacting? In order to do something, right? So basically, to do any kind of request, you have to interact with the instance, you have to interact with the system, and that layer which is totally in front of you is the user interface layer, that is UI layer. This layer include forms. So what all these things, form, list, dashboard, everything, just think of it as a layman terms. In our next session, I am going to, okay, explain each and everything of this. Okay, that is a lecture on navigation and PDI. So I will explain this logo, what is this, everything. Okay, but for architecture point of view, just think, okay? So this UI layer contain forms, list, dashboards, okay? Dashboard, you know what is a dashboard? Workspaces, the dedicated area where a user can work or group of users can work. Then portals. Portal is what? Where you can request something. Mobile app screens. So UI layer control the presentation. Okay. So there is a slight difference between UI and the application layer that you have to understand. So let's discuss UI layer, which is a presentation. How information is displayed, how fields are arranged, and how user navigate and interact with the system. So this is how. This is my system here. This is what ServiceNow is providing for us to do the work. Okay. So how I am navigating in this particular instance. Okay. If I go here and open certain forms, okay, then how the fields are arranged, what is a mandatory field, okay, all these UI concepts which user is seeing or which is related to presentation or displaying something is under this UI layer. The same application can be exposed through different UI, classic, form, workspace, portal, and mobile. So what is application layer? I'll understand that and then I will come to this line. Okay, so next is application layer. So listen carefully. This layer defines the business functionality provided by ServiceNow. This application layer determines what process exists and what they do, such as creating incident, resolving it, approving changes, and managing requests. It is a business logic layer. It defines feature, process, and data used by these processes. So in this particular instance, when I talk about UI layer, it is what I am seeing here. But what is the context behind it? Okay, so context behind this form is incident. This is a form of ITSM process incident, right? If I open anything else, it is the form of problem, form of change, approval of form, approval of change, approval of request. So the business context behind the UI, behind the processes is known as the application layer. Okay. So whatever we are seeing here, everything has a context, or more specifically, these are the applications which are provided by ServiceNow based on ITIL concepts so that the IT services can be delivered better in the organization. Just recall what we have understood in the very first lecture. Okay, so this is the application layer. So what I'm saying here, the same application can be exposed through different UIs, classic form, workspace, portal, and mobile. It means these all are the applications. I can open this application through various UIs. So user interface is some different thing. Okay. I can open incident from directly here. I can open incident from a portal. I can open incident from service catalog. I can open incident from my company's link. It's just a link, right? What is this? This is a kind of link. Wherever I put this link, if user click on it, an incident form will get open, right? So this is the difference between user interface layer and application layer. It is providing the functionality or the business context to the forms, to the services provided by ServiceNow, processes provided by ServiceNow. Okay. So this layer determines what process exists and what they do. Okay. So all these are what applications, or which you can say are provided by ServiceNow out of the box. So out of the box means it is provided by ServiceNow. You are not adding it. You have the option, being an admin, to add a new application, but these all applications are provided by ServiceNow itself, because they know in order to run an enterprise what all applications are needed most of the time. Okay, depends on company to company, but generally they are giving almost all which are useful. Other important applications, so all these are applications. We will understand all these applications one by one. Even we can create a custom application as well on this platform. Okay, now this is the application layer. Now let's move to the third layer, which is the platform layer. If you remember, we already discussed Now platform in the first video in a very brief, but today we discuss it more. This is the core engine on which all applications are running. So all these applications are running on Now platform. So it is the fundamental backbone of all these things which are available in front of you. All these applications. Okay. And this platform is empowering the enterprises to do more. What more? By providing various capabilities such as providing data and data models. They are providing options to save the data of your company, okay, in and relationship between these data and tables, to design the processes, to create workflows of your processes into the platform, automation, okay, to automate your processes by flow designer, business rule, client script, notification, and all. It is also providing security to the data, to your logins, okay, so that your application, your enterprise things, sensitive things will be secured from out of the world. It is also providing key capabilities of integration so that you can integrate from your application to one another application which is outside the ServiceNow, any third party application. It is providing platform services so that you can do reporting on the data, you can maintain your CMDB. It is also now providing AI. AI is also being provided by ServiceNow so that you can use it throughout your platform and do very amazing things from that. Reduce your time, increase your productivity, increase your profit, everything. Okay. It is providing data storage, workflow, security, all I have explained to you, right? And most administrative configuration will take place in this layer. Yes, being an admin, you have to deal with all these things. If we come here, any application, okay, if you create an incident, problem, change, or anything from, everything is going into the database, saving there. So it is a shared services kind of thing. All the applications are sharing these core capabilities, okay? And these core capabilities are used to empower such applications so that things go good. Okay, so this is all about platform layer. Then we have the infrastructure layer. Okay, so infrastructure layer is underlying cloud infrastructure and the way ServiceNow provide instances. So ServiceNow obviously is a company. It is providing cloud-based solutions, and people are coming to ServiceNow as a customer and they're asking, I want to use your service. How they are giving the services? They are giving as a software as a service. So if we talk about this instance, in our developer.servicenow.com, we just ask them to provide this, and they have provided it. They have provided the URL. So you need an internet connection to use it, okay, and then user ID and password. Once you log in, you will be able to access all this and configure according to you, right? So this is software as a service because we need URL and we need an internet connection to use ServiceNow things, to use ServiceNow products, okay, ServiceNow instance. So ultimately, how ServiceNow is able to do that? They are able to do that because they have a huge infrastructure. They have data center, cloud provider, server, storage, networking, high availability, backup, disaster recovery, everything. Huge infrastructure investment is there by ServiceNow, and that's why they are able to provide services to you as a software as a service. Administrator do not access or manage this directly. Yes, we cannot touch the things which are in ServiceNow. We cannot, do the configurations inside the data center. What we can do, being an admin, we are only able to manage this, okay, these applications and empower these applications by using ServiceNow provided Now platform. And ultimately, this Now platform is supported by obviously infrastructure. Without infrastructure, how ServiceNow is able to give all these things? As simple as that, okay? And now, how ServiceNow is giving these instances? It is multi-instance architecture. So whenever a customer reaches ServiceNow for services, they provide minimum three, at least three, of kind of this architecture. Okay, this architecture. They give three instances: development, test instance, and production instance. Development is where we do development. Then test is just for UAT and testing purpose. Once you do development here, then you move it to test. And then finally, once you are ready, everything is configured properly, you are confident that it is ready for deployment, ready to come live, then we move it to production. So there will be three instances given to you with your own database and configurations. Now, this is exclusive to you. Okay. ServiceNow is not sharing anything or any data of your instances with anyone else. Completely secure, completely private. Okay. This provides strong isolation and flexibility for upgrade and customizations. Okay. So this is what we call as multi-instance architecture. So basically in advanced scenarios, there is a concept known as domain separation. So within a company, if you see, there are options to further, separate the domains. Let's say in a company, there are few departments who want to separate data of one department to from another. In that case, this is also an option. But again, this is provided by ServiceNow, and it's a kind of separate application which we have to use. So domain separation is not a part of this architecture here. But if you want to learn it, we have depicted and explained each and everything in the channel itself. You can find domain separation video there. Okay, but it's not a basic administration thing. So I hope you understand what is multi-instance architecture and what is this last layer. So all these four layers are working together to provide the services, right? If we have issue in any of this layer, it means something will not work right. And being an admin, it's your responsibility to find that. So that's why understanding each and every layer, concept of each and every layer is very important for an admin. So now one end-to-end flow. So when a user creates an incident, okay, this is our use case. The user interact with the form in the UI. So you log in here, we'll go to incident. You clicked here. So whatever is coming in front of you is a UI. Okay. So that is the first layer, which is user interface layer. That form belongs to incident management application in the application layer. Obviously, this is a simple form until unless, or it is of no use if we do not know what is the context, business context of this one. So for this one, the business context is this is a form of incident. Okay. And once I fill up the details and all and right click and save here, what is happening? Let me save it. Okay, let me now save it. So what happened here? What is happening in this round and round and round? So now the core functionalities of this now platform is being used, and now this record is as saved in the database with incident table. Okay, so now on clicking save, the platform layer handles the security check, workflow, data storage, incident table, and may send notifications. So based on the security, based on the workflow, based on the data model, based on the other automations, now all these things are now empowering this, right? Making this business process as simple as they had previously, because this is an incident which is interruption to service. In an enterprise, somebody feel that I'm not able to access a particular system, they immediately reaches to ServiceNow, created this incident, saved it, okay? And then what happened? That particular team who is looking after such issues will get notified. They immediately, assign someone there, and that person will work on this and resolve the issue. So what is happening? It's a kind of balle balle for the organizations, right? Enterprises are now happy because their issues are now resolved in record time, in very, very short time, as compared to their previous operation. Because of this ultimate tool of ServiceNow, everything is automated in place. You can do n number of customization. You can add your own workflow, your own notification, your own field based on your business logic. Okay, so this is the use of this particular platform. This is the complete flow. Now, finally, all of this executes on the underlying infrastructure and instance model, where ServiceNow host and operate isolate instance in this cloud. So obviously, all this data is going ultimately where? In the infrastructure. Okay, table of ServiceNow, a database where all these things are in. These are there in the data center of ServiceNow. So all these four layers completely talking about the architecture of ServiceNow. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, this is clear to you now. Okay, if you have any doubt, let me know in the comment sections. Okay, so let's start section number 3, where we discuss the navigation. Okay, so let me share my screen. So let's start from the very top. This is the URL of this instance, which is given by ServiceNow. Okay, so you see, this is my unique ID here, dev 266148. For anyone who is now acquiring new PDI, he will get a different one. In case it is for customer, they will have something like this only, like dev and name of that particular company chosen by them. Okay, and then this is the same service-now.com. Okay, so this is what we call the URL here. You need internet connection to log into this ServiceNow URL, which is provided by ServiceNow. You know all this cloud-based, okay? So once we log in, we have this kind of setup. We will see this kind of interface. This is the interface of demo. At the very beginning, we have this ServiceNow logo. So as soon as you click here, it will reload. It means this middle window will get reload. Okay. This is the content area, you can say. So whatever you click in this applications will open here. You have the option to open in the new tab as well, but mostly people work in this window only. Okay. So after this, you have this. This is known as application navigator. If you remember, we discussed that ServiceNow has n number of applications. So these applications can be ITSM applications, basic applications of ServiceNow, core application of ServiceNow, as well as certain out-of-box applications or certain applications which are installed when you install a particular plugin which is available for n number of products of ServiceNow. Along with that, we will also have custom applications which the user is creating by themselves. Okay. So all these applications, if you want to show to the users, will come here in this navigator. So you see each one is this application here. Okay. And under each application, if you click on that application, you will see the modules. So these modules are created based on your choice, based on your business choice. Okay. So now let me go to one of the favorite application, which is incident application. So this is the incident application. Under this, we have a number of modules. Create new incident, assign to me incidents, open means open the incident table. Okay. So based on the usability, based on the business need, we are creating or making these modules and applications. Being an admin, you have the option to update things in these applications. Like you see this button here, edit application. So if you click here, this application menu will get open in front of you. Okay. You can change certain things here like title. You can deactivate it by clicking the active button here and then updating the record. Okay. You can add the role. What is role and all? We will discuss later in detail, but for this time being, just know that roles are given to the user so that they can see certain things. Basically, we are controlling the access of this ServiceNow instance based on the roles. Which user is eligible to which particular application, which particular things he will see. Okay, all these are based on the roles. Okay, so you can edit the roles being an admin here. Along with these are the basic things here. Under each application, you see these all are the modules. Okay, so you can change the order of the module, create a new module, okay, and deactivate or activate the modules. You can add the filters in the module as well. So what is a filter? Simply we are filtering the list of that incident table because this particular module is incident, okay. So it is referencing the incident table here. What is the incident table? Incident table is just a table like database tables. Okay, you will be able to see that table. If you click on this open, you will see this table like this. So these all are the records in this particular table. You see these are the filters. Okay. So what is all this filter and all we will discuss in the next session. For the time being, just remember the table. So being an admin, you can do all these things. You can modify, hide, show all these modules and applications. After this, each application is having this star here. It means you can add that application into the favorites. What is a favorite? You know, instead of going to every application on daily basis, you have to search it from here from n number of applications. Either you can do that or you can make this application as your favorite application because you are interacting with this application on daily basis. Okay. You have the option. You see, these are the favorites here. So right now I have added favorite as audit. So you see audit here. If I remove it from here, it will be removed from there as well. Okay. You see now it is not favorite. The star is not highlighted. Let me make this app engine as favorite and then we will check there. Click here. It will ask you the name again. If you want to change name of the favorite, you can change it and then click on done. Once you click on done, you will see app engine is now added here. Okay. So now you can even pin the favorites in the left hand corner. Click here and then you will see only the favorite. Okay. If you do not want, then again you can click on all. So this is the all application which we were seeing here previously. Now you can even again pin this one. You can pin only one thing at a time. Next thing is history. History is what you have done till now, okay, from certain days. So you can see all the history of your work here. Instead of again going to the application, you can directly click on the history and go to your desired one which you have gone through in past few days. As simple as that. Then we have workspaces. So what is a workspace? You know, in general, workspace is office where like-minded people are sitting and doing their work, right? If you remember in your office, all the things which you need to do the work are at the same place, right? Most of the time. In this case as well, workspace is a portal or is a kind of place where everything related to a particular work is available. You need not to go to the application navigator again and again. So what happening here? It is increasing the productivity. It is increasing the reach of the people. It is making things good for the people who are doing regular work on certain things. For example, people who are looking after ITSM tickets, means service tax agent, they need all the things they want at one place. If it is available, then they will increase their work, they will increase the productivity and make the service more favorable to the customers. So for this, for all such roles which need certain things to be available at one place, holistically, we have this concept of, you know, workspaces. This is new. We will create a course on all these workspaces one by one, sir, but just wait, okay? So now if I click on asset workspace, let's see what happened here. You will see previously I have to go to this application navigator for asset things, everything. Like if you write asset, you see asset module and applications are here, asset portfolio, hardware asset, license asset. There are certain reports as well which I need to take care. There are certain actions which an asset manager has to take care. So all these things are holistically added here. Okay. So hardware asset overview. You see these are the actions. You see these are the quick links. You see these are the reports. Okay. After that you will see certain more things related to asset inventory, all the stock rooms, what all are the transfer orders are available. So everything you can see at one place. Okay. So what is happening here? Because of this intuitive workspace, the productivity is now increased. Okay. The asset managers or the asset people now need not to go and search everything in this particular navigator. It will also confuse and take time. But if you have everything here, it is known as a workspace. You can customize the workspace based on your choice and then boom. Okay. So I hope you understand the concept of workspace. In the same way, after workspace, we have admin. So admin is what? These all are the things which an admin is looking after. Okay. Application managers, security center. So again, these all are the name of the applications which an admin can take care. Okay. So being an admin, if you are doing upgrade, you can click on this. It's a kind of small workspace, you can say. Or you can say these are the dashboards which admin needed to see to check out various things. Okay. All the helpful things are here. All the helpful tools are available. If you want to do cloning, you can click here. Okay. So a basic simple things which an admin can do, he can go here one by one. Then we have this. So whatever is being opened here in this central window, the name will appear here. Okay. Then we have this search box. This is a search box which is searching everything which is available in the system most of the time, all the records. So you can click here and you can search anything. Okay. Apart from this, let me click on this. I clicked here. This problem record is now in front of me. Okay. So you can search incident, problem, any task, anything in this, and it will come directly. It is known as a global search. You have the option to search in the workspaces as well. So you can click on that workspace and down now you can search. So what is happening here? We are narrow downing, okay, the search window so that it will take less time and give you the correct result. So you can do search in such a way as well. Click on ServiceNow here and then this window is closed. After that, we have this icon, which is telling you two things, application scope and update sets. What is an application scope? So basically, you know, in ServiceNow, application scope is a logical boundary around a particular application. It is there because it controls which table, script, or file belongs to that application. Okay. Which other applications are allowed to access or modify those things. It means it is now you who is deciding if you are able to get updated by others or not. Other application can access you or not. Okay. So this all things are here because it is providing a kind of protection of each application from another applications. And it is finally preventing accidental conflicts or the data issues which are happening between two applications. Previously, what was happening when everything is under the same window, one application may impact the another application because they are having the same data model. They are under the same window. Okay, if you write a script here, it will impact other. It may impact other. Okay. So now to see this, ServiceNow has introduced this scoping. So now if you see without scoping, one application script could easily break another application. I told you, right? Name could clash. It may be possible that two application may have the same name, but in the case of when you have same place, same scope, two application with same name is not possible. The third thing is data and logic could be modified by anything in the instance. Okay. When we introduce scope, it is solving all these problems one by one. Okay. And protecting the applications. Basically, we have two type of scopes available. One is global scope, which you see here. This application is in global scope. Along with that, there are certain other applications as well. Or you can say certain other scopes are also available. So when we talk about global scope, in this most core and out-of-box applications of ServiceNow are running in this particular scope. So I'm not saying this is not powerful. This is powerful, but it is less isolated. Okay. Changes in the global scope can affect other applications as well. Now, second thing is scoped applications, which you can say is also known as the private scope. So they have their own namespace prefix. Okay. That's why they are different. These scoped applications are safer and easier to manage, especially in case of custom development. Okay. So if I open any of the application, let me open one of the out-of-box application, okay, which I recently installed. And this is the GRC application, GRC compliance, policy and compliance. Let me open this here. Click on policies. So now if I open any of the policy, and if I go and try to make changes here, let me change something, form layout. What all these things you will see later, but let me just show you the scope thing here. So you see here what message I am getting. The policy section is in this application, but the current application is global. To edit this, you have to go in this application. Okay. So what it is suggesting me, I'm not able to edit until unless I will change the scope here. So this is what the protection is. One thing is not impacting the other. Even it is giving us warning kind of thing here. Okay. So this is the use of scoping here. So when we create new applications, in that case, we will discuss more about application scopes. Okay. After application scope, we have one more thing which is known as update set. You can see here, there are n number of update sets which are available. Okay. So what is an update set? Think of it like something which is capturing your changes here and move it to some other instance. If you remember, ServiceNow is having three instances mostly. One is development, where you write the code, you create the application, all the development is done by you here. Then we have the test instance or QA. Then we have the production. So how you move these changes, this customization from here to production? This is we do with the use of update sets. Okay. Every time when we do some development, things get captured in a particular update set, and then we export that update set, and then finally we import it again in the next instance, which is QA. And then we will see how the application is working. If there is any issue, then we will come back here again in development, fix the issue, and then move the changes again to QA. And once the QA is done, then we will move the same update set from there to production. Okay, so this is how changes are moving. This is how the customizations are moving from dev to QA to production. So all these things, most of the time we are doing with the help of update set. So update set, just understand the basics. Rest thing we will discuss later when we have this particular section available to discuss. Okay, so this is it. Then we have this sidebar discussion. This is pretty common, self-explanatory. Usage analytics, usage of this particular pages, usage of this particular instance. Okay, what is the average duration, what is the page views, number of page views and all. So not much of use for you. Okay, just skip it. Show help, some basic helping here. Then this is the notification, what are notifications. Then we have this face here. This is the user profile. So right now I'm logged in as a system administrator. In your case, it will be your name, your title, your company. Okay. And then you can see your profile. Click on it. So this is your profile. You can make the changes if you want. Okay. This is the title. This is the name, first name, date format, email, everything is available. If you want to set a password, reset a password, you can do so. There are various links which are available here. Okay. So we will discuss all these form things later. But for the time being, just understand this is the user profile. Then we have the user preferences. Again, the preferences of display, accessibility, notification, whether you want notification or not. Which notification you do not want, you can unsubscribe that notification. As simple as that. Then we have debugging window. So debugging window, what is this script debugger and all these things, we will have a later session. Okay, we are not discussing it here right now. We are discussing very basic things. Then we have language and region. You know what are language and region. So all preferences are. Then we have keyword shortcuts. You know what all keyword shortcuts are. Then we have impersonate user. This is important. So being an admin, you have the option to impersonate certain other users. And the fundamental reason for that is for testing purpose. Because you are an admin, you are making changes for people. And that person is not always available to you. So being an admin, for testing purpose, you can see and go and impersonate that person and easily check their configurations. Okay. So what all things the user will see based on his role, based on his changes, all things will be available to you when you impersonate to that user. Don't worry, everything is logged properly. If you are impersonating, there is also a log. So it is not a kind of fraud which you are thinking or which you may think. Okay. So like this, only administrators can do the impersonation, no other person, because you have this responsibility to check the thing. So let's say I want to impersonate Bushra. From where these users are coming, again, we have the user table maintained when this user table is accessible here. We can select and search any user we want if we are an admin. So let's say I want to see Bushra. I click on impersonate. Now it is loading and it is displaying the user experience of Bushra, how the Bushra has set up his home page. Okay. So you can easily do the testing here. You can go and check what you want to check. Let's say you have made some changes in the incident. So you can go to incident from here. Click on create new. So now you can see your customizations easily on any of the things. So this is it in case of impersonation. Okay, once you are done, you again come here and then click on end impersonation. So being an admin, you have this powerful option to test it because they want you to do the changes as soon as possible and you can confirm various issues. Suppose this user has reported a particular issue. The user is not available, so you can directly impersonate and check the issue there and see what you have to do to resolve the issue. So such use cases are applicable here. After that, we have elevate role. Again, being an admin, you are supposed to see everything, do most of the things, but there are certain things which are very much, sensitive, like access control. Because if access is mismanaged, you may have huge impact. People are not able to log in. Managers are not able to log in. So that's why ServiceNow has this option to manage the access control with more sincerity. Okay, that's why elevate role option is there. Even admin are not able to do the access control things. They need to elevate role explicitly. acquire the security admin role to do high security settings, to manage high security settings. Okay. So if you click here and click on update, then only you will have high security settings available. So now I am done that. And now if I go to access controls are in system security option. Click on it. These all are the access control. If I click here, so now you see I am able to modify the access controls. We have a classes for all these, don't worry, but just understand the concept of high security access controls. Okay, but if I go here again and click on elevate role and remove this access, okay, update. Now if I reload this, see what happened. I am not able to make any changes, okay, because I am not having the elevated role here, okay. So it is very important to get this security admin role. If it is not there, you will not be able to modify any of the access control. One more thing, this security admin role is based on your session. So suppose if I acquire it right now and click on update, and after some time, after 5 to 10 minutes of my work, I logged out. It means my session is now terminated. It is closed. So next time when I log in again, I do not have this role. I have to acquire this role again by clicking on elevate role. So this is how the importance of this elevate role and security settings are. Okay, so I hope you got it now. After this, we have the very basic things here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is all about this front page or demo navigation. Okay, I hope you are clear with this. Let me know if you have any doubt. Today we are going to discuss the difference between and all the concepts related to list and form. So basically in ServiceNow, everything, whether it is a data, it is a configuration, any script or anything, if it is there, it is going to be stored in ServiceNow tables. So a table is very important. How to create a table, what is the structure of the table, what all are the fields in the table, these all we discuss in some other section. Okay, but today we are going to discuss something related to table, which is list and form. How it is related? Because these two things are used to display the information the tables are holding. So without any delay, let me share my screen. This is my demo instance. Let me open one of the table, and famous one is incident. So you see right now I am opening the list of incident. And when we call it a list, it means there are number of records of that table available. It's like an Excel sheet. In the same way you display the things in Excel sheet, you can play with these data in Excel sheet in the same way you can do here. Okay, you can do sorting, you can do searching, you can update it, you can delete it, you can add new. All these things are possible as it was in Excel sheet. So this is the list view. At the top, you can easily see this is the URL of this instance. This is the name of the table and then underscore list. Okay, so that's what it is, a list of this table. However, you see this is the name of the table, whereas you see incidents here, but it is incident here. Okay, so this is the name of the table, but as there are more than one record, that's why we have incidents. Okay, so this is how ServiceNow is providing everything in context. The data is displayed in rows and columns. This is a row, horizontal, and vertical is column. These columns are also known as fields. Each row is consist of fields or columns, and the associated information is stored. For example, for this incident, we have the short description of this incident, the caller of the incident, the priority of the incident, the state of the incident, the category, assignment group, assigned to. So all these are functional fields which are supporting incident process. So now let us start from the top. The very first thing is filters. So you can filter this information in various ways so that you get the desired information you are looking for. So the filter is, you can see this here. Okay, so this is the icon. You have to click here. In the very first box, you have the option to choose all the fields which are available for this table. Okay, And based on that field, we have the operators, and then we can have another option so that you can filter properly. So now for this one, the filter is active is true. Okay. So what is happening? If I click run, the query is returning only those incidents for which active field is true. Where is active field? It is not here. If I click on this personalized option, so now once you click on that, you have the option to personalize this list based on your choice. Whatever field you want to see, you can add, you can remove. Okay, so these are the selected ones. Only selected ones will be displayed here in the list. Rest all are sitting in the database with the data with them. Okay, so values are there in that, but being a user, I am only seeing these fields. But now what I want to remove these two. Okay, so select this, remove it. I want to add active. Select it, add it. You can move it up and down. Okay. So now click on OK. Now what will happen? Again, the reload happen and you see now the active field is available. So what we call this builder, this is a condition builder. Okay. So remember these names as well. Let me add based on priority. Select priority. Priority is, you can see the number of operators are different than active. Here only 5, but in this operators are different because each field is having different information. Okay. So based on the information which is there in that field, we are displaying the operators because each information can be extracted by various ways. So all the possible ways by which you can extract information, based on that, we are adding the operators. So now I want to check priority is, I want to see only high incident. Done. Click on run. So now in this particular table, there are only 5 incidents which are following this filter. It means these incidents are active as well as they have priority is high. Okay. So this is how we can update the filters. If you want to remove the condition, just click here. So what is or, what is and? I hope you understand all this. Okay. I am not explaining this basics. You can save the filters for future use. Suppose you are going to see this filter on daily basis. So instead of adding the filter again and again, you can save it. Okay, so now let me add one condition, same one. Priority is 5 or 2. Now I can save this. So I have the option to save it for me only or for everyone or for one group, even my group, right? So based on the use case, you can do so. So now let me give one name here. So the name is high priority. Click on save. I'm saving it for myself only. Okay. So now if I go, if I just remove all these conditions, I come to this list control. Here, just focus on filters. You see there are various filters. Okay. So now, so which one we have created? High priority. So click on that. You can see the result directly. Okay. So this is how you save the filter. After filters, let's discuss view. So there are n number of views you can see. So right now, which view selected is the password view. So what is a view? Again, the view is view. It means how you want to see the particular table. So suppose I am a user. For my work, I need only 3 fields. Okay, I do not need to see all the data. So what I will do, I will create a view and just see only that particular fields. Right? It is saving my time. It is a neat and clean things there, right? So based on the requirement, based on the cases, you can create a number of views. So now you see, if I click on mobile view, the number of fields here changed. Okay. Only 5 fields are available. If I change to any another view, indicator panels, only these 2. So now I hope you got it. What is a view? It's just way to display the fields as per the choice, as per the use case for different users. Okay. We can even modify the views. How to modify? Just wait for some time. In this section only we will do. Now we have the option to group by. So you know what is the basic meaning of group by? You can group by any field. Okay. So just what I will do here. Let me change the view to default view. So default view is very basic view which is available for all users. So now if I go and group by, let's say we will group by category. So the information is grouped by category. So you see this is group by category. Okay. So it's easily you could right click and click on ungroup. So here after view, filter, group by, show option, how many records you want to show per page. Right now 10 is selected. That's what you are seeing here, 10 per page. If you want to increase it, you can increase it based on your choice. Okay. Then you have refresh list and all. This is very basic. Okay. So after filter and this, we have this natural language filter. If you click on it, you will see something which is supported by natural language and AI. Okay, so you have to learn how to write things here so that you can find or filter the data using NLQ. NLQ means natural language questions. Okay, so just understand that and write your query. This is coming with the latest releases. After this, we have table, incident context menu. Okay, one more thing, whatever these windows are coming, which is having certain options, you see this one is coming here, this one is coming here. If I right click on any of the column, you see here also, and if I do here, so you see here also. So these all are what? These all are context menus. Okay, if it is coming on form, it is a form context menu. If it is coming on list, it is a list context menu. I hope you got it. You have the option to search here also. So what all fields you see here, the same are coming here. You can select any one of that and then you can search it. Okay, simple. But there is one more option for text. Let me add this keyword. Let's say we added software. Let's see what will happen. So you see it is showing result based on the keywords. So it will search the entire incident table and only those keyword things are coming here. So after this, we have this icon, personalized list. I already told you these all are the fields which are there in the incident table. Okay, and these are the ones which are available. You can add or you can remove anything. Below these are the self-explanatory options. You can check it. Okay, double click to edit. It means you can double click here and change the value of a particular record. You need not to open the form. Okay, so just update and click save. It is saved now. Okay, so this is double click to edit. This is the one which you should know. Rest all are self-explanatory. After that, these are the certain actions on the selected rows. So if you select any of the row, you can take all these actions. So all these actions are again self-explanatory. I select this one. If I go here, I have the option to archive record, delete record, follow on the live feed, repair SLA. Again, repair SLA is something related to SLA. When we deal with SLA, I will discuss that. Otherwise, all these are very basic. Add or assign any tag to this particular incident. Okay, create an application file. When we go in the applications, we will discuss this. Basically, it is used to transfer this to some other place, some other instance. Migration, we will use it, but just leave it. Then we have this button. This button is a new button. If you click on it, it will create new incidents. So like this, you can have n number of buttons on the list. Okay. Right now only one, but it may have more than one. These buttons in ServiceNow are known as UI actions. Okay. So apart from button, wherever you see a link or something which you can click, that is a UI action. Just okay. So now this is a button. Okay. If I right click and if I click this and something happens, it is happening, right? Some query runs. It means this is also a kind of UI action. Okay. So just remember, this is the UI action. It has certain script written inside it, and whenever you click on it, it will get executed. Okay, as simple as that. After that, again, you can search here. Okay, you can do searching. Just try. And now we will right click on each of the header here. I'm right clicking on this field. Okay, so based on each field or each column, you have these options. What is sorting? You know, you can sort it by A to Z, Z to A. Show in the visual task board. Again, I want to show this information into certain task board. Okay, what it is? Let's discuss. Or if I right click here, So it is just a way to display the information. You see, based on category, it is being displayed here. As simple as that. So if I right click again here, you will see various other ways to display information, bar, pie, you know, all these things. Then you see configure. I will talk about this after some time in this video only. Import. We have the option to import data from outside into ServiceNow instance in this table or in any table. It's a complete process. We will deal with it later when we discuss about complete how to import data in ServiceNow. So just ignore it for the time being. Then we have export. We have the option to export this data in any of this format. You can try it. Then we have update selected. You can select any of the record and update it. Based on that, you can see the changes. Update all. If you want to update all the records, just do that. So basically, we have the options to update all these items, either selected or all. Okay, so based on that, you can update it. Then we have data management. It's not of much use. Just you have to see the preview. Okay, just try it and see. If you have any question, let me know. We have this create application file. So you can create the application file of this whole data. So we will use it when we deal with the application. Just for the time being, leave it. Import XML. You have the option to import data in the form of XML as well, in the form of Excel as well. All these options are available. Okay. So we'll do when we see import data or while migration. Then show XML. If you want to show XML of this data, you can click here. So like this, the XML will be generated. So this is a complete XML here for this whole data. Okay. So in this context menu, we have done all. Okay. Now we will come here. There is also one more context menu. So now show matching. If you click here with this software, it will show all the incidents which are having category as software because it is show matching. If you want to filter out this and see all other things, then you can click on filter out. Very simple. If you click on copy URL to clipboard, so it means it will copy the URL of this incident record. Okay, not this software, but whole record here. Let me copy. This is incident 15, right? If I come here and paste the URL and enter, then you can see, my friends, this record is opened here. But how it is identifying that? Let me tell you the reason. The reason is SysID. This is SysID. This is system generated 32 character alphanumeric ID, which is created by ServiceNow for each and every record of a table. It's a complete unique thing. It is making the record unique so that it can be searched easily. Okay. So SysID, it is ServiceNow thing generated by ServiceNow, 32 character alphanumeric. Okay. So if you see here, we have opened this. And here you see SysID is this one. Okay. So if I open any of the record here, let me open this right away. You can see how I am able to see the SysID. This is what? This is instance. This is the table. You know, previously what we were saying incident underscore list. But now when we open a form, we see incident dot do. Okay. And then the SysID is equal to this. This is the unique identifier. Okay. So because of that only ServiceNow is managed to show you all the uniqueness and able to maintain the tables. No SysID will be repeated anytime in any table. Each and every SysID is unique in ServiceNow for an instance. Okay. So now if I remove these other things, okay, everything is connected with and here. Okay. So it is also showing some other things, but let me remove it to show the SysID properly. So if I remove this and click enter, you can see the same record. Okay. So now you can easily see here. Each and every record is coming with a SysID. Okay. So whenever you open any record from a table, it will having a SysID. Okay. So the same you can see here. Right click, copy SysID. So if you see copy SysID, it will copy the SysID of this particular incident. Let me copy it and then let me open it. It is starting with 46, ending with 58. So now let me paste the one. Control A, Control V, starting with 46, ending with 58. Okay, the same SysID is there. So this is all about SysID. Okay, I hope you got it. Rest all are self-explanatory actions. You can try it. Okay. So now we are done with the list. Only one thing which is left here, which is configure. I will come to that just after the forms. Okay. So these three things we have to see. So now let's move to the forms. So this is what? A form is a display of a single record. Okay. So this incident table is having n number of fields. And for this incident, we have all this information. Okay. And it is how you display the form. The incident form is configured by someone in the administration or ServiceNow so that it will show like this. But you can configure it. You remember the views, right? Based on the view, you can configure your incident form. This is the work of the what? Administrators. Okay, so now you see, we start one by one. This is the top row. Here you see the section incident, and below that, below this section, you see note sections, related record sections, and resolution sections. So the whole form is divided into sections. Why? Because these are the related things, means we are keeping related fields under a section so that it will be easy to manage. Because in notes, you see related to notes only. Comments are there, work note is there, watch list is there. In related records, we are seeing all the options by which an incident can be, you know, related. Incident can have a parent incident, an incident can have a problem record attached, an incident can have a change request attached, an incident can have another change request attached. Okay, so all these things are available here. Resolution note, when you resolve the incident, you need all these things. So that's why we are keeping all this resolution information here in this tab, okay, or section. So the very first section is this section, incident section. And then you see these all are what? Buttons. That's why these all are UI actions we already discussed, right? These all are the self-explanatory things. You can add any attachment here, okay? So now, if we right click on the form, we will see what? Again, the context menus, but this is on form right now. That's why this is a form context menu. So we have save option. After save, we have certain more actions. All these actions are related to functional options, okay? Functional things with respect to incident. So once you understand the incident process properly, you will be able to understand what is happening. So I told you, these are UI actions and these all are also UI actions. So one thing I want to explain, the difference between save and update, okay? So what is a save? If you make some changes here like test, okay? So let's see what's happening. If I click on save, it is saving the record, means simple save, right? It is saved now. But what is update? If I change the category here to hardware, if I click on update, let's see what happened. It is redirecting me to the last loaded page. A save is simple if you want to keep the control on this particular form, but in case, let's say a service tax agent is working on incident. He opened the list, opened one form. Okay, now once he's done with working of this incident, he just click on update and it will redirect him to the same again, the last loaded list. So just for the sake of easiness, we have this. Otherwise, both are doing the same. The only difference is save is keeping the control to this only, but update, save the data and redirect you to the last loaded screen. Okay, as simple as that. Now we see here certain export. You can export this. You can change the view. You know what is a view? The same views which we have seen in the list. Okay. If you want to make any view, if you want to change the view, we can do so. Right now, you see the view is which view? Which one is selected? Default. If I want to change it, click on matrix. Let's see what view is that. You see number of fields are less here because this is a matrix view. You can change from here also, click on it and then select any of the view. Okay. So now let me go back to the default view. You know, right click is very important in ServiceNow if you are an admin. Okay. So you can right click anywhere and you will see the information. So you can see these all are the fields. Each field is having different information stored. That's why these fields are of different types. Right. This is a simple text. This is a caller field which is connected to somehow a user table. Okay. So you see all the user table is exposed to this field. You can select any of the user because caller needs a name of the user. So you can pick it from here instead of just writing. Okay, so you can see this is a drop down. You can see this is a list where you can type freely, and this is even much more bigger in size. Okay, so like this, n number of fields are available. We will discuss by each and every field later after this video. Okay, and again, if you click on any of the number, you will see certain more information. So you can see configure. So don't worry, we will discuss each and everything. But for the time being, just understand these all are the fields and these all are the data they are storing. So now after all this is done, let me show you one thing, that is configure. Okay. So configure is something which an admin do on daily basis. You can configure the form, you can configure the list. You can configure the related list, and there are all number of things which we can configure. You can, if you click here all, you will see what all things are related to this incident. I mean this incident table. Okay. So there is something known as business rule. These all are the business rules. 74 business rules are running behind on the incident table and executing on various conditions. When we have the client script, what is the client script? We will discuss later, but again, it is a script. Dictionary entries, notification, UI action, total 54 UI actions are there on this incident form. We are seeing few because based on condition, these are appearing, but you see there are 54 access controls, UI policy, data policy, style, view rules, all these things are available. Okay, so just wait and watch. We are not totally discussing it right now, but just I wanted to show you what we have to discuss, how to update the views. So if you click on configure, you have three options to update this view, update this form. Okay, basically change the layout of the form. So how we will do that? By clicking form layout. The same things we can do by these two. Okay, but these two are relatively simple, and this is your kind of homework to go through it. Okay, so let me show you form layout. Just remember or just watch closely. Configuring the incident form. Let me open one of the incident one more time. First of all, see what is the current view. If you click here, you can see the current view is default view. Okay, so the same is selected here. View name is default view, and I want to make changes in this view right now. And this view has 4 sections: incident, note, related record, and resolution. Right? If you come here, this is the default view, and first section is incident, then notes, related records, resolution, information. So the same is seeing here. Okay. So in which section you want to make changes? Suppose I want to make changes in this. Okay. I want to move this assigned to here because I see there is a gap here. Number of fields are hidden somehow. Okay. So how to do that? Just see, these all are the selected fields. Okay. These all are the available fields. It means all the fields which are available in incident table are available here. But these are the ones which are being shown on the form. If you start from the top, number, caller, category, subcategory, configuration item, universal request, and transfer reason. So you see here, number, caller, category, subcategory, configuration item, then these two are hidden because of some logic. Then we have split. Split, what is split? I don't know. Then we have channel. Okay. So after this, what we are seeing short description, but it is saying after that we have channel. It means that split is splitting the control and then moving here. Okay. So what it is doing? It is splitting this whole into two parts. So this is the work of the split. Then it is state, impact, urgency, assigned to, assignment group. Finally, you see after assigned to, we have this. So let's see. After channel, state, on hold reason, impact, urgency, assigned to. You see and split. Split is ending. Then we have short description. It means the control started from here. It come here. Then it splitted. Then it comes here. After this, assigned to, the split is complete. Now we have the complete form here. The complete width of the form is available, and we have added these two. So why we are doing all this? Just to make it more lively, right? Just to make it more presentable. Because these fields are what? These are drop downs. And it is okay to have two drop down fields side by side. It looks nice. But if we add this long written things also in this small width, it means it will not looks good. Okay. That's why we have added all this split and all. So now you have to think, you have to design the form in such a way. So this is my what? Incident section. Okay, remember. Then we move to node section. You see here, the incident section has been modified. Do you want to change, save the changes? No, I don't want to save any changes at the moment. So click on cancel. Okay, now click on notes. Now you see, we will go to notes. Again here, you see 4 fields: watch list, work notes, comments, and activities. If we come here, it is starting with begin split and then watch list. After split, we have work notes. Because after watch list, we have split. That's why the control comes here and showing this work notes. And then we have the comments and activities one by one after that. Once split ended, we see comment, work note, and activities. Okay. So this is how these things are working. So now let me make some changes. I clicked on incident section of the default view, and now what I want to do, I don't want this place. Okay, this, it is looking weird. So what I will do, I will remove this and I will move assign to here. So what I will do, remove these 2 fields. These are hidden fields, by the way, but you see the places here, right? It is not looking nice. Let me select it and then move it here. Now what I will do, I will move assignment group here. It means after configuration item and leave the assign to there. Okay, so now this is the assignment group. It should come after configuration item. Okay, move it up to the top. I think it should work. Now click on save. You see, my things are working good. That space is now gone and now only assignment group here and assign to here. So this is how you make changes. We only make changes based on the view. Whatever view you select, based on that only you can make changes in the certain section. You can create a new view. You can create a new section in that in any particular view. That is also possible from this form layout. So now let me click on form layout. Under this, you see at the bottom, you have the option to click on new. When you click on new, it means you are creating your own view. So let me create a view here. Click on new. Provide a view name, OPSync. Click on OK. Because this view is completely new, it is only having one section. Okay, that is the incident section. So whatever table it is, name of that table section is always there. Even though you can modify the things from here, but one section is there. So if I want to modify, I can do so. I can remove channel, I can remove on hold reason. Okay, so now I have made changes in my first section. Okay, now I want to create a new section. Click on new. So now it will ask me, the incident section has been modified. Yes, we have made some changes. Do you want to save it? Yes, I want to save it. Now it will ask me the, section name because I clicked on new. So it is asking me section name of that section after it saved incident section. So now section 1. Okay. So now what I will do, I will add field here because this is a completely new section. No field is selected. So randomly I will add certain fields. Okay, just you can add based on your choice, based on your requirement, but I am just for showing purpose adding. Now I want to create one more section. Click on new. Yes, I have made changes in section 1. Please save it. Now section 2. Okay. Section 2 is also created. Add certain fields. Okay, we are done. Now click on save. Let's see what will happen. So what is happening? Nothing, because this is what? This is a default view. Now I have to find my view. You see, this is OPSync view. Click on it. Under this, you will see this is the incident section, and below that you can see section 1 and section 2. Okay, the same fields are coming here. Let me make some changes here also. Let me make this fields column wise, the same like this one. So now what I will do here, right click on form design. I will come to this section. Let me find split. Split is there. Just move it here. Now we will go to section 2. Yes, I want to save it. Let's go at the bottom. Split is there. Move it here. Click on save. I think it should work. Let's see how. Now you see it is working, right? We see two sections and the form is now bifurcated into two as per the design, as per the form layout. So this is about form layout. Now we have so this is all about form layout. Okay. Now you know what is a view, how to create a new view, how to edit a existing view, what is a section, how to create a new section, how to update the existing section. Okay. So this is all about form views. Okay. So now let me move to list. One thing is left, again, same configure thing. If you go to configure, all these things are same as it was in the form what I have shown. Okay. Because this is the same table, but only thing is list layout. So if you click on list layout, you see this is the list layout. You can see the view name. Based on the view name, you can update the list layout. Here we do not see any section because how come a list is having a section. It is a simple like Excel, right? This is just a view, right? It is having no section. You can only display fields here one by one. That's why you do not see any kind of section here, only the view name. Okay, so you can select any of the view and make changes and then click on save. It will be updated. So this is all about configuring the list. Okay, go back. Again, right click, go to configure, list control. What is the list control? Again, you see this list. There are certain things. If you want to control it, you have these options like, let me see what options we have. Omit new button. So we see new button here. If you want to omit it, you can click on this. You have the omit new condition. It means if you want to omit the button based on certain condition, let's say you only want ITIL people to see the new button, you do not want any other role people to see the button, you can add the condition here. Okay, any condition you can add. Okay, like this you have all number of options. So all these are self-explanatory. You can give it a try and see how it is happening, what controls are being updated here. Okay, just treat it as your homework. After that, all things are done. Only one thing, do not get confused between personalize and list layout, because personalize is only for the user. But when you click on list layout, whatever change you are doing in a particular view, it will be updated worldwide. So I hope, ladies and gentlemen, this is all about list and forms. If you have any question, let me know. So last time we have discussed thoroughly about list and views, right? What is a list view? What is a form view? How to create a new view and all these things. I hope it is pretty much clear to you. So this list and form, these are the way to represent the information, to show the information of a particular table. So in today's session, we are going to deep into table, okay? And discuss each and every aspect of the table. So now let me show you the table here. First of all, let's show the incident table, and then we will create one new table as well. I told you last time, just write down incident, name of the table, then dot list. In this way, you will open the list view. So this is a list view of this table, which is incident. Okay. So we can open table in many ways. You can go directly from here, like by right click on this. You can go to configure and click on table. So this is the complete table definition here. Now I will show you one more way. So here, just write down table. If you scroll down under system definition, you can see table here. Click on this. So this is the table which is having the information of all the tables. Okay. So this is sys underscore db underscore object. So you can find the same table here, incident. Okay. Just write down incident in the label. You will find these three tables are starting with incident. So this is our incident table. Okay. So now let me open this incident definition and discuss these things one by one. Let me open the list view directly from here as well. Okay, this is the list view and this is our table definition. So a table is a collection of records in database. So you know this, right? This is what? A collection of records. These are the rows and these are the columns. Columns are also known as the field which contain information or data about a particular incident or a particular row. Okay. Each record corresponds to a row in table. Okay. So you know what is a row? This is a row. This is a record. And each field on the record is corresponding to the column to that table. Applications use the table and records to manage the data and process it. Yes, these tables are being utilized by applications to manage their data, to save their data, record their data, and to manage or process the application. Okay. So ultimately, you know, we have applications and the data of the applications is managed by tables. Okay. So this is the complete definition. So you see, incident table is a part of sysdb object table. And for this table of incident, we have the sysid like this. So this is the importance. Sysid is always there for each and every record and it is unique. First of all, we have a label here. So label is what we see. And then we have the name. Name is the actual name which is stored in the database. So I told you this name is going to be used further in various scripts wherever we use things related to incidents. And this label is just for display. You see here in this list, this is the label. Right now it is more than one incident. That's why it is a plural available here. And let me show you, if you go to the bottom, here you see a tab which is of label. Okay. So table is incident, language is English, label is this one. Okay. And then plural is incidents. So that is what I am talking about. So you can change the language, you can change the plural, you can change the label, whatever you want. Being an admin, you can do that. But we are not doing it because this is out of box. After that, we have extend table. So it is a kind of inheritance. Okay. So this table, which is incident, is inheriting things from this table. So now task is the parent table of incident table, or you can say incident table is a child table of this task table. Okay. So what exactly it is inheriting? So it is inheriting many things. The very first one is fields. Okay. So all the fields which are there in the task table are being used in the incident table. Along with that, various securities, various scripts, all these are also being inherited from parent into the child. Okay. So this is the concept and importance of inheritance in ServiceNow. So what are the uses of inheritance? You know, there are certain fields which are common in various tables. So instead of creating all these fields one by one in every table, it is advisable to use or to create it one time and then use it. So only way to do that is inheritance. Okay, extension. So like incident, we have problem, we have change, we have service request. So all these tables are using task as a parent and inheriting various things from this task table. One thing, there are various base tables in ServiceNow. So one base table is this task table. Okay, and you know why it is the base table? Because it is the fundamental, it is the backbone of all the ITSM tables. Like this, there are other base tables as well. So in the comment section, please tell me what all other base tables are available in ServiceNow. Okay, it's very simple and find out and tell me. So this is all about extension. Okay, this is all about inheritance. Then it is the application. So again, you know that a table is a part of an application. So this table incident is a part of global application. Okay. Then we have this remote table. So remote table is a separate concept. So it is a table in ServiceNow that is having the structure, the columns, the fields created in ServiceNow, but the data does not reside in ServiceNow tables. The data does not resides in ServiceNow database. The data is available outside ServiceNow. So whenever you open this table, there is a kind of integration between that data and ServiceNow instance, or between that source where the data is available and ServiceNow instance. And immediately when you click or when you open the list or form, a request is being sent and the data is transferred or shown on temporary basis in the list or the form. The data is there in the memory of ServiceNow for some temporary basis. It is not there forever. Okay. So the data is not here. So now you will ask, what are the use cases of remote table? So there are few, like if the data is very big and we just want to display a part of the data, then in that case, it is advisable to just show the data whenever needed. So in that case, we will use remote tables. There are few more use cases. So to show that, I have created a full-fledged video in this channel. You can go and watch it. So after remote table, let's come to these few tabs here. So very first tab is columns. So column is a field. Okay. So there are these columns which are available in incident. So total 99 fields are available in incident. It means 99 fields are created for this table. So the concept of label is same. So this is for the display purpose, but the column name is here. Okay, column name is child underscore incidents, whereas the column label is child incidents, because we have to show this on the screen. That's why you see various gaps and caps and all here. Then you see the table name, then you see the type. Most important thing here. So based on the type, we are deciding which type of information is going to be stored here. So for child incidents, it's only integer. Okay. Only integer values are being accepted in the child incident column. So like this, we have a number of types available. You can see at the bottom as well, there are types. Okay. So we are going to discuss this when we create a new table and then create a new field. So then I will explain these types thoroughly to you. Then we have this reference. So reference means, if you remember last time in the incident table, there are few fields which were calling or which were showing data from other tables as well, like caller, okay, assignment group, assigned to. So all these were showing different data. So only those fields which are of having reference as type are able to show other table. So you see, if I show matching here, only fields which are having reference as type will have reference here. So this particular problem is referencing to problem table. This caller is referencing to user table. Okay. Parent incident again is referencing to incident, because obviously if you are going to add a child incident to a particular table or a parent incident to a particular table, you have to go to incident table only, right? So that's why it is referencing to the same table. So otherwise, if you remove this condition, in all other type of fields, you will not see any reference. And then we have this max length here. So it is basically what? The character limit here. So an integer is having 40, whereas string is having 4,000 characters. So based on the type of field, we have this max length. Okay. Then we have the default value. What is the default value? Let me show you. If I click on new here, you see in this form, there are certain fields which are having value already. We have not added any field. We have not added any, value here, but this state is already having new. Impact is having 3. Priority is 5. Category is already inquiry, right? But there are fields which are having no value. So this is what known as the default value. Okay. So the value which are already there when you open the field, it's a default value. But if you want, you can change that value anytime. Okay. So this is the concept of default value. Then what is display? I will show you when we actually discuss the fields. So this is all about these columns. Okay, very basic, I have explained. Then we have control. First of all, extensible. If you want your table to be extended by other people, you can click on this extensible. Right now, this incident is not extensible. Out of box, it is not checked. It means whenever you create a new table, you will not see this incident table in this extend table list because it is not extensible. Okay. Then we have live feed. Very simple. Tell me in the comment section what is the use of this. Okay, you can find it easily. Then the most important concept is this auto numbering. So for your table in the number field, if you want auto numbering for your table, then you can click here. You can opt this. Okay. So right now for incident, we are having the prefix as INC. we are having the starting number as 10,000 and the total number of digits is 7. Okay. So now let's see. This is the incident, right? The total number of digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? After INC. So after INC, we have this as 7 total. That's what we have specified here, right? And it is starting with 10,000. So right now the value is 10,013, right? So these are two buffers here, okay? Because in future, if the number of incident increases, then obviously these places will be filled up. If you want, you can change the prefix as well. It totally depends on the admin. After control, you see at the last, we have the create access control. So it's a kind of security things which we will discuss later. But for the time being, just understand, if you want to create a role, okay, if you want to create a role for this particular table, you can click on it, so that in future it will be easy to manage the security for this particular table. So let me click here. You see, based on the table name, we have this user role here created, u underscore incident underscore user. So this is a new role which is created here. Okay. So we are not doing it here right now. Let's leave it. Then we have the very important one, which is application access. So now here we are specifying the control or the relationship of this application with other applications. Other applications, I mean the custom applications which are there in the system. So here, if you want this application is accessible from other applications, you have this option as all application scope. It means accessible from all application scopes. Means if you are in some other custom application which is having different scope, so from there you can interact with this table which is under global application. But if you do not want your table to be accessed by any other application except by the things in this application that is global, you can select this. You can select this application scope only. So now what I'm telling, this application will only be accessible from this application scope only. It means if you are in global scope, then only you will be able to access this. No other application which is in different scope will be able to access this application. Okay. So based on this, we are controlling the access of this application from outside. And you see at the bottom, you have the option to do it partially as well. Okay. Limited access is also available. So now I am allowing access, but I'm only allowing read here. Okay. I'm only allowing create here. So the applications in the other scopes will only be able to read and create, but they will not be able to update or delete incidents. So when we will create a new custom application, then I will show you or demonstrate this directly in this PDI. Okay. And that will be our next video mostly. After the explanation of, fields. Okay. Then we create a new custom application. So these all are various operations. Okay. So you can see all these are self-explanatory: read, create, update, delete, and allow access to this table via web services. So web services also need to access this in case you can control this. Okay. So below you have this related list here. So just click on each link and then see what it is going for. Okay. So show list, show form, all this, if I click on show form, the form of incident will get open in front of you. So like this, you can try all these related links. At the bottom, you see various other things related to this table, like access control. So these all are the access controls which are created. So what are access controls? Basically, who is going to see the incident table, who is going to see the data, who is not going to see the data, who is allowed, who is not allowed. All these things we discuss by these access controls. So when we discuss access controls, I will show you each and everything here. Then we already discussed label. Okay. Then we have this database indexes. So what are database indexes? Basically, in order to make searching and sorting more easy, okay, we have this database indexes on various fields on ServiceNow or various fields of incident table. Okay. So that's what we have seen here. These all are out of box. But if you want, you can also create a new index on any of the field of incident table. Okay. You did not to go in deep in this. Just remember that to make the search and sorting more faster, we are using these indexes. Okay. Then we have table subscription configuration. So it is also of no use because ServiceNow is using it to, counting the licenses and all. So we need not to go in deep in this as well. Okay, so this is all about tables. Okay, now what I will do, I will create a new table here. So now let us go to again system definition, click on tables here. So just click on new. So ServiceNow is saying that ServiceNow recommend creating custom tables in scoped applications. Okay, so generally because the scoped application concept is here, it is recommended to create a new table or any user defined or custom table in that custom application only. But for time being, just to show purpose, we will create it here. Okay. So now let's give some name here. Let's say demo, and today is 14, right? Demo 14. So as soon as I provide label, you see name is automatically created. So whenever we create a custom application, U is always there. Okay, U underscore. If you remove it, even then it will come out, it will be created automatically. So this is what the way to find out what all custom tables we have. Okay, any table which is starting with U is a custom table, or any table which is having no U or something, it is known as a application table or code table here. So you see task, incident, all these are direct names. Okay, so now I want to extend this table. Okay, so let me extend to some table. So let's see if we are getting incident here. No, we are not getting incident. Why? Because you already know the incident table is not extensible from this control, right? It is not extensible. I can find test task here. So now let me find task. So yes, this is a task table which is already here, right? So I can select extension as task. So the application is already global because we are in global application. How to check that? Come here and see this. The application scope is global. So now it is asking us, do you want to create a module of this particular table? So yes, I want to create a module. I don't want to create a mobile module. Just remove it. Add this module to a new menu. So if you want, you can add this to any of the application menu here. All these are what? Application menus, right? You can find incident as well. But let me add it to a new one. So now what I will do, I will create a new menu. So this is my new menu name. So now let me provide a new name. Let's say admin training. So now we have created a particular menu, and in that menu we will have a module which is of name as demo 14. So let's see how it works. Okay. So let it be like this. Then we have the remote table option. No, we don't want to create a remote table. Then we have this checkbox is data interface. So we have to leave it because this is something which ServiceNow use for SDK. Okay, so what is SDK and all is a different topic. But for normal admin stuff, we have to skip it. Okay, it is not of use. So now let's come to column. Right now we are not adding column here. Let's go to control. Okay, now let's make it extensible. Okay, now I want to auto number it. So you see, if you click on this, automatic number is suggested here. Okay, so if you want, you can make change in any of it. And then at the bottom, you see, we already have the user role created for this. So in future, when this table is live, you can use this role to, you know, allow people access this or not. Okay, so this role is only specifically created for this table. You underscore name of the table, then user. Okay, as simple as that. Right now, name of the table is demo 14. So this is the role which we have created. So now come to application access. So let's make it accessible from all application scope. When we create a custom application, then we will change it and see whether we are able to access the data or not. Okay, so now that's it from this particular table. Now let me submit it. The name of the table is demo 14. So now you see we have some error here. The prefix DEM is collides with the prefix of existing record, means there is already a table for which we have the same, DEM. So let's open this. Let's see what happened here. This is the table which is created, right? So let me click on it. You see the table is created. This is the label. This is the name. Everything is like this. Okay. Everything is read only. You cannot change the name. You cannot change the extent. So you cannot make it a remote table now. Now let's come to control here. It is not auto numbered because we already see the error there. So now let me click on this again and change it. Okay. Let's make it DEN. Okay. So now let me update this and see whether it is acceptable or not. Yes, it is acceptable. Now let me open this. Yes, prefix is there. Okay. So now let's go to the form of this particular table. Right now, remember, we have not configured any form. We have not configured any list. Okay. One more thing I want to show you. We have not created any column yet, but yet you see there are around 74 columns or fields available for this demo table, demo 14. And these fields are being inherited from task table. This is the power of inheritance, right? So now if you click on new, in that case, you can create a new field that will be a field for this table, but we are also able to use these task tables as well. Okay. So now this is the power of inheritance. What I will do now, I will click on show form. Let's see how the form looks like. See, this is the form looks like. This is the very first record for this form. Based on our naming convention, we have this number here, right? Auto numbering and start with DEN and then 7. Okay. So look how pretty this form looks like. We have not made any configuration to this form, but yet ServiceNow is providing this section directly without any of our configuration. If you remember in the last session, we discussed whenever there is a form view, the first section will always be the name of the table. There is no other section, but always first section will be there. Okay, so now this is the particular form. So now let's add some value and create a record here. Okay, now let me submit or save it. One more thing, let me now right click here and go to configure and see all. So we have just created this table, but you see the configurations. There are total 36 business rules which are applicable to this particular form, this particular table, which is demo 14. Client script, everything is there, right? It is because all these are being inherited from the task table. Okay, so now most of the standard things are already there. They are already working for your form because you have inherited the configurations, you inherited the scripts from that particular task table. Okay, so this is the power of inheritance, what I want to show you. Now, based on your logic, based on your things, you can create a number of fields and number of scripts for this particular demo 14 table. So now let me open this form in the list view. Let's come here in the navigation. Let me refresh this because we already have created one, menu here. Let's see if it is available or not. So if you remember, we have created the menu name as admin training and then the module was demo 14. So it is exactly the same. So if you click on it, you will see we have created one record and the same record is appearing here. Okay. So this is how we create a table. These all are the things related to table. In our coming video, we will create certain fields and we will discuss all about fields. Okay. So just wait and watch and do practice of all these things. We have already upgraded our instance to Australia now. Okay. Because Australia version is available. So whatever you are seeing here, all these things are related to Australia. Okay, so we are on the very latest instance version. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this new video. I hope you have gone through complete details about how to create tables and all. So last time we have created our demo table under demo. Okay, demo 14 admin training, if you remember. So this is our table. Okay, so now today we discuss about fields. What all fields are there in ServiceNow? So if you right click on this table, go to configure, go to table. You see these all are the columns. There are total 74 columns in this particular table, which are coming from task table. We have not created any of the field yet, but as we have inherited task table, that's why all these fields are coming. So now you see here dictionary entries. So what is a dictionary here? So in ServiceNow, all the details or metadata of the fields are stored in dictionary table along with the name of the table, its label, whether it's mandatory, and there are a number of attributes. Okay. So now let me go to dictionary. From here, you can go to dictionary, go to system definition. Under system definition, you see dictionary here, click on it. You see the text here, a list of table and columns. Tables are specified by having a type of collection. So let me explain that. So this is the sys dictionary table. This table is having details of all the fields in the system along with the table here. You see the table and the corresponding column name, attribute, and everything here. Okay. And here is the most important column, that is type. It means that means what type of data this particular field support, whether it's a true false, whether it's a drop down, whether it's a string, whether it's an integer, whether it's a decimal, all these types are available here. So now let me find our table here. Our table name is udemo14. Enter. You see, at the moment for our table, we have only two records, and these two records are not created by me. Okay, these are created out of box. So one is collection, and second is sysid. Sysid you already know. I have told you in the last session what is a sysid, what is the use of sysid, what is collection here. So whenever we create a new table in the dictionary, there is a record for collection which is representing the table. So basically, it's a kind of table representation. So for every table, we have a collection record, single collection record, and that is representing the table. It looks like this. Let's move back. So here, there is no field created by us. Okay. So now let me create a new field. Let's start with a very basic field. Okay. I will explain three type of fields here. Rest all fields are almost similar. You have to just create it by your own and see how it behaves and add it to the form. So now our table is demo 14. Select the table. This is the table. If you click on this type, you see there are total 58 types available. It means there are total 58 type of fields. Nothing is left which you can think of, which can hold the data input. Okay. So let's start with the very first, that is true false. It means it's a kind of boolean. Okay. Either this field is true or false. So it is same as this checkbox. It is either true or false, right? Checkbox. As soon as you provided label, you see the name is coming automatically. You can change the name whatever you want, but you cannot remove this prefix, that is u underscore. As it is available in the table, the same will be seen in the column as well, and you cannot remove it. Even if I remove, as soon as I go out, it will create again. Okay, so you cannot do that because this is a user defined table, or this is a custom table which we are creating. Provide a length here, let's say 40. Okay, generally it is a true false, so we need not to have any length. Okay, so let's remove it. And then we have this choice list specification. As this is not a choice, it is just a checkbox, that's why leave it. Then we have default value. You know what is the default value? Let me give default value as true. Okay, now you see this is the application. It means this particular record under which application. So you know this, right? We cannot change the application of a particular field because it is inheriting it from the table. Okay, then we have this active checkbox. Active means whether this field is active or not. If the field is active, then only it will be available on the form. Then only it will be available for scripting. Then only it will be available for reporting. It means only the active fields will be available for any kind of processing. If it is inactive, it means the field is there on the database, but it is not being actively participating anywhere. Okay, so just simple. Then we have functional field. What is a functional field? I will explain in the next field only. Same goes for display. When we discuss reference fields, then I will explain this. Then this is read-only option. So read-only options, previously we were having only a checkbox, but as now we are on Australia release, these options are changing. So the very first one is display read-only. Then we have client modification read-only. Then we have strict read-only. It means it is not allowing you to change the read-only option. No, the field will always be read-only, but who is allowed to change the value of the field. In the very first option, you see the message, allow client safe modification, field level return true. It means if you opt for this option, the value of this field can be modified by client script as well as from server side. Now, if you go only for this one, if the developer is changing the value of the field at client side, it will happen. But if it has written anything on server side, nothing happen. Okay. But last option is strict read only, means nobody will be able to change the value of the field. As simple as that. Okay. So soon I will create one example to explain this via script. Okay. So just wait. So this is our simple field. Let me submit it. You see the field is created. Okay. Let me open this record. So you see the field is created, checkbox. As I told you, it is a true false. And we have a default value as true. That's why you're seeing here. You're able to update it. Let me go back to the dictionary. You can see from here also you can go to dictionary of this table. So in this table you have, this is the dictionary. Okay, just right click and show matching the table name. You see this is the field which we have created. Let me open it. Default values there, right? And here we have not added any read only. So let me add read only and see if there is any change. Right click, save. If I reload this, yes, it is a check. It is true, but it is read only as we have mentioned in the field. Okay. So this is how this works right now. Just save it again. If we go at the bottom in the related links, we have show table. It means if you click on it, it will redirect you to the table record. Okay. Table definition of this particular field. So the table here is demo 14. Okay. Then we have advanced view. Click on it. In advanced view, we have certain things. Let me check. This is the advanced view of this particular field. Almost all things are same, but here you see certain attribute. Then you see calculated field. So what is an attribute? An attribute is there to alter the behavior of a field or the functionality that depends on the field. So basically ServiceNow has provided this functionality out of box by which you can do certain modifications to the field. Okay, so it is basically some enhancement to the functionality of the field, whether it's a look wise, whether it's a selection of the field, something like that. I will show you the example just in the next field. So now let me go back again to this dictionary entry. Let me click on new. This time we will create a string field, which is the most common field here. Just type string, click on string, provide the label of the column, explain your role, provide some length here, let's say 1000. Okay. So now I want it to be mandatory. You see right now mandatory is also coming. And I don't want it to be read only. No choice list. Let me just save it. As simple as that. So we have created this particular field which is of string type. Let me come back to the form. Right click. You see after checkbox we have this explain your role. It is mandatory. That's why you see a red asterisk here. Okay. You can write your role here and then get it saved. Now what is the functional field? So in ServiceNow, a functional field is a field for which the value is not going to stored in the database, but the value is being calculated by a function and displayed to the user. For example, if you want to see concatenation of two fields or two values and then present it on the form, then you can use such type of fields. I hope this is pretty much clear to you. If you want to see the real demo, you can come to my channel and just search functional field service now. You can see there is a video on the top, which is from my channel only. What are functional fields? Okay. So everything you can see here. This is all about functional field mandatory. If you want to make it mandatory, you can click on it. Read only option I have explained. Display. Then we have display. Just wait for reference field. Okay. The next option is choice list specification. So if we want, we can convert this into a choice list or basically a drop down like this. Okay. So now I want a choice list. I want to drop down with none. Okay, you can provide this. And then at the bottom, you see you have the option to create choices. Okay, just click here, developer, because this is about role. So my role is developer. Let me add one more option here, tester. Okay, you can also provide values. Again, the same concept applicable here. Label is just for display purpose, and values, if you want to use this in scripting or anywhere else, you can use. So here, just provide developer with small d and tester with small t. This is the standards. You can provide the sequence, you can provide the language. Okay, so with this, let me save it. So now it should create, or it should convert this particular field into a drop down. So let me come here, let me open this. So yes, you see, explain your role is now converted into drop down with none. That's what we discussed, right? And the two values are coming. So whatever you want, you can select and then save it. Okay, so this is how you can directly convert your string into a choice list. So now in this field also, you can provide a display value. Okay, so what is display value? Any of the value from this. Let's say I want to show tester as a display value. So just provide the value of this choice, not the label. Label will not work. Okay, so I have provided tester. Let me now save it. So if I go to this table again, click on new, you can see the tester is already selected because we have added the value of that particular choice list as a default value. So now I think default value is pretty much clear to you. Then we have attributes and then we have labels. Label, you know, the same label for this particular dictionary field. So the name of the field is this. This is the table and this is the label. Explain your role and it has the plural value as well. So that is why we are seeing incidents in case of incident when there are more than one value. So all things are managed here properly. Okay. So now let's click on advanced view for this one. So now the very first field is attribute. Let me provide one attribute here. So this is an attribute knowledge search equal to true. So what will happen now? In this field, we will see some kind of knowledge search icon somewhere. Okay. So now let me save it. Let's come to this form. Let me reload it. No, we cannot see any icon here. It is because the attribute which I have added here is for string field only. But we have updated the field to a kind of drop down. So now what I will do, I will just delete these two values and again make it and make this field again the string. Update the choice list specification, add none here, save it. Now let me reload it. You will see this icon is coming, okay? Because this particular attribute was applicable only for text field or string fields, not the drop downs. So now let's come here again, remove this attribute. Now you see at the bottom, when I select choice list as none, it is providing me the choice table as well. It means we have the option to add the choices directly from the table. Okay. So let's say we selected incident table here. So once the table is selected, it is asking field name. It means from which field the value should come here. So let's say category. Now let's save this, all changes. If I reload it now, you see the drop down is back again. And at the bottom, you see all the values of the category along with the current value. Okay. So this is what we can do with the string field. We can make it into a drop down. We can connect it with a choice table. We can add our choices as well. So all these things are possible. Then we have this dependent field. So what is a dependent field? A dependent field is specify the field whose value is used to determine the choice of this particular field. It means the value of this field is dependent on another field. How to measure this? let me go back to incident table. There you can see best example. So here you see, this is a category field, okay? And based on this category, we are getting these three values. But as soon as I change the category, I see the value of subcategory is also changing. Okay, with network, you see value again changed. It means the value of subcategory is dependent on category, as simple as that. So let me open this record of subcategory and see what happened here. Click on configure dictionary. So here in the same way you see at the bottom, this is a dependent field, okay? And its value depends on which field? Category field. Now the question is how the system came to know that which value is dependent on which value, because we have specified that this is a dependent field and it depends on category, but at the bottom you see we have added the choice options. So at the left hand side, these all are the subcategory choice options, and at the right you see dependent values. So based on this we have to configure all this list here. Okay, so now if I click here hardware, just click on show matching. So for hardware, you see, we have these 6 values only. Okay. So if I go back, if I select hardware, you see the same 6 value are appearing. So this is what the logic of dependent field. I hope this is clear to you. You can create your own dependent field and see how it works. Then we have the calculated field. Determine whether the value of the field is calculated from another field. It means if you select this, you have to provide a particular script here for the calculation. It means the value which is coming on this field is calculated from another fields. Let's say this is a kind of sum field. Okay. So in this, the calculation can be addition of certain two fields where we can add the values of certain fields. Okay. Whatever is there, like for exams, we have various subjects, and then the total value will be calculated and appears here. So it's like this only. Okay. When we start scripting, then we will see some kind of options here. Okay, so this is all about calculated fields. Here you see access control. So here we will see all the list of access controls or security rules which are available for this field. Okay, so when we discuss security rules, you will be able to edit or create new here. Then choice, then attribute we discussed, label. Okay, so now this is all about these fields. There is one more field which I want to discuss here, and that field is reference field. So in our earlier examples, you must have seen various examples of kind of reference fields. You see this is also, this field is referencing to where? Another table. So a reference field is a field that reference another table values in the current form. Okay. So that you can easily search and select that value you are looking for. Then we have this configuration item field. This is also a kind of reference field because you see the icon of reference here. Click on it, it redirects you to the configuration item table. So from here, you can choose what CI is related to this record. So like this, we have the function of reference fields. So now let me come back to the dictionary and create a reference field. Find our table, demo 14. Select the type as reference. Yes. Provide a label, mentor. The name will be created automatically. No need to provide any length here because it's a reference field. You just need to search and select there. You need not to write anything. Then at the bottom, you see most important section, reference specification. Here you have to provide the name of the table you want to reference. So I want to reference user table, right? Because mentor will be a user. So make sure you select the right table. Okay. So now let me just create this field or save it. So my reference field is now created. If I reload this, you see at the bottom we have this mentor field. Again, we see the reference icon here. If you click on it, you will see the total list of all the users. 722 users are there, right? You can select any of the user who is a mentor here. And then you can save your form. Provide some value here. So this is the use of reference field. It is saving a lot of time. It is saving a lot of efforts to search. You can directly go to the table, search your record, and then select it. As simple as that. So now if you come here, at the bottom, you see two things. This is reference qualifier. So reference qualifier means if you want to filter something out from this field. So let's say I want to see the mentors who are only from Brazil. Okay, so here I can add the condition. So choose the conditions here. All these fields which are coming in this condition builder or this reference qualifier are from this user table, the table which you have selected as reference here, because only then you will be able to filter out, right? So now let me add certain conditions. So suppose I want to see only the users which are coming from Brazil location. So write down location, select location field is Brazil. Now save this. If I come here, reload this, again click on this icon, you see there is no user because there is no user with the Brazil location. So now let me go back to this table. How to open the table in list view? Provide the name dot list, right? Here. So now just for these records, let me add Brazil as location. Brazil is coming. So we have updated 5 records here. So now if you come to this, if you click on this, you see only those 5 users, right? So all these 5 users are from country or location Brazil. Okay. So this is the use of reference qualifier. We have to limit the data. We have to show the only that data which is applicable to the users. Okay. We don't want to see tons of data there. So this is the use of this reference qualifier. Rest all things, you know, choice list, default value and all. At the bottom, you see certain more things here. Reference specification, additional customization. Okay. So these are new things which are added here, basically in this particular releases. So to explain these options, I will create a separate video so that you will be able to understand it properly with real-time examples. There I have to show scripts as well. So that's why I'm skipping this from this basic video. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are done with the fields. It's now your responsibility to create all these fields and add it to the form and see how these are behaving. Okay. In today's session, we are going to discuss about user administration. So this is the application here. And you see all these are the components or modules in this application. So for an admin, user administration is a must thing. You must know all these basic tables about user, group, and roles. All these 3 tables are interconnected. Let me open this table one by one. So basically an admin has to look out various things with respect to users. They may get requests to create users, to create group, and to create roles. And moreover that, user administration plays an important part in access control. Because you know, system security, that is ACL, access control list or access controls, do not know users, but they do know the roles. And these roles are managed by this user administration application. What the user has to see, what they cannot see, all these things are taken care by ACLs, and the roles which the ACL is looking for is given to the user via this user administration application. So let's start this application. So basically we have 3 tables here which are most important. The first one is sys user table, then we have sys group table, and then we have sys user role table. Okay. The very first one is user table, which is sys user. So this is the field. Let me click on one of the user so that we discuss the important fields there. At the screen, you see these are the important or basic fields for users. It contains almost every information about user like first name, last name, title, department, notification, whether it is enabled or not. You can manage the notification for a particular user directly from here. If it is disabled, user will not get any notification. Okay, the time zone, the business mobile, the phone mobile, if you have any photo, all these things you can manage from here. Okay, so these are the basic fields, self-explanatory. We have two important fields here, web service access only. Suppose your user is a kind of, web service user or used in integration. And if you check this one, in this case, the user is purely a web service user. They are not allowed to log in via UI. So make sure if you have that requirement, then only you check this one. Otherwise, not. Okay, the second thing is internal integration user. So if the user is basically again used in any kind of integration, you can do so here. You can check this one. But here in this, there is no restriction to log in via UI, but in this one, web service access only. So this is the very important, check which you have to take care. At the bottom, you see various related links. Create a special handling note. So this is something new which ServiceNow has introduced. So how to handle this user if there are certain conditions which you want to share with anyone who is handling this user. Handling user means using this user as one of the caller or using this user as one of the requester from some other form like from incident, problem or change. So they will get all this information which you store here. Whatever you write, all this special note will be shared by that person and he can take care of all those instructions which are mentioned in this particular special handling note. So it's very self-explanatory. Next is view linked account. So in case this particular user is linked to any of the third-party account, then you can see here. So you can click on this. So right now this user is not linked to any external account. If you want, you can click new. Okay, if the requirement says like this. Then we have view subscriptions. So you can click on it and get all the detail about subscription of this user. So basically we are talking about all the licenses this user holds. So you can see all the detail of licenses and subscriptions here. Okay, at the bottom you see various related lists like roles, groups and delegates, skills and location cover. So role, what role this user is having. At the bottom you see all these are the roles which are provided to this user. And this is the column which is inherited. Let me open this here in the new tab. Okay, now you see this is the user. These all are the role granted to this user. Then you see this column inherited. It means these roles are not directly assigned to the user, but they are inherited from any group or any role. Okay. So suppose I added this user to a particular group. So if that group is having a certain role, then that role will be shared by this user. So we can say that that role is being inherited to the user. Or suppose you have added a particular role to this user and that role is having certain child roles. Okay, so in that case, those child roles are also going to be inherited by this user. That's why you see this long list here. Okay, if I come to the user account and if I click on this edit, total 18 roles are here, but actual list is having only 4 roles which are assigned to this user. That means directly we have assigned 4 roles, but this user is inheriting certain roles from its roles and the user list. Okay, how it is inherited, you already know, I told you. This is the inheritance count. Okay, so it's a kind of parent and parent, child and child thing. Okay, so now you can click on it and you can add any other role. Okay, so now let me add activity admin here, action designer. These 2 roles I have added. Click on save. So we have added 2 roles, but at the bottom you see there are 29 now. Previously they have 18. So this is how the number of roles increases. This is how the inheritance increases here. Because these 2 roles which we have added must have some other roles associated with them. So because of that, the number of role list is increased. Okay. And you see, if I right click on the false inheritance. So these are the 2 roles, right? Let me open these roles and see. Click on activity admin. So you see this particular role contains these three roles. So that's why the number of lists increased so much. Okay, so like this, the inheritance work here. So I hope this is clear to you. Let's move to the next tab, which is group tab. So right now this user is in no group. So all the roles which we were seeing are inherited from roles only. Okay. So now if we want, we can add this user to the group. Click on edit, or you can click on new to create a new group. Suppose I want to add it to this particular group. Okay, these three groups. Select, add, save. If you come at the bottom, just refresh this. So you see all these three groups are coming. If I refresh the list here, now see number of roles are increased from 29 to 79. It means around 50 roles are now increased here. It is because of this group. Okay, these three groups must have certain roles or must have certain subgroups, and those groups are also having roles. That's why the list is so huge here. So this is all about how you can add a user to the group. Okay. Now let's see delegates. So what is a delegate here? Let me click on it. Suppose we have this user and this user is not available for certain times, but the work is important, right? In case of service techs or help techs, all these roles are very important because tickets are being assigned to the users on daily basis. So in that case, it is possible to delegate certain of your activities to certain other users, and that user is known as delegate. So here, if I click here on delegate, I will see certain user list, and I can select who will be available for such delegation on my behalf. So let's say I added Mark as my delegate, okay, and I was not available for, let's say, 1 week. So starting from today, I'm not available for till 8th. So this is what I opted for. This delegate is available on behalf of me in this particular time period. And what all things he is going to delegate? So all my approvals, all my assignments, all my notification and meeting invitation will be sent to this people, this person, Mark. Okay. If you want, you can check any of thing which you do not want, and you can select any of the delegation option which you are looking for. So in this case, the work will not stop and it will go like this until the end date applies. Once the end date comes, this delegation will expire. Okay, so this is the way you can add delegates, and this is the importance of delegates here. Then we have the skill table here. So again, skill is something which is related to a particular user. Suppose you are expert of something or you are working in certain areas. Okay, so the skills are mainly important to route the ticket directly to you. So let me click on it. Let's see what all skills are available. So you see all these are the skills which are available. Okay, CRM, computer professional, Danish, desktop, electrician. Okay, so suppose one ticket is there with respect to an electrician, with respect to some electrical issue. So if I added electrician here in this particular skill to this user, so we have the option to automatically route the ticket with respect to the skill. So this is the most important use case of a particular skill. Okay, so in this way you can add the skills what all are relevant to you. So mostly we are using the skills in help decks, in service decks, in HRSD. Okay, so all these are the applications which are extensively using this particular skill, and routing is being done automatically based on the skills. Then we have the location covered. So all these are the locations, okay, which a user can be. Okay, so all the location you can add here. So basically self-explanatory. So this is all about user tables. Okay. Now let me come to the groups. So let me open one of the group. You see the basic detail about the group here. This is the name of the group. This is the manager of that group. Hourly rate in case you have. And this is the description for the group. The group email and the parent. Parent means again this particular list is reference to the group table only, so that you can select the parent here. At the bottom you see role, the role which this particular group is having. So it is a best practice to assign the roles to a group for management perspective, right? Suppose there are 100 users in a particular group, so you cannot. So it take time to assign that role to all these 50 or 100 people. But if you have those people in a particular group, in that case, you can assign or deassign a particular role directly to the group, and the role will be inherited by the users who are the member of such group. So you see the group members here, you can modify the list by clicking edit, okay? Then again, we have this group here. Again, if this particular group is parent of any of the group, then all such child group will come here, okay? Then we have the skills. So basically all the related lists which were there for the user are now coming here as well. And the meaning is the same, okay? We are adding people who are having same skills or same kind of skills. So this is also one of the criteria to create a group. Okay, so what is a group basically? A group is a collection of people, collection of users who are like-minded or who are performing a same kind of duty, something like that. Okay, who are in the same location, who are in the same team. Okay, so these all are the criteria to create the group, and these all things you can assign to a particular group like role, skill, and based on that, the processing will take place. So all other are self-explanatory, not related to that much. Now let's come to this final table, which is role. So these all are the roles which are available out of box. You see there are total 1196 roles which are available. If you want, you can create your own role. Okay. One thing which you have to discuss here, this elevate privilege. So what is elevated privilege? I told you in the very first session that for access control, you have this elevated privilege available. So if a particular role is elevate privilege true, in that case, that role is required to modify the list of security settings, to update the security settings or security ACL, security rules. Okay. So let me find out if there is any role which is elevated privilege. Right click, filter out. So you see right now there are three roles which are available. So previously we were having only security admin role, but right now I see data privacy admin and workspace admin as well having this elevated privilege. So as ServiceNow is progressing in various domains like workspace is something new which is arrived here. Okay, so because of that we are increasing the number of admins here, number of security admins basically, and these people are again eligible to do the security settings. Okay. So like this, if you think there is certain role in your organization or a custom role which needs elevate privilege, you can do so. But you have to take care because it's a very sensitive area. If you accidentally revoke access to any particular user, it has a very bad impact. Okay. So you have to make sure. So these all are the things which we have created here. So this is all about user roles and groups. So if you see, we have created one user. Let me open this user. This is my user which I have created. And right now this user is a part of two groups at the bottom, demo agent and condition scripts writer. If I click on demo agent, you see right now this user is having only one group member. Let me add few more. From the list, you can add the users. And this particular group is having only one role, okay, ITIL. But if you see this user, there are around 50 roles which are coming. So this is because this role is being inherited from these groups. Come to the group again and open this role ITIL. Let's see how many roles they have. See, this particular ITIL is having 27 roles associated with it. And again, it may be possible that each of this role or some of these roles are again having certain child roles. So like this, the list continue and you see total 50 roles here. Okay. So this is all about the user and roles, how you manage user and roles. So now let's discuss few other things which are available. If you see here, we have time limited user roles. So what are these? Let me open. So basically, if you click here, new, you can assign certain roles to a particular user for a certain time of period. Suppose you are doing an upgrade, okay, and you want people to have certain people to have impersonator roles so that they can easily, test certain configurations on behalf of other users. Basically, we want to give this role to process owners or some people like that. Okay, so for that we can do. So not all roles can be shareable. Only 4 roles are available here, which you can share with other people like admin, impersonator, read only, where user will see everything read only. No access is there. Only read only. Okay. So sometimes this is also necessary or requirement. And script writer permission. So writing a script. So all these 4 roles are available. And whatever you want, you can being an admin assign to the user. So let's say I click to the impersonator. I select the user, Alex Ray, and I can provide start date and end date. These dates are very important. Suppose you added this particular option to a particular user and you forget that, then in that case, this user will have the role up to infinite times, right? Until unless something clicked to your mind and you checked again. But to make sure that the users will have this role only in certain period, so you can provide the end date and it is mandatory. ServiceNow is making sure, okay, once the requirement is complete, the roles will be revoked automatically. So this is all about this time limited roles. I hope you get it. You can test it as well. Let me close it. Then user role should done. Logged in user, you know what all users are logged in right now. So right now only I am logged in because this is my instance. Okay. Active transactions, what all transactions we are doing as a user. Okay. As simple as that. Then we have department, location, and companies. So you see here for every user, we have department, we have location, we have company. So from where this list is coming? This list is coming from those tables only. You have to make sure you have this list up to date so that you can select values for the user. So all these things are here. Even countries are available, location map is available. Okay. So these are self-explanatory things. Then you have one important concept as role delegation. So till now that we have user delegation, but role delegation is very important here. This is something new which ServiceNow has introduced. So what is a role delegator? So a role delegator may delegate any role that they have to any member of the specified group. So basically, we have a group of 50 people. In that 50 people, I pick up a particular person as role delegator. Okay. And this role delegator has the capacity, has the option to enable a particular role for any of the user within the group, and what all roles he is limited, or what all roles he can give, only roles that he is having. Okay, so suppose he is having 10 roles and in that particular group there are around 50 people. So now this role delegator for certain time period provide any of his role to that particular user in the 50 group, any of the user from that group he is a member of. So what we are doing here, we are basically empowering a group member, empowering the group leader, and making him responsible to do certain limited assignment of the roles based on the roles he is having. So like this, you see, you have to select the group. So this is our group. So now once I click on save, Alex Ray will be the role delegator for this particular group. Okay, and easily provide or revoke the roles to the members of this group based on the roles he is having. Okay, so this is a simple but powerful concept. Then at the bottom, very self-explanatory, user preferences. Okay, all the settings which you have saved, like as a user, you see here all the list preference, form preference, everything here. Then list of delegate. You know what is a delegate now. Okay. Then user roles. So user roles is a particular table where you see how many users are tied to a particular role, like how many people are admin here. So it's a way to represent information in a more informational way. Okay. So you can easily see how many people are admin here. So these all are the people who are having admin roles. Then in the same way we have group roles. So you can see how many groups are having ITIL roles. So this way you can manage directly from this particular group if you want to manage roles and groups. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, this is all about user administration. So I hope you get it. So today we are going to discuss about how to load data in ServiceNow. This is one of the most important part of any admin in ServiceNow because we get various opportunities where we load data into ServiceNow. Whether there is a migration, whether there is a transformation of one business into another, whether there is a merger between two businesses. Most likely you will get some records to import. Okay, so let's start with this amazing application which is System Import Set. This application controls all the things with respect to loading data into ServiceNow. So first of all, we discuss about data sources. So when we talk about loading the data, there is a data somewhere outside the ServiceNow, right? So the data can be a CSV, it can be an Excel, it can be stored a particular location, it can be stored at a website, it can be stored on internet. So anywhere the data can be placed. So that thing is known as the data source. So our task is to get in touch with that data source and then move the data from there into the ServiceNow. So in ServiceNow, we follow a particular process. From the data source, we load that data into ServiceNow import set tables. So what is an import set table? It is basically a staging table where the data stores for some time, temporary period. Why? Because we want to sanitize the data there, because we want to validate the data there. We don't want our tables, actual tables, to get dirty data, to get unvalidated data, okay, to get unverified data and then fix it later. If this happens, it create lot of fuss, it create lot of issues. So that's what we are doing, all the sanitization checks, everything in this staging tables only. And then once we are sure that this is the data we want to move into our actual tables, we then transform the data into the actual tables of ServiceNow. So basically, once the data is ready in the import set table, we create mapping with the actual table and with the actual fields and easily move the data or transform the data into ServiceNow tables. I hope this complete picture is clear to you now. So with this, I'm going to start demo of all these options one by one. Okay, so let me start with the data sources. Here, let me click on new. So as usual, you have to provide name of your data source, user data. Okay. So in this example, we are going to import a small set of user data into ServiceNow tables. Okay. And that table is ServiceNow user table. So let me open the user table first here. So this is my user table. At present, we see 544 records. Okay. And what data I'm going to import? Let me show you that as well. So this is a small Excel, okay? It is having at the top, you see name of the columns. And this is the 5 records which I want to import. Basically, the columns are username, name, email, location, and active. So why this particular example is so small? Because I want to clarify the concepts for you, okay? That's why I have taken this small subset of data. So at the top, you see this format. So this is what are the columns of this particular Excel, right? So when we import that data, first of all, the data goes into the import set table. And remember, whatever name you have given here, this will be treated as the column name of import set table. So make sure at the top you have the name properly specified. Okay, whatever be the size of your data, we need at the top this kind of setup, okay, this kind of names, so that we can create the columns in the import set table, and rest is the data. That is fine, you can add the data there. Okay, we can do all the validation on that. Okay, so with this, let me go back. So this is my name. Provide the import set table name. I have provided sample user data. So you see the import set name is already created and my type is file. Okay, because I'm attaching a file here. My data is in the file, but your data can be in a particular database. Your data can be in LDAP. Okay, in another server. Your data can be in REST. Your data can be loaded by a script. It means the type can be anything. Whatever you think of, you will be able to get data from that source into ServiceNow. Okay, so let's start with the file. Then we have format. Here we have to select the format of that file. Right now, our format is Excel, right? Yes. And then if your file is zipped, then you have to select it, but my file is not zipped. Okay. Then you have sheet number and header row. So in case from the Excel, you want to select a specific set of that particular data, you can select, you can provide the sheet number and head row there, but we are importing the complete file from there, complete data. So that's why we are not adding this. Okay, let's make it simple. Then use batch import. So in case your data is very big, you have to select this. And once you select it, you have to provide the batch size. But my data is very simple. That's why we are not using it. Okay, so file retrieval method is attachment here because I will going to attach that file here in this particular data source. Okay, you can have other methods as well. It means it can be FTP, that is your file is stored in another server, another remote location, or it is stored on internet. Okay, anything like this. So just go through the wiki and understand the meaning of all these things properly. So these are just the places where the file can be stored. Okay, so this is done. Let me add the file here. So the file is attached here, demo users. Okay, now click on submit. So ladies and gentlemen, you see this is the data source which is ready, user data import. So here you see load all data. So as soon as I click on this, the data from the Excel will get loaded into this import set table. So let me click on this. You see the process is going on. It is creating a particular table here and process is complete. Total 5 records are processed and in that 5 records are inserted into the import set table. Okay. So with each import, a particular import set will be created and that import set is linked to the import set table. So you see this is the import set which is created, which will tell you about your import. So right now this is the import set number. To identify this import set, this is the short description and this is the state of this import set. Currently it is loaded because the data is just landed into this import set table, use sample user data. This is the import set table, right? So now let me open this table. From here also you can see, click on the loaded data. It will open the same table here. Use sample user data. Okay. Here you see the basic fields here. So these are the basic fields of a particular import set. I told you this is the import set, right? 18 number. And with each row from that Excel, we have a row created for this import set table. So this is the set number. This is the state of that particular row. Currently it is pending because the data is not yet loaded. It is resting in this particular import set table. That's why it is pending here. It will change later. I will show you. The target table is not yet selected. We have not yet done the field mapping, table mapping yet, right? So that's why this is blank. Target record is itself is yet not created because we have not added any kind of mapping here. Okay, and there is no error because lot to go on here. Now let me add the values. Okay, here you see at the bottom, columns are created based on the Excel. I told you, right? Based on the top row, you will see the column values. So if you remember the Excel, these are the column names. So the same are coming here. So the data is looking exactly the way it should. Now what I will do, I will create a transform map. Basically, I am creating the mapping in which I will map the source table, that is the import set table, with the target table. Okay, and then fields after that. So click on create transform map. Provide a name here. Sample user data transform map. You see the source table is selected here. This is the same table which we have created as a import set table where the data resides at present on temporary basis. And then you have to provide the target table, which is our user table. This is my table, select it. Okay. Then you see run business rule. So with this user table, once the data reaches or once the data, transformed into this table, obviously there are certain checks and balances which are created, which are written on this particular table. If you want those validations, those checks should also be done on the data which we add right now, you can select this option. So generally we do this because we also want the new data to go through that validations one more time, because we already have business rules, we already have scripts written there, right? Then we have enforce mandatory fields. So in user table there are few mandatory fields. If you want such validations for mandatory field also happen here, you can select, okay, from these options for all fields or mapped fields, or generally we select no because we are adding the data from backend. Okay, so whatever option you have, whatever business requirement you have, you can do so. In case you have selected mandatory options like for all fields, and in case the source data does not have value there, the system will create an error so that you will understand that which mandatory field value was missing easily from that source data. Okay, so all these things are taken care. So at present we will create it as no. Okay, then we have empty field. You see the message, check this box to copy empty source fields and override existing target fields values. Okay, so basically it is asking us if there is a value in the actual table but the source table has no value, do you want to override that in the actual table? It means you also want empty field to be copied as the same in the target table as well. So we generally do not do that, but again it's upon your business requirement. Okay, then we have create new record on empty colsec field. So what is colsec? I will tell you just in a minute. Click on submit. You see the transform map is created. Open it. So one thing is done. We have mapped source table with the target table, but we have not mapped the fields here. Source field with the target field. This is also important because I want to tell the system that I want the data from this source field to go into this target field. Okay, so we have to do the mapping here by clicking new. So here you have to provide the source field and the corresponding target field. Okay, but we are not doing that. This is a manual process because our columns are almost similar to the actual tables here. We are going to do auto mapping. Okay, so click on this auto map matching fields. So ServiceNow here itself, okay, intelligently create a map for you and try to between the source and the target table. Okay, you can see the map is created for all of your 5 fields from the source table, and then the target corresponding field is automatically selected here. In case you feel this is not the correct target field, you can change the field by clicking double click. Okay, you can provide the name of that particular field here, or you can click here, or you can edit it as well. Okay, so like this you can just update the field. These all are the fields which are there in the user table. Okay, so this is how we create the maps here. So we were talking about colsec. So what is colsec here? So basically it is a mechanism so that you can select the primary field here, and by doing so you are telling the system that the value of this field is there in the system, then you need not to create a new record. You just have to update the other values corresponding to this particular column here. Let's say I have selected username as a colsec field. So what will happen? As soon as the transform happen, the system will check if this particular username exists in ServiceNow table or not. If it is there, then the system is not going to create any new record because for this particular user, we already have a record. Then why to create a new one? If it creates, it's a duplicate, right? But yes, if there are any attribute changes or certain field changes with respect to this username, you can update it. So there is no new creation, only updation allowed. But if that particular username is not available in the system, it means the user does not exist, right? It means there is no user with this username, there is no user with this email ID available in the system. That means you have to create a new record there in the user table. So this is the use of call checking here. You are selecting the primary value, and based on that primary field, that based on that primary value, your system is going to identify the records and take the necessary actions to create it or to update it. Okay. So you have to make sure you select the correct call check here, and always try whatever call check field you are selecting, it must have a value in the source. Okay. There should not be any empty value there. So now with this, I will come to this. Create a new record on empty call check fields. In case there is no value in the call check column of that particular row, even then you want to create a new record. Okay, in that case, you have to select this. But this is a wrong practice. This is not a good practice. You are selecting a particular field as a call check, so it must have a value. Okay, so you have to make sure your file or your data source is fulfilling such conditions so that your data will not go corrupt in future, or you will have a successful upload. Okay, so I hope you get it now, what is call check and what is this value means. Okay, so now what I will do, I will just create on transform. Now everything is ready. My import set table is ready, it is having data. I have mapped the tables with the actual table. I have mapped the fields of the source table with the actual table field. The only thing which is left is to transform the data from the import set table to actual table. Click on transform. You see, with respect to this transform map, we have the value here. So the transform will happen. You see the success is here under the same import set. So now come to this import set, reload this. You see the state is now success processed. Okay. Now come to this import set value. These were pending previously, right? Now reload it. You see the action is inserted. You see the target table is also selected. You see the corresponding target record is also here, because we have created a new record in the user table here. Okay. So now if I come here, reload this. Previously only 544 records were there. Now if I reload, you see we have 5 new records which are created. 549 is there. Okay, so these are the top records which were just created. You see, created about a minute ago. So these are the 5 records. Now look at the records carefully. Things are good. Username, name, email, and location is good, but active is false. Why should I import values with the false active? Okay, so this should be corrected. So now what I will do, I will again go to my list. Okay, here you see false was written. So now I will update it to true. It is a mistake from my side. I am correcting my mistake. This is true now. I have to save it. Now I will again come to data source. I will again run this particular process. So here everything is now set. You have all the structure with you. You have the import set table. You have the Excel and everything. Only thing which you have to do here is you have to remove this attachment and attach the same which you have just created or updated. Okay, with the true values. Done. Right now click on load all the records again. You see again 5 records are inserted and processed. Let me go to the import set. Previously import set was 18. Now you see the 19 is there. Click on it. You see 5 rows here for the same, right? Now let me go to my import set table, loaded data. Again you see for 18 everything is complete inserted, but again for 19 things are pending. But let me see the active here. Active is true here. It means my correct file is now uploaded in this import set table. Okay, so now what I will do, I will again come here, Run the transform map. Because we already have created the transform map, we already have the table mapping and the field mapping done in the last step, right? So we need not to create again. We just have to select the import set from here. Current import set is 19. Yes, the same is 19. You see 19.1, right? And then click on transform. Now you see this is done. Okay. So now if we come here, reload, you see it is processed. Okay. And at the bottom, you see the state of the fields. Nothing is inserted, it is updated because these users were already there, right? So let me go to the user table, reload it. You see active is updated to true. So what happened here? The colsec thing worked because we have added username or user ID as colsec. So now this time when 19 is running, 19 import set is running, in this case what happened? The system checked whether this particular username exists. So yes, the username exists, but there is a field which need to be updated and that field is true. Okay, that is active. Okay, so the same happened here. This is the fundamental use of goal checking here. Very, very important. So you make sure you understand that. Okay. So I hope this is pretty much clear to you now. So let me close all this. You know what is an import set now. Okay. At the bottom, you see complete list of import sets. You see, these all are the import sets which were created for every import. Okay, so that your data will be exclusively available in that. System will automatically clean these import sets after some time, but basically it takes around 30 or 60 days. Okay, so no need to worry about that. Then you see transform history. So what is the history of each import set? You can see all the details. Total were 5, inserted 0, updated 5. This is the current one, right? 19. With respect to each import set, you can see the detail. Even you can see the transform errors. Okay, with respect to each import set, what is the error? So right now we do not have any error, but now let me create one error. So now let me again go to my list. Now, as you know that username is colsec field. Let me make it empty and let's see whether the system will throw any error or not. Save it. Now let me go to the data source again. Open it. Attach the latest file. Remove this one. Choose. Attachment done. Click on load all records. The same process we have to follow. We are just looking if we see any error or not. Okay. Now run the transform. A new transform is ready here, right? This is my latest file. Click on transform. Great. Let me open the import set. Import set 20 is now created. Okay. Previously was 19. You see here at the bottom, everything is in front of you. For one record, we have state as skipped. It means it has not checked anything and it is not able to see the target value because the username, which is a colsec field or which is a primary field, is missing. That's why it is not able to understand which record this system has to target there. That's why we see an error here. Unable to resolve the target because colsec field was not present. Got it? For rest of the 4 fields, it is able to, find the target records. But we have not made any change in the fields related to these records. That's why it is ignored. And no field value change was there. So this is how such kind of errors are coming. This is how you have to make sure your data is 100% ready. Okay. So this is how we get the error and this is how you see or able to analyze all these things. So data sources are done, transform maps are done. You can do the scheduled import. It means your file is there somewhere. Okay, or a particular team is placing a file in a particular remote location on weekly basis. So you can schedule the import from here and each week based on your time, whatever you select, the system will try to get the data from that data source. upload it into the import set table, apply all the checks which you have configured, and then finally transform the data automatically. Okay. Then we have ETL definitions. Okay, all these ETL definition and robust import set. These are the options which are there when the data size is very huge. Okay, so later I will provide one example with lots and lots of data which is not possible in demo. So just skip it, but the concept remains the same. Okay, you have to understand all these basic concepts. Okay, so after that, you have this concurrent import set. So basically, what are concurrent import sets? Those import sets which are related to a particular single import. If you remember, there was a batch size option, right? In that case, also, if there are more than one batches which are going on, each batch will have its own import set, and these all are related to a single data import. So like this, you can see the concurrent import sets here. Okay, so that you know which imports are related to each other. So all things you will see here. So now it is a time for one more example. In this example, the data is stored in a particular website. Okay. So now let me show you that website first. This is my website, ServiceNow Spectacular. So this is an amazing website. You will see all the interview questions here, which are latest, which are based on various roles of ServiceNow, which are based on various technologies in ServiceNow, various modules in ServiceNow. So in each way, I have provided n number of interview questions. Okay, so you can go through it. So the data is stored in this particular website only. Let me show you. Let me log in into this website. So this is a particular CSV which is available here. If I just copy the URL of this CSV, paste it here, you can see the CSV. This is the CSV which is just downloaded. Open it. You can see there are around 1400 records which are there in this particular CSV. So I am going to import this. Okay. So how I will do that? Let me copy the URL of this particular CSV. Let me again go to the data source because this is a new data source. I have to create a new data source here. Click on new. Data from website, web. Okay. Provide some name here, web data. It is a file. Yes, it is a file. It is in CSV format. Yes, it is in CSV format. But the file retrieval method is not attachment. It is HTTPS because this is a secured website, right? And it is on internet. So the server is the domain name of my website, servicenowspectacular.com. And the file path is simply the path. So just paste the path here. Okay, so this is the complete path. This is the only thing which we have to provide here. But in actual environment, you have to provide username, password, and all these things as well. Okay, so just make sure, just for demo purpose, I am showing you this. Click on submit. So my data source is ready in front of you. Again, click on the load all data. So now you see it is running. It is creating a table, import set table, and it will take some time because the data is 1400 records and it is processed completely. You can see the import set there. There is a new import set, 21 is created. Okay, in this import set, there must be around 1458 rows. You see all the rows here. All are pending because nothing has happened here. Just the data is loaded. Now we have to create a transform map for this because this is a new data source which we just have created. That's why we have to create a new transform map here. Web data for users. Okay. Provide the target table, again user table. This is my table. Click on auto matching the field. It is selected here, right? Field map is created. So as soon as I click on transform, the data will be transferred. So I'm not transferring the data directly from here. Okay, just stop. It is a complete process, but just stop. I want to show you one more thing here. So now let's remember that this particular import set is in loaded state only. Okay. Now what I will do, I will come here in the schedule import. I will create an import here. Click on new. Let's say I want to schedule it and do it automatically. So remember, for this particular import set table, we have everything ready, right? The field map is ready and even one set of data is also ready. But we are not importing it. I'm just testing this here. Test import. Okay. Now you have to provide the data source. So let's provide the same data source which we have just created, data from web. Then run as system administrator. If you want any other name, you can select from here. This is the frequency. Daily you want to run it at 1200 hours. So you can do so. Even you can add certain conditions as well. Okay, all these conditions are based on scripting. So we are just avoiding it for the time being. Here you see concurrent import. So load the data into multiple import sets concurrently. So if you remember, this is the concurrent import. So if the data is too huge, okay, you can do so by clicking here. Okay. So you see here, ServiceNow is also recommending the same. If the data is very big, you can do or you can import the data via multiple import sets. But in case your data loading has some order, okay, so you should avoid this because ServiceNow does not guarantee the transform order. It may be possible that even though the import sets are of same size, the second one which you have started later will get imported first. Okay. So in case if you have orders, then you can avoid this. Okay. So this is the concurrent import. You can select the partition method. So basically here you have to provide how you want to bifurcate your data. So round robin, or you can provide custom size. So you can provide the size like 1000 row in one import set. So you can do so, but we are not doing it right now. Then you have this pre-import script and post-import script. Basically these are available if you want to do certain kind of validations. You can do so directly from here. If you check this, you can write the script here, okay? And you can check this to write the script here. All these things are available. But as we have not started scripting, we are not adding any validation via script. Later, I will provide you one example with that. So now we are ready with this. Let me execute it. It is executed. Now let me go to the import sets. Look carefully. This is the 21 which is loaded, but 22 is loading. Okay. It is connecting with that website. Let us give some time. Let me reload it again. It is loaded now. And you can see the description. This one is direct import, which we just added, right, by our hands. But this is the schedule import which is happening. We have created a proper scheduled import set for that. So it should be done automatically. That's what I want to show you. Reload one more time. You see here, it is processed. But this one is still loaded because we have not moved from the transformation to the next step. Okay, so this is loaded. So now let me open this import set. At the bottom, you see the state of each and every record from that 1458 records. Okay, all these are inserted. There is some error as well. Okay, so easily you can find everything here. If I go to the user table, you can see here the number of users are now increased. It was 500 something, but now it is 738. Okay, it is because we have added new data with this import set 0021. There were actually 1458 records, but only those satisfied our conditions are now imported into our data. There were certain duplicate as well, which I have just created just to show you how the data is being processed here. Okay, so this is how you do the schedule import. It is happening automatically. You just have to specify your data source and configure your data source properly. So with this, we are done with this particular application. You can try this. Okay, you can do simple small updates and then go for the big ones. There is one thing here which is load data. This is a simple interface which is provided just for ease. Okay, so you can see you can create the import set or use or select your existing one. Okay, and then you can directly import your file from here and click on submit. It will again redirect you to the same page where you see the data loaded into the import set table. Then you have the option to see the import set, then you have the option to see the loaded data, then you have the option to create a transform map, and then finally clicking on transform. So the same thing is happening here. So ladies and gentlemen, you can try this and let me know if you have any doubt. Thank you so much. Bye bye. I hope you have gone through my last video, which is loading data into ServiceNow. In today's video, we are discussing an important topic, which is CMDB, Configuration Management Database. So the very first question is, what is CMDB? So basically a CMDB, that is Configuration Management Database, is a centralized database that store information about all the components that make up your IT environment, okay, and how they are connected. So storing the information about each and every component of your IT environment and the relationship between them. This is the powerful thing which a CMDB can deliver. So let me show you in the instance. This is my instance. This is the application where each and every detail of CMDB is mentioned. You can see basically all these are tables. So you see here what all things we are storing. We are storing applications, instances, application server, server cluster, database server, database instances, network, load balancer, data center, virtual machine, VMware, infrastructure services, Hyper-V, KVM, based items, storage, and the relationship. So it is basically each and every component that is responsible or that is directly or indirectly managing the IT services and are being used in IT operations. So let me open this table. So the name of the table is CMDB_CI, that is configuration item table. So in this table, you see all these are the infrastructure component of your IT environment. So right now this is demo instance. That's why you see less number of records here. But in actual instance, this may go up to lakhs. Okay. And in CMDB, each and every IT component is known as CI. In ITL, the definition of CI is basically it is any component that needs to be managed in order to deliver an IT service. Okay. So all these are CIs. And here you see the class. So basically each CI has a class. And you see these all are the attributes of a particular CI. So each CI is a kind of infrastructure component and it has its own attributes. Okay. So how we are storing the CIs? We are storing CI based on the classes. So for one class, we have a one type of CI. Okay. So here you see these all are the classes. Let me group by these classes. So right now there are 46 classes which are available. Okay. So you can find almost all the infrastructure component here. You see database, data center, Oracle catalog, disk, email server, hardware, router, switch, everything you will see here. Okay. So each class represents a particular type of component, IT component. And in that we have records. Like in this Linux server, you see these are the 5 Linux servers which are available in this organization. Let's suppose this CMDB belongs to ABC company. And in that company, we have 5 Linux servers. So the second most important part of CMDB is it is a dynamic database which is getting updated on regular basis because the CIs are changing constantly. Because the life cycle of CI is changing on every minute, right? It may be possible that a server which was installed yesterday, after 1 month, it got retired, or after 1 month, it got rebooted. So we want the exact picture of your infrastructure into CMDB. If it is happening, then you can say this is a good CMDB and it is going to help you a lot. But in case the CMDB is not up to date, it is of no use. So right now you see this is the base table. You know what is the base table? In ITSM, we have task table as base table, but for in CMDB, in configuration management database, the base table is configuration item table. And all these classes, these classes are the child table of this base table. So it means these classes are inheriting certain fields certain attributes, certain validations, certain rules from this configuration management database. Okay, so keep this in mind. So now let me open one of the CI. Let's open this application. Okay, CMS app FLX. So look at this. This form contains most of the information about this particular application. This is the name. This is the operational status. It means it is operational. Because this is demo instance, that's why other values are not here, but it should also be there. At the bottom of this particular application, you see the related items. All these are the CIs, other CIs who are dependent on this particular application, or it may be possible that this particular application is dependent on these CIs. Okay. In the first line of this dependency, you see depends on used by computers. Okay. So this means that these workstation FLX computers are using CMS app FLX application. These are the end user computers where the application is installed or used. It means these computers are the child or depends on this particular application. If we move to the next line, which is depends on used by Oracle catalogs. So here you see this application depends on these Oracle catalog components. If Oracle FLX catalog has some issue, part of CMS applications will also be affected. Okay. Then we have third thing, which is Java servers. So in this, our application CMS FLX runs on or depends on these Java application servers. If Java application servers goes down, so does our application as well. Finally, at last, you see MySQL catalogs, this one. Our application is dependent on this MySQL FLS database. Okay. So in one line, if I were to explain this relationships, so we can say that this application is used by workstation FLX computers, and to run and process this application relies on Java application server, Oracle catalogs, and MySQL database. So you can see the power of this CMDB here. If anything happened to this particular application, you can see these all things are getting affected. Or if anything happened to this Oracle server, obviously this application is getting affected. So you can see the complete impact analysis here. So now you will ask me where all these things are being used. So we can use this in ITSM, we can use this in IT operations as well as change management. So there are a number of applications where the CMDB can be pretty much used, and it is a valuable thing there. Suppose you are making changes in these Java servers. Okay. So in this case, you can easily see from CMDB that this application is dependent on this Java server. So before making the changes, you must alert the team of this particular application or the users of this application that this application might not start for a 30-minute period till you upgrade these servers. In the same way, if you are making change in MySQL catalog or Oracle catalogs, you can easily communicate these things with the application owner so that they can take care of the team, so that they can take care of the application while these components are not working. So that's why you can see the impact analysis directly from here in this particular CMDB and in this relationship. That's why it is very, very important. You can also see this relationship in this diagram. Click here, dependency view. So it's a new way to represent this information in graphical manner. You can see this is our application, and this computer is depends on this application, and this application it depends on this Java server. And finally, this Java server is dependent on this catalog and MySQL. So each and every information is explained here in a very, very simple way so that people will understand it without any technical knowledge as well. In the same way, you see all these attributes are there for each and every CI. Based on the CI type, you may see different changes in the attributes because each class or each CI has its own set of attributes along with the common attributes which are there or being derived from this CMDB, configuration item table. So this is all about the CIs and the relationship between CIs. Now I will show you the class hierarchy. So that hierarchy is available in CMDB CI class manager. So write down here CI class manager. You see under configuration, we have CI class manager. Click on it. So this is CI class manager. You can see, welcome to CI class manager. Use CI class manager to create classes, okay? To update identification and reconciliation rules, to display CI relationship, and to configure CMDB health. So these all things we are going to discuss in this CI class manager. Okay, so now let us click on hierarchy here. So in this hierarchy, look at here. This is the CI table, that is configuration item table, our base table, and it is total having 2864 records. So basically these are not records, but these are the classes which are inheriting this CMDB table. So this is the huge number of child classes which are inheriting this configuration item table. You can see all the classes here, okay? That's why this is a base table here. So now if I want to search certain class, I have to write the class name here. Let's say I want to see about server. Okay, so this is the server. So now you see here, along with hierarchy, everything is coming. The server is child of computer, computer is child of hardware, and hardware is child of configuration item. So now you can see how many levels of parent-child relationship is going on here. Further, server is having these all, kind of childs. Okay, so now if I click on server, now I can see this hierarchy here as well as certain basic information about this class. The basic information is having display name of the table. Okay, then this is the table name of this particular class. So all the tables which are inheriting configuration item table are starting with CMDB underscore CI and then the name of that server. So total name is CMDB underscore CI underscore server. Okay, this is the description. You know what is extensible. Certain table fields are already here. Okay, now you can add manage by, default product name, all these things you can add here. Because this is a demo data, that's why you see less attributes, less values. Otherwise, in the actual environment, all these fields must be clear. So this is the basic information. Then we click on attributes. Now you will see all the columns which this particular table is having. These are the derived one. It means these are inherited from these parents, and these are the one which are added only for this table. Why only for this table? Because each and every infrastructure component has its own fields, right? Certain fields which are unique to them. So that's why we have added here only for this table. Otherwise, you can see these are the common one which are shared by all the childs and inherited from these parents, either from computer, hardware, or configuration item. Okay. So these are the attributes. If you want, you can create a new attribute here. After attributes, we go to identification rules. Okay. So now let me tell you in a very simple language that the job of identification rule is very simple. When new data comes in from any source, whether it's discovery or an import, ServiceNow need to decide one thing. Is this an existing CI that I can update, or this is a brand new CI which I should create? Okay, that I should create. So the same is happening here. So now here in this identification rule, we are providing certain attributes. Okay, we are deciding certain attributes on which behalf the system can take that call. Okay, so these are kind of unique attributes that the system can consider and decide whether to create a new CI or not. If you remember, when we were importing data into ServiceNow, we were looking at sec field, right? So the same concept applies here. One more thing you notice, at the top, we see hardware rule, but this is for server table, right? We have open configuration for our server table. So why this is happening? It is because server is a child of hardware family. So it reuses this shared rule for all the hardware type CIs, including server. Okay. Here the inheritance is coming into picture. So this server table is using IRE rules, identification rule from the hardware table. Now you see these are the identifier entries and there are certain boxes with priority here. Okay. So now you can think of these identifier cards as one matching strategy, and the priority tells ServiceNow in which order to try them. So at the very first, we have this standard one, and here the priority is 90, and this is the criteria here. So as soon as a new data comes, ServiceNow will come here and check whether there is any identifier entry or not. And yes, it sees the very first one, okay? And in this, the first standard identifier with priority 90 says, search in the hardware table using the field product instance identifier. If the field matches an existing CI, we treat it as the same CI and update it, okay? And if it does not match anything, then we move to this particular here, okay? So like this, we cover each and every identifier, and at the last, if there is no match, the record will be created in the server table. So ladies and gentlemen, these identification rules are very important because these rules prevent duplicate CIs by defining which fields uniquely identify a particular server or whatever table you are using, okay? So in this, we generally use product ID, serial number, name, or MAC address. So that's what is happening in this identifier entry, okay? If you want, you can replace this as well. Right now, we are inheriting from hardware, but we can click on replace and add a new one. So you see, this is the name, and you can provide that test identification rule. Click on save. So now you see our new identification rule is created for server table only. It applies to server, okay? All other which were there, which were inherited are now not in use. This is our new one. So now you see we have no identifier entry. You can add the identifier entry here. You can see use from the main table or any other table. So we are using it from the main table, that is server table here. So now click on here, go to main setting, let's say serial number. Add the serial number, click on save. So now we have added an identification rule for this particular table, our server table independently. And now it is having only one identifier here. As soon as a new record comes, it will first check this identifier rule, okay? And then we are going to find the serial number of the new record in the table. And if in the table serial number is already there, then it means we have to update that CI. Otherwise, we need to create a new CI there in the server table, okay? A new server record basically. So this is how we create the identification rule. I hope this is pretty much clear to you. Let me delete it. As soon as I delete it, you see the old one will inherit it here automatically. Next, we have the reconciliation rule. These reconciliation rules are there to determine which discovery source are allowed to populate attributes and in which order. So basically, you know, the data is coming from various sources into CMDB. It may come from imports, it may come from legacy, database, it may come from discovery. So there are n number of sources. But for certain attributes or for certain fields, we want to prioritize the data source update. Like I want the serial number to be updated only by discovery, ServiceNow discovery. So in case when the data moves into server table from 3 different sources, let's say ServiceNow discovery and import or from event. So in that case, the priority will be given to ServiceNow discovery and other sources are not allowed to update that field. So the same we can decide here in this reconciliation rule. So at present, I have provided reconciliation rule on serial number. If I click on this, you see, I have provided order to ServiceNow discovery as top, that is 1. Whereas for event management, it is 2, that is 200. And the attribute which I have selected here is serial number. So what is happening here? The serial number of server table is allowed to override by only ServiceNow discovery. Let's say I have manually updated the serial number of a particular server. So now the last updated is by me, okay? So in that case, if event management is trying to update this discovery, it is allowed because last updated was not by me. Okay, if the last updated was by discovery, then the event management is not allowed to update. I hope you get my point. So this is how we create the reconciliation rules. After that, we have suggested relationships for this table. So you can see the complete map. Okay, you can create a new relationship for a particular table here, as simple as that. Then we have all relationship rules. So these all are the relationships which are there for this particular server. After that, we have health dashboard, and you can call it as CMDB health. Okay, so CMDB health is all about the data quality. ServiceNow measure the health from 3 different angles, that is completeness, compliance, and correctness. So you can see all these 3 here. Okay, so let me explain it one by one. What is completeness? It means for each CI of this table, it will check whether the important fields or recommended fields are filled in or not. So how to select those recommended fields? You can click here and you can select the recommended fields. Let's say these are the recommended fields. So now the system will check these fields, whether the data is there in these fields or not. Based on that, it will calculate the correctness score. Okay, so CMDB health score is the ultimate score which we are going to see, that will tell us whether the health of CMDB is good or not. Okay, and it will be an accumulated value based on the values from all these 3 checks: completeness, compliance, and correctness. So for each table, you can see the respective scores. So these are the recommended fields. It will be checked and then finally the score will be given. So in case if any of these recommended or mandatory fields or attributes are blank, okay, the completeness score will go down. Okay, then we have the compliance score. So the compliance is going to ask, does the data follow our standards and policy? Obviously, in every organization, we have certain data standards. If those data standards, nomenclature, naming conventions, okay, all these are filled in properly or not. So you can decide all these compliance rules here, okay, one by one. And then based on that, the compliance score will be calculated for each table. And then finally, accumulated score will be given in CMDB health dashboard. Then finally, we have the correctness. So the correctness will ask, is the data in this table is actually correct and consistent or not? Okay. So this is where we look for duplicate CIs, we look for stale CIs, and we look for orphan CIs. Okay. So all these type of CIs are being treated here in this correctness. So you see here under correctness, we already have orphan rule, we have stainless rule. Okay. Values are there for these. So for stainless, we have effective days of 60 days. Okay. So what is a stale CI? Those CIs which are not updated in the system for a long time. So these are stale CIs. What are orphan CIs? The CIs which are there in CMDB, but they have no relationship with any of the other CI. CI relationships are very much important. If a CI is there in the CMDB and which is alone, it is of not much use. So that's why we have to take care of these orphan CIs, these stale CIs, to keep the CMDB clean and up to date. So these are the 3 health parameters which we have to consider for each table, for each CI, or for each class. Okay. And then finally, you can see CI list. So all the CIs from this particular table. Okay. So now let me show you the health dashboard. So just write down here health dashboard. CMDB health dashboard. Click on this class view. So here you see this is the complete health dashboard. Right now it is not active because this is a demo and we have to activate certain jobs to keep the values here, to show the values here. So, but you can see the completeness, correctness, and compliance for the whole database or for the whole configuration item table here. Okay, and you can easily see the missing attributes and everything with respect to each KPI. So this is correctness. For correctness, we have duplicate, orphan, and stale. For completeness, you remember we have the required attribute or recommended attributes. And for compliance, there is audit. Okay. So all these things are available once the jobs for this particular health dashboard is active. So If you want to understand more about this health dashboard, I have provided a complete course free of cost here. So you can just write down CMDB Health Dashboard ServiceNow. Then one of my video pop up here. You see, this is my complete health dashboard video. Okay. So you can come here and find out. It is also in English. So you can find in English as well in the ServiceNow 911 channel. This is in Hindi, but the same is available for English as well. So ladies and gentlemen, this is all about CMDB. In our next video, I will try to create one class, and based on that class, we will create one IRE rule, okay, identification rule, and one reconciliation rule, and show it to you live. Today we are here with one more video on ServiceNow admin course. I hope you are liking our videos. Please share your feedback in the comment section. In last video, we have discussed all about CMDB. I hope it is clear to you now. Today we are going to see live creation of a CI class and then apply IRE rules on that. Okay, so let me go to my demo. Go to CI class manager. Click on hierarchy. So today we are going to create a child class for hardware. So search hardware here. So this is hardware. Click on add child class. And here we are going to create a class which is known as lab devices. So name will be automatically created here with u underscore cmdb underscore ci, then the lab devices. Okay. Provide some description. Demo IRE. Okay. No need to add any extensible and principal. Just click on next. So now we will create one attribute, and that is device tag. We will use the same attribute in our IRE rules. Rest all columns are derived. Okay. So now click on next. Here you see we already have identification rule, which is inherited from hardware because hardware is the parent here. Now click on replace. Now we will create one for lab device. Okay. Identification rule. It will be an independent one. What is independent? Because we are creating a rule on the field which we have just created for this particular class, this particular table. If we are going to use a field that is from parent table, then we can click on dependent. Okay. But in this case, we are creating identification rule for only the current class. Click on save. You see identification rule is created. This is the name. This is the class where it is applied. Now click on identifier entry. Okay. Click add. Use attribute from the main table. Yes, we are using attribute from the lab device table only. We are not using it for any lookup table. Lookup table means you will pick up a ID from the current table and then use that ID in some another table to get the value. Okay. So that is not the case here. We are simply using attribute from the main table. Click on this. Next. So this is active. Go to main settings. Add device tag as identifier. Click on save. That's it. Identification rule is now created here with priority 100. Okay. On our device tag field. Okay. So now click on next. I'm not adding any reconciliation rule at this moment. First we complete identification, then we will add one. Click on next. That's it. Done. So now you see your class is being created here. Just wait for a few seconds. So you see this particular class is now created. Let me open this table. This is the lab device table. Let me add only two fields here. Name, device tag, and discovery source. That's it. So now we are going to add data into this table. One thing you have to keep in mind that ServiceNow IRE rules are designed for data sources such as discovery, service graph connector, integration, import set, and APIs. Okay. It is not for the users typing data manually with the new button or doing edits directly on the form. So keep this in mind. So now we are going to add data into this table using a script. Let me show you the script. First, let me load background script. So this is the simple script in front of you. Okay. You see here In line number 14, we are using identification engine API and we are using the discovery source as ServiceNow here at the moment. Okay, so that's why this will work. If I write directly a glide record, again it will not work here. So now this is our table. In this table, this is our tag. We are adding a tag value and the name. Okay, so now let me click on run script here. You see the operation is insert. Okay, you see the identifier which we are using is device tag, that is lab device rule as well. Okay, so now let me go to the table and see what happened here. Reload the table. So yes, this is fine. Data is now added. This is the name, this is the device tag, and this is the discovery source. Let me do one more thing. Let me try to add one more record here. Lab 2 and lab 2. Click on run script. Again, you see insert is happening here. Now if I reload. So why you see insert happened? Because device tag is being used as identifier. The system is checking whether this device tag exists. If it exists, then it is updating. Otherwise, it is creating a new one. So in both of our cases, there is no device tag, there is no repetition. That's why two new records are created. Now let me update it. Updated. Okay. Now let's see what happened. Click on run script. You see the operation is now update. Let's see what all things are updated. You see the same record is updated because lab 2 was already there. System checked it. It finds the record and it's updated the value here. Okay. Now let me rerun the same script again. Let's see what happened. Click on run script. You see operation is no change because under lab 2 there is no change. The same value I am trying to update. That's why there is no change here. Okay, let me go back. Let me show you one more thing. Now let me go to our identifier. This is my identification rule. See at the bottom, there is nothing, right? Only this one. But let me click on edit here. Make it inactive. Click on save. Look at the message here. Identifier rule for this class is inactive. Hence, the derived identifier rule will apply. Okay. So now what will happen? As this is inactive, you see at the bottom, derived one are already being shown here and derived it from hardware. Okay. So these are the 5 standard identifiers which are applicable here on this derived hardware table. Now let me try to do something here. Let me try to add the same. Click on the script again, same script. You see the operation is no change. That's fine. Now let me remove this updated from here. And now try to run the script. You see there is an insert operation. Why it happened? Let me reload first. Okay, but we are seeing 2 device tags. So is this an error? No, this is not an error because now the identifier is not device tag. It is being disabled by me already, right? But if you see here in the identifier of hardware, there is an identifier which is representing name. Okay. So now the identifier is running on the name column. Okay. That's why you see a new value here. So what happened in the script? As soon as I clicked on run script, the system checked whether the name lab laptop 02 exists. No, that time it was not there. Only this was there, updated one, right? That's why it has created a new one here along with the value of the device tag. So I think now you understand the importance of identifier or the identification rule. Now let me come here and activate our one again. I just wanted to show you. Okay, save it. Now we will add the reconciliation rule. Before that, let me update the data so that I will able to show you properly. Let's make it 3. And let's change this one also. And let's change device tag also to 3. Okay, so now we have 3 records properly structured. Now let's create a reconciliation rule. Click on add. Here we have to set the priority. First of all, ServiceNow. Let's add the priority as 100. Click on plus here. These all are the sources you see. These all sources are available. Okay. Let me add manual entry here and provide the priority as 200. This is even more interesting now. Okay. Now click on next. Select attribute as name. Click on next. No need to add any filter. Click on save. So we have successfully created a reconciliation rule, and this reconciliation rule is on name attribute, where ServiceNow has 100 priority, top priority, and second is manual entry. So now again, we will use the same script, ladies and gentlemen. So now the focus is on name attribute, okay? Because our reconciliation rule applies to name, and it is saying that ServiceNow is allowed to update first because it is having top priority. And if name is updated by ServiceNow, no other will be able to update it. As simple as that. So now what I will do, I will try to update the name by update 1 here. Okay. We are running identification rule based on device tag, and reconciliation rule is running on this name. So focus carefully. And you see here right now, the source is ServiceNow. So let me click on run script. You see the operation is update. Come here. Reload. So now you see for lab 2, we have updated name here, U1. Why? Because previously it was updated by ServiceNow, and via this script as well, the discovery source which is updating is ServiceNow. So now what I will do, I will again make it U2 and change the source to manual entry. So now my source is manual entry, and I want to change the name of this device tag of 002. Click on run. You see again, update happened, but it should not happen. Let's see what happened here. What has updated actually? So carefully look at this. Let me reload. Focus on lab 02. So here for this device tag, you see there is no U2. No update happened on the name, but you see the update happened here on the discovery source. That's why we were seeing the update here, because our reconciliation rule was only for one field, that is name, not on the discovery source. So like this, when the update happened, the system will check reconciliation rule only for that particular attribute that is there in reconciliation rule, not for others are allowed to update. Okay. So now via manual entry, we are able to update the discovery source or any other field, but not this one. Okay. So now this happened here. So now I think it is clear to you now. Okay. So now let me do one more scenario. Go back. So with manual entry only, let me create one more record. Let's say 4. And here also 4. Click on run script. You see the operation is now insert. Reload it. You see the last entry which is just created with discovery source as manual entry. Device tag is there and value is there. Fine. So now you see at the last we have the same entry which is created just now. Discovery source, manual entry. This is the tag, this is the name. As simple as that. So script has created it. Now let me go back. Now let me update the name of this device tag. Let's make it U4 or U3. Okay. Click on run script. You see operation is update now. Reload. Yes, it is updated. Now carefully think why it is updated, because here system checked the discovery source. So previously, lab 4 I have created using manual entry only, and this time also I have used manual entry. So if something is created with the lower priority, then it is allowed to update. Okay, so now that's why name is allowed to update here. Okay. Otherwise, let me do one more thing. Let me change the source here and make the update. ServiceNow, this is U4. Will it update? Obviously, it will update because the source is now ServiceNow. So let me reload. You see it is U4 now because system will not stop. Priority of ServiceNow is at top. Now let me do one more update. As the discovery source changed to ServiceNow, okay, in this lab 4, now let me again change it to manual entry and provide U5. Click on run script. You see update happened. So the update happened. Let me reload. But name is not updated. Rest other fields are updated via that source. Okay. But not the field because of the reconciliation rule. So ladies and gentlemen, this is all about these IRE rules. In last video, we have discussed IRE rules. I hope that is clear to you now. So now let me discuss CSTM. I will explain you in such a way so that you understand the complete concept and various benefits of CSTM. How it is related to CMDB. Yes, it is closely related to CMDB and it is making CMDB more reliable, more usable. So with that, let me start this story with you. So be with me, understand it properly and let me know what doubts you have in the comment sections. So let's begin with a very simple and relatable situation. It is a normal Monday morning in your office. You need to send an email, okay, important email, and you hit the send button, but the email just don't go. You get frustrated and you call the service desk. Hey guys, my email is not working. It's not sending anything. Please check. Okay. So now what the service tech agent will do? The service tech agent logs an incident in ServiceNow. So basically in the incident form, he has to decide which CI is this issue related to. Okay. So here is the real trouble starts. In many companies, there is no proper option like corporate email service or email sending service. Okay. So the agent pick whatever looks closest. Okay. Here they see related to email something like Exchange application, SMTP server, mail server, or some random CI that appears in the list. Okay. So is the service tax agent doing it wrong or something wrong there? No, he's not wrong, but the system does not guide him correctly. The data is not there, right? As a result, the ticket get routed to different support groups. First, it reaches to application support because we have selected Exchange application there. Then network team, then SMTP team, then infrastructure team. The ticket keeps on bouncing around. And due to lack of clarity, lack of CI there, incorrect ownership, all this happens and ultimately the user get more frustrated but the service is not yet restored. So now why this confusion happens? Okay, the user problem was very simple. Email service is not working, but the system is treating it like this service or application is not working. Okay, so the user is speaking in service language whereas the system is working in technical component language. When both sides speaks different language, obviously the chaos is there, resolution is not there, and the ticket goes in circles. This is the normal situation in many of the organization. Okay, let me go a bit more technical. So, any email service has multiple meaningful parts inside it, like sending emails, receiving emails, calendar syncing, mailbox access. So, when we say email is down, each of these can fail separately, and each one may be handled by a different support group. For example, sending is related to messaging team, calendar is supported by collaboration team, DNS issue with respect to emails are related to network team, whereas authentication is related to identity team. So in order to prevent all such confusion and ticket bouncing, we need a proper structured model, right? That's what we have realized till now. So this is where CSTM comes in. CSTM, which is the Common Service Data Model, is ServiceNow standard framework that tells us store your data in CMDB in a structured, meaningful way so that the services, applications, technology, and support groups are all clearly connected. Okay. CSTM tells you to create a proper business service, break them into meaningful parts, and we call it as service offering. Now link the correct application services and then link the correct technical components, and then most importantly map the correct support groups. Okay, so now let us apply CSTM to our email example. Okay, so in CSTM terms, our business service is corporate email service. Service offering is email sending, email receiving, calendar or mailbox. So in any organization, these service offerings are totally organization specific. It may increase or decrease. Okay, so these are not fixed. After breaking down into service offerings, we have the support groups which has to tie with each service offering. Like for email sending or receiving, we have messaging support group. For calendars, we have collaboration teams. For mailbox, we have identity team. So this is the exact structure which we were looking for. And this structure is what makes everything clear. Okay. So now I am going to replay the same user problem, but with CSTM now. Okay. Now the user again complains, my emails are not sending. So in this case now, service text agent map the ticket to the corporate email service. Okay. So the support team for this business service is now check the service properly, and they check whether receiving is happening. Yes, it is working. Calendar is okay. Yes, it is working. Mailbox is working. Yes, it is working. Sending, no, we are not able to send the email. So they now know the issue and they can easily isolate the issue. Okay. So now which service offering is affected here? This is email sending. ServiceNow now know exactly who owns this part. Who owns this part? Obviously the support group related to email sending, and that group is messaging support group. So the ticket directly goes into that team queue instantly. Okay. So now the messaging team will look into various things with respect to that service offering like SMTP gateway, DNS record, outbound connector, and few more. And they quickly discovered that outbound SMTP connector is failing. Okay. So they fix it. They may have created a few other tickets, okay, to fix that, but they fixed it because they owned it. It is their responsibility. They fixed it. Email sending starts working now. No bouncing, no confusion, and fast resolution. So this is how CSTM is making life better for ITSM, for CMDB, for users. Okay. So now one more thing. So now let us understand how CSTM complements CMDB. Okay. So a CMDB is basically an inventory. It tells you what servers you have, what applications you have, what databases you have, and what network devices you have. But a CMDB does not tell you how all this data fits together to deliver a business service, right? And for that, that's where CSTM complements CMDB. CSTM gives CMDB a proper structure, relationships, ownership, proper meaning, and business to technology mapping. Okay. So in simple words, we can say that CMDB tells you what you have and CSTM tell you how it all connects to deliver a service. Because of CSTM, the CMDB become more useful, okay, more meaningful, more relatable, not just a list of assets. So now I think most of the things are clear to you now. You understand the basics of CSTM, what is the use, what is the advantage. Okay, let me give you a simple definition. So CSTM is a standard model that organizes CMDB data into business services, their meaningful part such as service offerings, the application that supports them, the technical components underneath them, and the correct support groups. Okay, so incident go to the right place, problems are found faster, and the business get a clear view of its services. So as a final argument, I can say that CSTM connect the way user speaks with the way IT system work. Okay. So when somebody says email is not working, ServiceNow know exactly which service, which part of that service, which application, which technical component, and finally which support group is responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the power of CSTM. Thank you so much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are doing good. In the series of ServiceNow admin course, we are now at ITSM applications. I hope CMDB and CSTM is clear to you now. So let's start with incident management, the very first application. So in this video, we are going to walk through a complete end-to-end incident management flow in ServiceNow. We will take one simple scenario and follow the incident creation to closure, one by one, step by step. So before moving forward, let's discuss what is an incident. So basically an incident is an unplanned failure of an IT service, or you can say a drop in its performance below the expected level that stop users from doing their normal work properly. For example, email service is down or extremely slow, or a business application does not open after login, or one of the key system becomes so slow that the user cannot complete their task. In all these situations, the IT service is not working as expected, so we treat them as incidents. Okay, so remember one thing, the objective of incident management is very clear, very simple, and that is we want to control the impact of the issue and restore the IT service back to normal and stable as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, so that the business operations can continue smoothly. We do not bother how we are making it stable or normal, whether it's a permanent fix or a temporary workaround, but we need to stabilize the service as soon as possible for continued business operations. Okay. So in this demo, we will not go deep into the theory. We will focus on the practical flow inside ServiceNow. And our scenario for this will be a sales user is not able to open a critical sales CRM application. For this situation, an incident will be raised in ServiceNow and we will see how the incident logged, categorization, prioritization things, assigning to the right team, then finally the investigation and resolution, and finally the closure of that particular incident. So with this, let's start this amazing discussion in ServiceNow PDI. So let's continue our story. On a fine particular day, when the user tried to open the CRM application, either the page does not load at all, or after login, they are seeing a blank screen. This means the application is not behaving as it should normally, and the user is not able to continue their business work. So this is a classic example of an incident because an existing IT service is gone down and the user work is impacted. And this problem is not only with one user, multiple users who are working on this application are facing this issue. Okay, so they have to report the problem. To report the problem, the users have many ways to contact IT team. They might call service desk, they can send an email, or they can use self-service portal. So one of our user, which we are using in this particular demo, is now going to use self-service portal because it is the cleanest and most common way in ServiceNow. So in the screen you see this is my admin account. So now let me impersonate with some user so that we will have the same look and feel which we are expecting. Let's say Nadia. Impersonate to Nadia. This is the user who is working on that application. As soon as she got the issue, she now is reporting from the self-service portal. Click on self-service here. Under service catalog, we have many options. Click on this one. Can we help you? And here you see we have the option to create an incident. So she will create an incident from here. So now on the screen, you see very minimum fields because we don't want user to waste time on searching the fields. Okay, to get confused in the form, which is very long. That's why very simple form is given so that they will report the issue as soon as possible they face the issue, because every minute, every second, there is a loss to business. Okay. Quick reporting will have a quick resolution. So that's why we have very minimum field here. So now the user select urgency, urgency is high, and here she will just write down a simple description. And this description is this one, unable to open sales CRM application. In this description, you can add more details since from where the issue is happening, what exactly you are seeing on the screen, and if there is any. If you want, you can add certain kind of attachment as well, like screenshot of your screen or something like that. So once this is done, she will now click on create or submit button. So now this incident is created here with this caller. This is the very basic minimum fields you can see on the screen. This is number, open, urgency, she has selected number one, okay, and the state is new here. We are going to see how the state changes here, okay, till the closure, till the resolution. You can see the activity is already logged. So whoever work on this particular incident, they have to provide comment, they have to provide work notes, and all these are being logged here, and anyone can see this so that people are aware what is happening to this incident. So with this, Nadia has reported the issue. Ideally, this particular ticket should be now in the queue of service text. But as this is demo, this rule is not configured. So now from my side, I will do it. Okay, add it to the service text. So now let's move to my account here and the impersonation. Whatever I'm doing here right now, it should be automated, but no problem because this is demo. Just think it like that. Let's change the view to default view. Now let me add the group here. This is service desk. Save it. Right now, it's still the state is new because this ticket is not yet assigned to anyone, right? So now what we will do, we will assign it to one of the user which is available in the service text. Let's say Beth is the one who is going to look at it. So now what happens here, service text team continuously looking into their queue, whether there is a new incident or not. So in the same way, these three agents will continuously look. Okay. Now let me go to Beth here and see how Beth get the work here. Impersonate to Beth. So now from here, let's go to my group work. So under my group work, you can see these are the SLAs here. These are the incidents. So this incident is INC 10027. So this is the one, right, which is waiting in this particular group's queue. So now let me open it. Let me means now Beth has opened it and assigned it to her. Now save it. Now you see, as soon as we saved it, state is changed to in progress. It means Beth is now started working on it. Now she will have a close look to this one. She will see that with respect to this application, there are n number of incidents which are open from other users as well. So she contacted the user, maybe Nadia, and get more information. And based on the information, she is now going to increase the priority of this one. She is now increasing the impact because impact is also high. As soon as impact is increased, you see the priority is now critical. Okay. So along with that, she also associate this particular incident with the configuration item because identifying a CI is very important so that we will have a impact analysis later. So now here for this particular application, we have this CI. So the same CI is attached here. Now Beth, update all these things in the work notes here because she has contacted the user and made some changes in the incident form. So now look at the comments here. She is informing everyone that she has analyzed the impact, contacted the user, and based on the feedback, she is now raising the priority because multiple incidents are there, right? And she has also added the configuration item here, and final or further investigation is now going on. So now she update this because keeping update is very important here. So from her side as well, she has done some primary investigation. So she is now routing the ticket to the network team because it seems some kind of network issue there. She is also not able to ping the application. So that's why she is now routing this to network team. So here she will update network support team. So now look at the work notes, not able to ping the application, hence referring it to network team for further investigation. Okay, so this is done. Now just she update it. Click on update. So now you see the incident is not in the queue of this person. It might be in the queue of this application support. So now let me reload it first and see who all users are there in network support. So here we have two users, Alan and Alyssa. So now let's go to Alan here. Let's impersonate to Alan and see whether he has any work there or not. So this is Alan. Select impersonate. Now the ticket is in the queue of network team. Nobody has assigned to it yet. Again go to my group work. So you see this is the ticket waiting here in this queue. Let me open it. I mean Alan is opening it now. So now Alan assigned it to himself. Save it. So Alan is now working on this ticket. He is also a network engineer. It means he is a technician. He will see all the basic network things here. Okay, and try to find the root cause. You see everything is modified here, updated here in the activities. So now Alan begins the basic network checks here. From his side, he verified that the user has stable internet connection. He checked that the VPN is connecting properly with the user. He tests whether the sales application is reachable or not. He then tests whether the sales application URL is reachable from network and look at the firewall and proxy rules as well. So while investigation, Alan noticed something important in the network configuration. And he noticed that the request going to the sales CRM applications are been blocked by a specific firewall rule on the site or subnet. So this is the problem which is causing this particular inactivity. That's why the traffic is not even reaching the application. Okay. So the same thing Alan update in the work notes. So now this is the issue he found. He updated in the work notes and he's working to resolve it. One more thing he will do here. You see, there are a category and subcategory field. Okay. So based on that, he will update it because he now is perfectly sure that the category is network issue is there, and subcategory can be DNS here. Okay. So based on that, he has the authority to update the incident form with the correct information. So he did it and now he is going to update or save it. So as soon as he provided the update here, he is now on to the job, working tirelessly on that. And within 30 minutes, he is now able to update the network rules. And now he is going to ask the caller whether the caller is able to log in the application or not. So now he will write here @Nadia. So now he is asking Nadia to provide update and he will keep the ticket on hold. On hold reason, awaiting caller, right? So the same comment he will write here in the work note and same here so that the customer also see it. Because you know Nadia is not an ITL user, or maybe if she is not able to see all these things. She has very limited view. Okay, so now the ticket is on hold and awaiting caller response. So now let's move to the Nadia. Let's impersonate again. Impersonate to Nadia. Click on incident because she is a caller. She must see the incident here. Yes, this is the incident 27. Now she is saying that now she has this update here. Nadia, please check and let us know. Nadia is also receiving various notifications as soon as somebody update the ticket. So from emails also she is being notified. She has to see whether the application is working or not. So now she has confirmed that the application is working. I tested it. So now she is providing the same comment here. I tested it and it is working properly as expected. Okay. And she is now update the ticket. So now even Nadia can resolve the ticket because she is now satisfied. She has the option to resolve here. So Nadia, after seeing it, she just clicked on resolve when the ticket is resolved. And you can see the state is now resolved here. So now you see, this is the complete life cycle of this incident. You can see each and every activity here. What happened, who has updated, who has assigned the ticket and everything. Okay. Now let me go to my account here and reload this incident. End impersonation, reload. This is how the incident looks like. Look at this. Look at these, all the SLAs which are running based on the priority, based on things, okay? So in one video, I will show you complete detail about all the incident SLAs so that you understand it properly. As we have resolved everything on time, there is no red here, right? You can see this is the affected CI, the same CRM application. At the bottom, you can see here, child incidents. So you can add child incidents here. As you know that there are multiple incidents with respect to this issue, right? So you can make this one as parent and you can add certain childs here, all those incidents. Right now I'm adding randomly, but suppose these all are the incidents which are having the same issue. Click on save. So now we know that this incident is related to the same incidents as well, and both all these are having same issues. Okay. So after the incident is in resolved state, it means things are in place now. Application is working properly now, but we have to make sure it will work for next 5 to 10 days as well, right? We have to monitor it. That's why we are not closing it now. And in many systems, many organizations, incident will auto close after 5 or 7 days. If we see no update from anyone, no issue reoccurring, okay? In case the issue reoccurs, you can click on reopen button. Mostly caller click on reopen button if the issue occur again, or if some other user report the issue, service tech see that this issue is already being reported in some another instance, they can also open this by clicking reopen. Okay. Along with that, you can see here related records. Right now, this is a simple incident, but if this incident keeps on coming again and again, we will create a problem record, and in that one, we will do complete investigation, find the root cause. Okay, so in that case, we have to create a problem and associate that problem to this incident. In the same way, whatever the fix that problem propose, that will be done by using a change request. So the same change request comes here. So don't worry, for each of these things, we have a separate video where I will explain every concept of these things. Okay, and resolution information you already know what I have told you. You can create a knowledge article with this as well by clicking this, in case you want to show it on the knowledge and people get aware of it. Okay, so you can do it like this. The stalled fields here are self-explanatory. This is channel because we have logged the incident using self-service. That's why it is self-service. If you call, then it is a phone. If user do an email, then it is an email. If user do it by chat, like Teams chat or Zoom chats, whatever, it will be a chat. So based on how the incident is created, we select the channel here. Okay, so now let's see, it's been 7 days and there is no issue occurs here. So now let me close the incident. So the incident is permanently closed now. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is all about incident management. I hope this is pretty much clear to you. I tried my best to explain in a best practical manner. Even though if you have any issue, let me know in the comment section. I will come up with one more video on problem management soon. Thank you so much. Bye bye. In our last video, we have seen incident end to end with real-time example. So in the same row, keeping the same example from incident, we now discuss all about problem management. So now let us quickly understand what is problem management. So problem management is all about finding and fixing the root cause behind incidents, so they stop happening again and again. So incident management is there to restore the service quickly, whereas problem management looks deeper and asks, why did this break in the first place and how do we stop it permanently? So in one line, we can say that incidents are the symptoms, whereas the problems are the disease. And incident management treats the system, whereas problem management cure the disease. Okay, so this is all about this particular difference. I hope you got it. Now let's move quickly to the key objective of problem management. So there are few. Number one, prevent incidents from happening by removing the underlying errors in the environment. Number two, when incidents do happen, reduce their impact by having proper workarounds and known errors ready. Okay. Number three, perform a solid root cause analysis on the major or the recurring issues instead of just firefighting every time. Yes, very important. Number four, document what we have learned, the cause, the workaround, and the fix, so that the whole IT team can use that knowledge later. And finally, improve overall service quality and stability over time by learning from the failures instead of repeating them. Okay, so these are the core objectives of problem management. Let's move to the next part, that is the types of problem management. So problem management actually come in two flavors. Number one, reactive, and second is proactive. So reactive problem management starts after incidents have already happened. For example, you notice the same sales CRM issue 5 times in a week, or you had a major incident and you open a problem to investigate the root cause. Whereas proactive problem management starts before things fully break. Here we look at the trends, monitor the alerts, capacity reports, and say, this looks risky. Let's investigate and find it before the users are hit. Okay? Many mature organizations do both in parallel. Reactive for what already hurt us, whereas proactive for what could hurt us in next row. So that's why this is important. Now let us move to the next question, which is important. When should we actually raise a problem record? You should know when or when not we raise, right? So we raise a problem record after a major incident to make sure we understand what went wrong and prevent a repeat. Okay, so this is the first case. Second is we raise a problem when we see reoccurring or a pattern based incidents on the same service CI or error code. Third, we raise a problem when the root cause is unknown, the risk is high, and just closing the incident would be dangerous because it might come back with more force, more damage. Fourth, we also raise problem proactively when the monitoring or the report shows repeated errors, capacity issue, or weak points in the environment. These are the few very specific cases where the problem must be raised. Now, we normally do not raise problem for one-off low impact incidents that is fully under control, understood, and fixed inside the incident itself, or when the existing problem already covering it. Okay, so before creating a problem, we have to do all this assessment whether the issue is already covered in another problem. Now, finally, a quick high level life cycle for problem management. Step one is detection and logging. Someone notice a trend or major incident and create a problem record. Step two is assessment. Here, the problem manager validate it, set the impact and priority, and assign it to the right resolver group. Step three, root cause analysis. Here, the technical team investigate, find the cause, define a workaround, and recommend a permanent fix there. Okay. Step number four is resolution. The permanent fix is implemented, usually via change management, and we verify that the issue is truly resolved. We means the problem manager or the problem coordinator. Okay. And finally, the step number five, which is closure and learning. The problem manager document the root cause analysis, that is RCA, workaround, and the fix, as well as link and update this to the known errors and the knowledge articles, and finally close the problem. So these are the few basic things which I want to discuss. So now quickly, let me switch to our PDI and start the demo. You see here, this is the problem application. So before that, I will show you the incidents for which we are going to create a problem. If you remember in the last video of incident management, we have this application or this service that was down, and on continuous basis, we saw 3 incidents back to back. Okay, so this sales CRM service was down. At the bottom, you can see this service is depends on this business application, and for this business application only we have these three incidents are associated. See the configuration item. Right now I have used this business application as CI here. Okay, but you can use or you can go deeper, click on this application. And then you see here this application is further depends on a server. If something happens to the server, it means the application, this is the application, this application do not respond because it's a software, right? And because this application is not working, not responding, hence we can see the impact on this service, which is sales CRM service. So the same happened during that incident management. Okay. So now the service is up, issues are resolved. We have provided a temporary workaround. So now the person from help desk or service desk is going to see all these incidents and see that we have not provided the workaround yet, the permanent workaround or the permanent fix. So these are the best candidate for problem management to find the root cause and finally provide the permanent fix. Okay, so now let me open one of the incident and let's say this was the major incident that time and it is assigned to Beth. Okay, so now let me impersonate with Beth here. This is Beth. Impersonate. Reload the incident. Right click on it and click on create problems. So now this problem is created by Beth. So as soon as the problem is created, the problem managers are now notified. Now it is the responsibility of problem manager to facilitate this problem and get it closed, to coordinate with the teams who are responsible in creating a fix, analyzing the problem and all and all. Okay, so now let me impersonate to one of the problem manager. We are going away from Beth. Impersonate. This is the problem manager. Impersonate. Come here, reload. So see here, as soon as I impersonated to the problem manager and reloaded this problem, we see the assess button here because as I discussed earlier, we now have to do assessment here. And in this, we will see whether this is a real candidate for problem. If there is anything we can adjust in the problem record like impact urgency. Okay. And finally, provide confirmation whether this is a good candidate or not. So now first of all, let me click it to myself, that is problem manager, and then click on assess. And I'm stating here that the problem is now in assess state. Assessment is going on. And you see, we have the button for confirm or cancel. Okay, so we can confirm it. I mean, the problem manager can confirm or they can cancel it or they can mark it duplicate if they find that this problem is already a part of certain other problem. Okay, so now after the investigation, the problem management think that this is a good candidate for problem management. We just need to decrease the priority here to P2 because everything is under control. So it's okay to decrease the priority to one level. This is the assessment here of the problem manager. So as soon as I changed it, you see we have to provide the work notes. So the work note is problem confirmed and assessment is complete here. So now click on confirm. So now this particular problem is under root cause analysis. And who is going to do the root cause analysis? It is the resolver group of this particular service or configuration item. So let me see where is the service. So this is the service here. And for this service, we have this support group. So now this problem manager is going to assign this particular problem ticket to the resolver group because this group is having all the technical capabilities to see the issues through this problem. Okay, and finally make the changes. So now click on assignment group, select the group, and even you can assign it to some person, let's say Alexandra from the group. Okay, update it. So the ball is now in the court of sales CRM application support team. Here the problem manager is not going away. They are continuously checking interacting with the people who have the tickets assigned, okay, so that they work on it on timely basis and provide the complete analysis. There are various ways to do the root cause analysis, and based on that, it will find out the root cause. So after some time, after few days, Alexander is now ready to provide the information of the root cause. He has the root cause here. So now you see we have the analysis information tab here. So here we have to provide the workaround as well as we have to provide the root cause here. Okay. So this is the workaround which is inherited from the incident, right? And you can say this is a kind of temporary workaround which we did that time. Okay. So now let me remove it. So now look at the screen. Alexander has provided the workaround, both temporary and the permanent here. In summary, okay, as well as he provided the root cause. What causes that problem? So after all the analysis, this is the information he provided. Finally, next you see this is the resolution information. So here we see the fix notes. So basically it is the permanent fix which we are going to apply, okay, via change management into the system. So this is the permanent fix which is proposed by Alexander. Okay, so we have these things ready. So now Alexander will come here and click on fix. So now you see the ticket is in fix in progress because Alexander has provided all the information, and now Alexander from this ticket only is going to create a change request, as this is a peacetime because the issue is already resolved. We will go ahead and right click on this and click on create a standard change or a normal change. Okay, so now we create a normal change here because the issue is already resolved and we are not in hurry. When we create an emergency change, remember when this incident happened, okay, so in order to provide the temporary fix, we must have created a emergency change and applied that fix directly, okay, using the emergency change into the system, and that affected in a positive way and the services were up as soon as possible. So that was emergency change, but now from problem we generally go with a normal change and follow the complete life cycle of the change management. So now click on normal change here. So now you see this change is created. We have to go through from every state here one by one and complete this change. So this complete workflow I'm not going to show in this video because next video is already on the change management where we will see all the steps with example with detailed summary. Okay. So once this particular change is closed, then we come to here. Okay, then it is a time to move ahead from the problem because the change, the permanent fix which was suggested after complete analysis is now implemented. It is tested and waiting period is also over. No new issue is now occurred. Okay, so now we are fine. So in this case, the problem manager will come and close, or you can say resolve this problem, because all the steps are now completed. The fix is in the systems now. Here you see one more button, accept risk. So by clicking this button, you are basically accepting that you know the risk behind the problem or the fix which you are going to apply here. Okay, and you understand the consequences and you are accepting it. Okay, so now you can click on this as well. Being Alexander, you have to provide the risk accepted reason. The risk is under control and the impact is covered. We have the backup plan in case of any issue. Okay, so now provide that here. Click on OK. So we know that the fix is already implemented via change. Okay, so it bypassed the resolve here and directly closed. If we have not clicked on that button of accept risk, we have to go or impersonate to the problem manager. The problem manager once again confirm everything and then he can resolve this problem. But as soon as we click on that button of accept risk, it is directly closed. So this is also one of the way to address the problem. One thing I forgot, I have to impersonate to this person, Alexander, while updating the notes here, the workaround and everything, because he is the one who has updated all this workaround and cause note. But it is also fine because it is the responsibility of problem manager to get in touch with the resolver group and update all these things in the problem management so that everything is documented properly and it is going to be used in future references in case the issue reassign or reoccur, or to educate the other agents as well. In case the problem reoccurs, you have the option to reanalyze. You can click on it, okay, and maybe it is having a different workflow here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it for problem management. I hope you understand the complete flow here. In next video, we are going to deep dive into the change management. Hello everyone, welcome to this module on change management in ServiceNow. Before we jump into the platform, let us first understand very basics about change management. Like what is change management actually, why it exists, and what problems it is solving for us. So imagine a large organization where 10 different teams are all making changes in the production system on their own, whenever they feel it, whenever they like it, without telling anyone. One team upgrades the database, another team changes the firewall rules, and the third team deploys a new code. All of this on the same day without any coordination. So what happens after that? You all know that system breaks, services go down, users calls help desk. Nobody knows what caused the issue because three things changed at the same time. So this is exactly the problem change management is solving here. Change management is a practice that makes sure every change which is going into the production environment is assessed, approved, scheduled, and then implemented in a controlled way. So with this, now let us define what change actually is. So a change is any addition, modification, or removal of anything that could have an effect on IT service. That could be adding a new server, modifying a configuration file, removing an old application, upgrading a software, or changing a network tool. Basically, if it touches something that is running in production and affect the service, it is a change and it needs to go through this process. So now let us discuss the purpose of change management. So change management makes sure before any change happen, we have the following thing done. Number one, assess the risk, that is what could go wrong. Number two, assess the impact, that is who and what will be affected. Third is got the right approval, that is the right people have reviewed it and said yes to it. Fourth is scheduled it properly, that is it happens at the right time, not during the blackout or a conflict or during the production hours. Fifth is documented everything, that is we know what was done, when was done, and by whom it was done. Everything is documented properly. Finally, the sixth point is reviewed the outcome. So after the change is done, did it go well? Also, what are the lessons learned from this particular change? So now this is all about the purpose of change management. Now let us talk about the three type of changes you will work within the service now. The first one is standard change. So a standard change is a low risk, repeatable and pre-approved change. What that mean is somebody already sat down, assessed this type of change, proved that it is a safe one and got it pre-approved as a template. So every time someone needs to do that same activity, they do not need to go through full risk assessment and approvals again. You can think of it like a checklist. Okay. The work is already proven. Just we are following the step. So here we have n number of examples like adding a new user to the existing group using a approved script. Okay. Rebooting a server during a scheduled maintenance window, or maybe applying a standard patch that has already been tested and approved. So finally, we can say that standard changes are designed for speed with built-in safety. Now let's talk about second type, that is normal change. So a normal change is your most common type of change. Okay. Every normal change is assessed and approved individually because the risk and impact can vary from one request to another. Some normal changes, yes, can be low risk, whereas some can be high risk. In some cases, a normal change needs just a manager approval, but in some cases, it needs to go through a CAB, that is Change Advisory Board, a group of people who review the high risk changes together, and based on their mutual discussion, mutual understanding, they say whether this change is approved for implementation or not. So basically, they are looking what this change is doing, how this change is doing, and what all things it is touching. And while doing all these things, they are seeing whether it is impacting or breaking anything else or not. If yes, then obviously the change will be cancelled or it will be modified so that the impact will be very low. So for normal change as well, we have various examples like upgrading a database to a new version or changing firewall rules that affect multiple services or deploying a new application to production. So this is a type of change. We will do a full end-to-end demo in ServiceNow in front of you just after the discussion, what we are doing right now. Okay, so let's move to the third type, and that is emergency change. So an emergency change is exactly what it sounds like. It is raised when something urgent needs to happen right now to fix or to prevent a major service disruption. The normal process, the normal change process is too slow for an emergency. So that's why in emergency change, approvals are accelerated. Maybe possible that sometimes done by a small emergency group, and the full review and implementation happen after the change is implemented. So here also we have a number of examples, such as applying a hotfix during a live production outage. Second example, emergency security patch for a vulnerability being actively exploited. Third is restoring a critical configuration that is caused by a major incident. So you can say that emergency changes move fast, but they never skip documentation. Here also the review always happen, but just after the fact. Okay. So this is all about these three type of changes we have. So now let us have a small discussion on life cycle of a change. This is the journey every normal change goes through from start to finish. Number one is new. That means the change has just been created. Basic information is filled into that change. Okay. Second is assess. So here the change is being refined. Risk, impact, implementation plan, test plan, and the backup plan all are being completed here. Then we have the authorize. So here the change is waiting for approval. It can be your manager, it can be process owner, depends on the process, depend on the workflow. So approver review it and either say yes or no. Then we have schedule. So here now the change is approved and has a confirmed date and time window for implementation. Then we have implement. In this, the actual technical work is happening. Teams are executing the change now. Then we have review. It means the change is completed successfully. We are now reviewing the outcome. Did it go well or any issues are there? If there is any lesson learned, we will go through that as well. Then finally, we have closed. That is, everything is completed successfully, documented, and the record is closed now. That is the change record in the ServiceNow closed now. So this is the complete life cycle. This life cycle give everyone visibility into exactly where a change is at the particular point of time. So now, before we move on, let us connect change management with what you already know till now, that is incident and problem management. You can think incident management as reactive. Here something breaks and we restore it as soon as possible. Then problem management is investigative. We dig deep to find the root cause of why it keeps on happening, it keeps on breaking. Finally, we have change management, which is the action. Once problem management find the root cause and define the fix, change management is how that fix actually get implemented in the production environment safely. So all these three practices work together. Incident react, problem think, and change act. And in ServiceNow, you know that you can link all records together. So you can trace the full story from original incident all the way to the change that fix it permanent. So now we understand what is a change management. Let us talk through what all people are involved in it. This is very important. This is something that is often skipped in our courses, but it is really important because when you are working with the change records in ServiceNow, you need to know who is supposed to do what and when. So now let me introduce you to the 6 core roles in change management. So the very first one is change initiator or requester. This is the person who identifies that a change is needed and create the initial change record. They fill the basic information, what need to change, why it need to be changed, and what services or system is involved there. So a change initiator or requester could be anyone in the organization, a developer, a support engineer, a business analyst, anyone who spot the need. Okay. Second is change owner or change coordinator. So once the change is created, someone need to take ownership of it and derive it all the way to the closure. And that is the change owner. A change owner is responsible for completing all the details, the risk assessment, the impact assessment, the implementation plan, the test plan, and the backup plan. They also create the change task, coordinate with the technical teams, make sure the record moves through each stage without getting stuck. Okay. So you can think of change owner as the project manager for a specific change. Okay. Now let's move to change manager. So a change manager is the person who owns the entire change management process, not just one change, but the whole practice. Their main job is governance. They make sure every change meets the quality standard before it gets approved. Okay. They check the scheduling conflicts. They check the backout windows. They make sure that the right approvals are in place. And it is the change manager only that also chair the CAB meetings and handle escalations when something is wrong. In ServiceNow, it is the change manager that works heavily with the change models, approval policies, CAB workbench, and management reporting. Okay, so we will discuss all these things going forward. Then we have approvers and CAB members. We already discussed that every normal change needs approvals before it can be implemented. Approvers could be a line manager, it could be a service owner, a technical architect, or a member of a CAB team, that is change advisory board. So their job is to review the change and finally make a decision. They do either approve it, reject it, or ask for more information before they could decide anything. Then we have at number 5, implementers or the task assignees. So these are the technical people who actually do the work. They do not work directly on the main change record, okay? But they work on the change tasks. Each task has a specific instruction for what need to be done, and they are doing it. So for example, a database engineer might get a task to upgrade the database. A network engineer might get a task to update the firewall rules. A developer might get a task to deploy the code. We can say that each person update their own task, add the work notes, and finally close that particular task assigned to them. Then at number 6, we have reviewers. After the change is implemented, someone needs to look at what happened and confirm the outcome. That is where the reviewers come into picture. Usually this is the change owner or the change manager together. Okay. They are going to review whether the change went well, whether there were any issues, or whether any follow-up action is needed or not. For high risk or failed changes, this become a formal post for implementation review. Okay, so these are the 6 basic roles which needed in a change management. So with this, now let me give you a tour of this ServiceNow change management application. At the left hand side, you see this is a complete change application in front of you. Click on it, then you have the option to create a new change or see the open changes, the closed changes, and all the changes. Let me open. All this redirect you to this particular change request table. So the table of change management here is change request. You see, these are the basic fields, like this is the requested for, who has requested this particular change. This is the automatic change number. This is the category, and you see various self-explanatory field. At the bottom, you see various sections. That is the planning section. Here you have to provide all these basic details, justification of the change, implementation plan, what you have. If there is any risk or impact, you have to write all about it. Then what is the backout plan? So all of that you have to write here. Then what is the test plan? Then we have the schedule tab where you provide the start date, end date, if there is any cab needed for this one, if there is any cab date, right? When the people will meet, you have to write the date here. And if there are any cab recommendations, so when the cab happen, what is the recommendation? It will be filled up here. Then we have the actual start date and actual end date. It may happen that a planned start date could be different from actual start date. The change is now happening in some other window. Okay, so we have to write everything here. Then we have conflict here. If there is any conflict, it will come here. Then we have the notes, basically the activity of work notes and everything. Then finally, we have the closure information where you have to provide final closure comments. At the bottom, you see various associated related list with respect to this change. What is the affected CIs? What are the impacted CIs? So affected CI is what? For which the change is happening. And impacted CIs are the CIs which are being impacted because of this particular change. Okay. So you have to find out and add it here. Then list of all the approvers, whatever happened based on the workflow. Then if there is any change task, so going forward, it will have various tasks here. Right now it is in new state. When it comes here in implement, we will have basic 2 tasks here to implement and test. Okay, we will go through each and every one. Then we have associated problem to this change. Then we have incident fixed by the change. That is the list of the incidents which were coming previously, but now get fixed because of this change. And then we have incident caused by the change. That is, if while doing the implementation, if there is any change, it means the change is not successful. It is breaking something, and that particular incident is now coming here. Then we have all the SLAs, and if there is outage, something, you can add it here. So this is a complete overview of this particular change record. Next, we have the section of the standard change here. It has 4 items here. At first, we have standard change catalog. Let me click on it. So basically, this is a library of pre-approved, ready-to-use change templates. When someone want to raise a standard change, they come here, they pick a template and create the change from it. Just need to select the category here. And then you can see replace printer toner. Obviously, this is a regular task, right? So you can click on it and you see automatically change is created. So you see here from the template, a change is created automatically and in standard type. Okay. So this is all about standard change catalog. Then we have my proposals. Click on it. So this is a place where you go if you want to propose a new standard change template. Okay. So basically, if you have a routine, low risk activity that you do on regular basis repeatedly, you can propose it here to be added in the catalog. So now you see there is already a one here, and that is the same. Replace the printer toner. So you can click on it. You can create your own proposal. It will reach out to the change manager. Okay. Change manager will look into it, see whether it is needed or not. And once it is needed, you will get approval and the same will appear in the standard change catalog. Then we have the open proposal. Obviously, open proposal means it is work in progress. Okay. And then you see all the templates are available. So these all are the templates right now. So this is all about standard change here. Then we have the change advisory board action here. So we already discussed what is a change advisory board and what is their work, right? So here you see, first of all, CAB workbench. Click on it. So this is the main working area for a change manager when planning a CAB meeting. It shows all the upcoming changes that need to be reviewed, and change manager can build the CAB agenda from here. Next, we have the CAB definition. Click on it. So basically, this is a place where you define what CAB actually is, who is a part of it, and what type of changes it covers. Okay, how often they meet. So let me open this one. It's already there, network CAB. So basically, it is a definition of the CAB meeting. Who is the owner of that CAB meeting? Who all are the participants there? Okay, whatever they discuss, what is the agenda, everything is mentioned predefined so that people will not get confused. Just look at the change and assign this particular cab there. Okay, so based on that, things get automated. So here you see cab meetings. So let me open this one. So this is that particular cab meeting which happened on a particular date with respect to that particular change. Okay, so here you see everything, conference detail, agenda here, and finally you can see the meeting notes as well. So it is the responsibility of the cab members or the change manager to update the meeting notes with respect to every cab so that everyone is aware what happened in the cab meeting, what they discussed, what they denied, what they approved. Okay, as simple as that. Then we have my cab definition. So if you want to create your own, okay, all cab meetings, so the same I told you already, my cab meeting same. Okay, so this is done. Then we have the schedule here. So basically it's a kind of calendar view that shows when all the changes are planned. It particularly helps the change manager to spot the conflict, overlap, and the busy periods. Then we have the blackout schedules. So these are the periods when absolute no changes are allowed. So there are various periods, like for example, during the month end financial processing or during the major company event, or you can see on certain festivals or during Christmas, basically in USA, we have these blackout periods where changes are not allowed. Then we have the change policy. So click on this change approval policies. So basically these are nothing but these are the rules that define who must approve a change and under what condition. Okay, so let me one of it. Let's say normal change policy. So under normal change policy, you see these are the approvals here. Okay, cab approval, low risk manager approval, and technical approvals. And you see here the execution path. Run all the decision that matches. So whenever this condition match, this particular approval will be applied to that particular change. Okay. So like this, we can create for other type of changes as well. So basically, you can say here, this is the section where admin and change managers are configuring the governance. That is basically who approves what, when, and why. Okay. So this is about change policies. Then we have the models. So this section is one of the important section for an admin or from the architect perspective. Okay. So now, first of all, what is a change model? So a change model defines the full life cycle behavior for a particular type of change. It controls which states are used, which approvals are triggers, and which tasks are created automatically, and how the whole workflow works. Okay. Instead of hard coding everything in the workflow, you can define a model and the system uses it to drive the change. So it is a new way to implement the workflow basically. Click on it. You see these all are the change models which are available. So now let's click on normal. So you can define the simple things here, like how a normal change is visible there on the form, on the platform, what all security it is having, what all type of states it is having here. Okay. So you see here, this is a normal default change model available at a create new. It means you will be able to see option to create a normal change when you click on create new. Okay. Here, if I click on create new, go to models, you see I have normal and emergency here, because if I come here again, this is available at create new. Let me go back. So you see available for create new is available only for two, that is normal and emergency, and exactly the same is available here. When we clicked on create new, we see under model we have only emergency and normal. So you see, using models, how we are controlling the behavior of change application. So this is all about model. You need not to now hard code everything, code everything. You just need to create a model, and that model will work for you with respect to the visibility, with respect to the performance, with respect to the governance. Okay. So this is all about models. You can see various change templates. You know what is a change template. You can create your own change template. All these things are self-explanatory. Okay, so this is model. Then finally, we have administration part. So here you see various properties basically with respect to change. Okay. So you can click on every one of it and see what it is all about. What properties we have for risk, what properties we have for change. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done with the theory and navigation of change management. In our last video, we have discussed all about change management, its theory, as well as the navigation. So now, today we are going to do end-to-end implementation of change management. If you remember from the lecture of problem management, we had created this problem. It is closed now. And from this problem, when it was in fix in progress, we have created a change. And I told you that we are going to discuss that change in the change management video. So today we are going to do that. Okay. But remember, in reality, the change was created in this stage. It will be closed in this stage, and then the problem is resolved or closed. Okay. So just to show you, I have completed all the steps, all the stages of this problem, but this is how it works in reality. So let's go to this change here. So before going to change, just one more thing. If you scroll to the bottom, you see certain related links here. Communicate workaround, communicate fix, and create knowledge article. So if you feel that you want to create a knowledge article here, kind of known error article, so that the user will be aware of it, that this is a known issue and what are the temporary workaround for that. Everything you can mention in that article. Along with that, if you want to communicate all these things to various stakeholders and all, so you can do that by these two links. Okay. So now let me close it. So this is our change request. So it is already created and it is in new state. It was created by, so it was created by a problem manager that time, but now it is assigned to someone who has requested the change. So this person is a kind of change initiator, or you can say change owner. Okay. So the responsibility of change owner here is to create a change. It is created. Okay. Now change owner has to look all the fields and see if there is any need for updation or not. Along with that, most important thing is change manager has to fill up all these things. Okay. And then we go for request approval and move the change to assessment. Okay. So now let me impersonate to this user. I am showing you step by step so that that person is working on it. Okay. So this is actually happening in real world. You can think like this. So this is Alicia. Reload the change. So now this is Alicia, the change manager. So now she will look at all the things here, all the description and short description, and she has to fill up the planning tab. So all these things we have to take very seriously, okay, because we have to provide justification. So first of all, we have justification. So basically this field answer the question like, why are we doing this change? Okay, so we have the complete text here. Let me add it. So this is the proper detail about this particular justification. You can read out by pausing the screen. Then we have the implementation plan. So this is a kind of step-by-step plan to exactly how the change will be implemented. Okay. So change manager, after discussion with the team, has to make this plan well in advance so that everyone is aware of it. All the approvers will look into it and then take the decisions. Then we have the important thing, which is risk and impact analysis. So basically here, what are the risks when this change go into production and how it is impacting us? So all these things we have to analyze and write it down here so that other people like change manager and all look into it and make the changes accordingly. Then we have the backup plan. So this is also one of the important thing. Okay. So if something goes wrong during the implementation, how do we reverse it? That's why every change must have a backup plan. And this is a kind of maturity level of your change management. If you're not adding all these things, it means your change management is very immature at the moment. So these are the backup plan which we have prepared for this change. And finally, the test plan. Okay. Once the change is implemented, how we are confirming that whatever we did is now working fine. Okay. So all these things we have to mention here. That's it. Okay. So now after the planning, Alicia thinks it is now okay to move forward. Okay. So now she will first of all save it. and then click on request approval to initiate this change basically. So here you see, this is the message which we are getting here, and it is from change model. So it's a kind of workflow which is giving us this issue. So it is saying that if the change is in normal, we cannot move it to assessment until unless it is having an assignment group. So assignment group must not be empty. Very good. Okay. So here you see how it is working, how it is behaving. Because right now I am logged in from Alicia here, change manager. So now we have to assign assignment group. So now mostly the assessment will be done by change managers. Okay. Change management is the assignment group and assign it to change manager. So this is the change manager. Now click on request approval. Now it is comfortably going ahead. And at the bottom, you can see it is pending approval to the change manager. Okay. So now we will again move back to change manager. Right click on it because it is a change manager. Click on approve. The change will approve automatically here because we are now change manager logged in. Now you see it is approved and now it is in authorization stage. So I beg your pardon here because I made a mistake. Because when the change was in assessment state, we must assess, we must do the assessment, right? So what is the assessment? Change manager look into all the details of this change. And finally, once he or she is satisfied, then only it can move to the next approval stage, that is authorization. So no problem. Just do one thing here. Let's review all this thing. Okay, so we are fine with all these plans here. So in the schedule tab, if the change manager thinks that it needs a CAB meeting, we have to click on here and select the date and time of CAB meeting. Okay, because the change is already in moderate state. The risk is moderate, right? So that's why we are not going for a CAB meeting here. But even then, this particular tab is only requested for CAB meeting. But again, you see at the bottom, we are already in authorization state, but the approval is going to the CAB approval team because CAB approval is must in the normal change. All the things here in this tab is only for CAB meeting. Okay. If we do not need a CAB meeting, then it's fine. Do not click on it. Otherwise, click on it and make a CAB meeting, but approval is always there. Okay. So now think after change manager was satisfied, we are on authorization state. You can say this is a kind of approval too. Okay. And now here, all the stakeholders will get notified. They will go through the change one more time with respect to their process, with respect to their thinking, and see whether this change is doing any damage, what is the risks, what is the implementation plan, everything they will review. And based on their comfortability, they will approve it. Okay. So now let's see, we will impersonate to one of the user. Let's say this one, Howard. Okay, impersonate to this user. Click on impersonate. So now reload it. Come to the bottom, right click on Howard and approve it. Because CAP people are now satisfied that we are okay to move this particular change. So now you see, after authorization, it moved to schedule automatically. So now it is the responsibility of change manager or the change owner. Anyone can add the schedule here. It means what is the start date and end date for your particular change. So now let me impersonate to change manager one more time. Or let's say change owner. So change owner was Alicia. You see here, why I have chosen Alicia here? Because Alicia is a owner of this particular application. Okay, or you can say this particular service. If you click here, this is owned by Alicia. That's why she is more kind of responsible for this change here. She wants that change to be implemented as soon as possible so that number of incident will reduce and the service is stable here. So that's why. So now Alicia will come here. She will look into the window. She will talk to the, kind of team and all implementation team. And based on availability, she will add the schedule. So now Alicia will add a date and time, which is kind of off business hours. late night kind of thing. Okay, so that let it be on 24th, and that will be 2 a.m. in night to 3 a.m. Copy it and paste it here and add it 15. Okay, so now this is done. We have to save it. Also, you are seeing a message here that conflict detected. Use the scheduling assistant to avoid the conflict. So why we are getting the conflict? It may be possible that there is some other change which is running on that particular time, or the company or the organization's maintenance window is not there. So that's why we are getting this error. So now what we'll do, we'll come here and go to conflict tab. You see, this is the issue. This is the conflict. Open it in new window. So now let me go to the scheduling assistant here. So now you can see this is the kind of scheduling assistant. The time which we have selected on 24th was not available. No time was there, but we have these three windows. So these three windows are coming from the maintenance window of the company. These are the global things. In order to make the change management more stable, more qualified, we are having this particular functions so that not everyone do the change in one possible window. It may have large number of conflicts. It may have large number of outages. Okay, if anything goes wrong, that's why to manage it properly, we have these windows available. So now we can click on this window and select the time. Okay, so now we can click on implement. So now you see here at the bottom, there is no conflict now. And you can see the schedule is updated to 24/3/24 within the maintenance window of the company. So now one more thing you will notice, actual start date. It is just now, because as soon as the change goes to implement, it will be the real time here, because I am doing it just to show you. That's why this is coming here. But in real time, we have to take care everything with respect to the time. When the time comes, then only I will click on implement. Okay, not before that, not after that. Everything is synchronized. But as we have clicked here and we have chosen a window, so that's why actual implementation date starts from here. Okay, so no need to worry, it will be updated automatically when you click on implement. So now at the bottom, you see we have two change tasks. One is for implementation and one is for post implementation testing. So now again, who is doing the implementation? It is not the change manager. The implementation is the responsibility of the technical group. So here for this particular service, we have the technical group here, or we have the support group, which is sales CRM application team. So now the change manager scroll to the bottom and assign this to these teams. Okay. So this is the assignment group for these two tasks. And also let me assign the assign to, because change manager know who is the assigned to. Otherwise, the team will automatically assign by themselves. So let's assign someone. Let's say this person, Amos, is the engineer who's going to do all these things or implementations. So now what we will do, we will impersonate to Amos, impersonate user. This is Amos. Click on it. Come here, reload it. Scroll to the bottom. Open the task. The first task which should be completed is implementation. So Amos, who is the engineer, go through the change and see all the implementation plan and everything. He already knows that what should be the plan, because he is the engineer who has suggested this particular fix in the problem only, right? So that's why he has to come here and implement it. So now he will come here and make it in progress, update the work notes, save it. Now, once the fix is implemented, he will update the close notes and everything here, that the code successful here. Okay, the implementation successful, and update the close note. Fix applied, and then close this particular task. Now again, once the task is closed, you can see here, this one is closed. We have to open the post implementation testing here. So now this person only has to do the testing and confirm whether the fix is working or not. So now he is satisfied and fix is working. Let's say successful. All good. Testing done, all good. Okay, so now click on close task. So now both tasks are closed now here. So now let me reload this particular change. Let's see what happened. So as the implementation is complete, the change is now on the review state. Okay. Here also you see the actual start date and end date is updated properly, automatically. So when the change goes in implementation state, the date is that one. And as soon as it moves from implementation, it is the end date here. This is the actual end date. Okay. So this is how we track actual things as well, actual time. So this is a kind of state where we stop ourselves and ask, the change has been implemented, but did everything go as planned? Was it successful? Is there anything unexpected happened that time? Okay. Is there anything we need to follow up on? So this stage is also known as post implementation review, or we can say PIR. Okay. And most of the time, many organizations skip this practice, but this is one of the most valuable stage of the entire change management process, because this is the opportunity, or this is the place where you actually learn, document and improve. So all the documentation, everything will happen from here. Okay. And we will see what all opportunities we got, what all things we have learned from this change. Okay. Which we can again translate, or we can again share to our users, so that this will not happen again in case of any issue is there. So now after the review, which is done by the change manager and the change owner and other team members, if you think everything is okay, we shared the documentation, we created the documentation, then we can click on close here. And here we have to provide the close notes. Okay, so all is good, shared the learning with team, and there is no issue from the change side. So now you can easily click on close. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the complete change is in front of you. From new to close, we have done it. In today's video, we are going to see service catalog end-to-end implementation, and I will create a simple workflow as well. That is a flow designer. Though we have not yet discussed the flow designer, but let me show you the basic steps there. So today we are going to create a very basic service catalog, that is new onboarding request. Okay. So let me open maintain item, go to service catalog, click on new, provide name here. So this is a new employee onboarding. Select the catalog. So this will be service catalog here. So find the appropriate category, click on this, select on services. Okay, rest all are same here. Fulfillment automation level, let's make it semi-automated because we are adding flow here. Provide the short description here. This is the short description. Now provide the description a bit more detailed. Okay, so this should work here. Now we go to process engine. At present, we have no workflow. We will create one. Okay, so let's remove this execution plan. We are not using it. No need to add any picture. Price, if you want, you can add it. Portal settings. Let's say we want to show it on the portal as well. So click on hide quantity, hide delivery time, hide add to cart. Let's make it very sophisticated one. Okay, so this is it. Click on submit or save. Our catalog item is ready, but we have to create variables now. So this is ready. Open it. So now let me create a few variables. Scroll to the bottom. Click on new. So now first of all, we will create one that is employee name, full name of employee. Make it mandatory. And the type is same, single line text. Order will be 100 here. It's because we want it on the top. No need for any annotation here because it's self-explanatory. Then we have the type specification. So this is fine. Okay. We don't want it to 100%, or let me try it. Let's save it now. Let's submit this and then we will see what is the impact. So now let me duplicate this. Click on try it. This is the short description, this is the description, and this is our first variable, which is mandatory. So it is looking like this in this form. If I go to the variables, okay, let me change it. Let me change the type specification here from 50 to, let's make it 100. Let's see what happened. Now reload. You see, this is the difference. It's a complete width. Okay. So this is what we call type specification. With respect to every type, we have certain ways by which we can control the display behavior kind of thing. Okay. So let's make it the same. 50%. This is best. One more thing I want to show you. Go to the question. So here, let's see what will come in this conversation label. So let's test tooltip, test 1, example, test 2. Okay. So now save it. Let's see what all we see on the screen. Now come here, reload. Okay, so we are seeing test 2 here in this box. Okay, so this is what? Example text. So it's a kind of example which you can provide so that people understand what they have to write. Okay, so you can write your name, something like this. Now, if you hover this is test 1. It means the tooltip is coming as test 1 here. So we are done with tooltip, we are done with example text. Conversation level. So it is not coming anywhere. Okay, so now it is your job. Take it as a homework to find out what happens to this conversation label, where we find it. What is the use of this? Okay, so now let me save this. Okay, so now go back to our catalog item. Scroll to the bottom. Click on new. So now we want here employee joining date. So joining date will be having a date variable type, right? So find out date here. This is date, okay? And provide the label as 200. Make it mandatory. Rest all things you know, right? Let's add annotation here. So this is the help text, which is available in more information. So now click on submit. Let's create one more variable here, which is employee department. So this is employee department. Okay. So here it should be a choice. Multiple choice. 300. Mandatory. Because it is a choice, it is asking a default value. Okay. So now let's provide a default value as IT. Okay. Submit it. Open it again because we have to add the values there, multiple choices. You see at the bottom, we have the option to click on new. Let's start with the IT because we already added it as default value. IT, IT. Submit. We have one added here. Click on new, one more. HR, HR. Submit. You see, order is coming automatically. One more, let's add one more. Finance. Order number 300, submit. So these three are fine at the moment. Just to show you. You see in the site specification, we have these values. Choice direction is down. Include none. Yes, we want to include none as well. Now click on update. Let's add a final one, that is laptop needed. Okay. New. You see here, yes, no is available. So select this one. Provide the label. Laptop required. Okay. So let's set the default value as yes. Make it mandatory. Order will be 400. Include none? No, because we already have default value. So we do not include none. Click on submit now. So that's it. We have added our 4 catalog item variables. Let me add a variable set as well. Click on it. Click on edit. I told you last time what is a variable set. So these are the variables in a container that can be used in multiple catalog items so that we need not to create same variables for many catalog items. Add this one here. Let's see what will happen. Click on save. So now if we verify at the bottom, we have one variable set, okay, this one. And here you see these 4 variables. So let me change the order of this one. Let's make it 50 because we already have 100, right, as variables. 50, then 100, 200, 300, 400. So now let me save it one more time. And now let me reload this. So now you see here, because we have added this one as 50, this variable set. Let me open this and see what all things are there. Okay, so it is having total 8 variables, you see, at the bottom. Total 8 variables are there. So we do not need this, right? Because it is not helping us. So we'll need to remove this here. But I told you, right, how to use it. You can create your own variable set as well. It's not a big deal. Create and then you can use it. Just remove it and save it. Now let me reload this. Yes, it is coming like this. The first one is employee name, then employee start date, right? This is a date. And then we have the employee department, which is coming as choice. And then we have the laptop required, which is like this. So let's change this employee department to a drop down. So this is coming like a choice and it does not look good, right? So let me again go back and change the type. Let's see what we can change here. Click on employee department. Let's see what all types we have here. We see something like select box. Let's check this one. Let's save it. At the bottom, we still have these choices, right? So now let me reload this. So yes, it looks like the one we needed, employee department, and all these options are coming. Let me make one more change. Let me remove the default value and let me add none there, okay? So that it looks more professional. So this is none. Unique values only. Now let me save it. Now let me reload it. So it looks like good now, okay? This is what we want. So in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, we have the catalog item ready. This is how you can create your own catalog item, okay? So now let me go back to this item, right click here and click on configure item. The only thing which is left is process engine, that is our flow, okay? So at the bottom, you see catalog UI policy and catalog client script. All these things we will discuss later when we go into scripting, okay? So now let us create one flow here. Let's go to flow designer. Now click on flow. Provide the name here. Click on build now. So now we have to add a trigger here. Click on trigger. Application. Yes, this is from service catalog. So select it. Because we are using current application as service catalog. So the same trigger is here. Okay. So now we have to create multiple actions. So now let us make it more simple. In this, we will create just a catalog task. Okay. And assign the task to a team, that is the onboarding team. And then we just update the requested item values and close the item and the request. So now click on add here. add action, find out create catalog task. You see, we have the create catalog task here. So most of the things are available by core. Okay. You need not to create anything here. Mostly create catalog task is here. So what is the table name here? This is catalog task. Drag the requested item. So from here at the right hand side, we have all the things available from the trigger. Okay. We have the requested item record available. So just add it here. So here basically we are dynamically adding the value of the requested item, which will create in real time with respect to this catalog item. Okay. So every time the new RI team will be created, that same will be available here. This is dynamic adding. So now we have to set the fields for this catalog task, update the fields. First of all, short description. That is, short description will be onboarding new employee and then the employee name. We are not getting employee name here because we have not added the variables. Okay. So now let me do one thing. Let me just click on done here. We will update it later. But let me add one more step. That is get the variables for this catalog item. You see get catalog variables. Select this one. And let's move it to the first number. So this is right. So first of all, we will get the variable name here. Okay. So click on this. Drag the requested item which is created and it is created here in service catalog trigger. Okay. Now select the catalog name here. New onboarding, right? New employee onboarding, this one. You see all these variables are available here. Select it here, okay? So now every time a request is created, we have the variables available for this flow designer or flow. So now if you see right hand side, this is the variables. So all the variables are coming here dynamically. So we can use the same here. Now click on catalog task. So now update the short description to onboarding new employee and add the variable here. Name of the variable, name of the employee, full name. So it will update the short description to onboard new employee. This is the name of the employee. Okay. So this is how we should work. Now update the description with full values. Please onboard the following employee. Name is already there. So let me update the name. From where we get the name, this is the value. Okay. And then start date. This is the start date here, right? So remove this. Add the start date. Next thing is we have to add the assignment group. So there should be an onboarding assignment group available. So now add the field, assign this task to the onboarding assignment group. Select the group here, group name. So there is no onboarding group here. So let me go to the groups and create one group first of all. Change the name of any of the group to onboarding group. Open it. In this we have 2 members here already. Okay. So update the description. In reality, there must be a group already, right? But here this is demo. So that's why we have this issue. So no problem. We have fixed it. So now come back to the flow here. Select the group name. It should come here. Onboarding group. Yes, it is coming. Okay. So this is it. These are the 3 things which we want to update in the task so that the onboarding group look into it and create the employee, onboard the employee. Click on done here. So here it is showing some error. Let me open it. Okay, so we forget one thing here. We have to add the requested item here from service trigger. Okay, from trigger, just drag the requested item here. That's it. Now it should not say anything. Click on done. Now let me update the requested item fields here. Click on again one more action. Click on update record. Okay. So which record we have to update? We have to update the requested item. So drag the requested item from here. Now update the fields. Click on here. Select the field. Let's say state. So state will be closed complete. Okay. That's it. Click on done. So now this is our simple flow which is created. One thing is left, which is adding the stages, because stages are very important. So here, how to add a stage? Click on these three buttons. Click on flow stages. So now we have to create new stages, or we can import the out-of-box stages for requested item. Click on requested item. Click on add stages. So these are the out-of-box stages which are available. Okay. So now click on save. So just come here, and here you can add the stage. You see this line, click on stage here. Fulfillment stage. So after fulfillment, let me add delivery here. So based on what all stages are available, we can add, okay. And then finally, add the complete here. So we have added the stages as well now. Now click on activate. So now this particular flow is ready for you to use, okay. So now let me go to the catalog item. This is catalog item, right? Scroll up, go to process engine and select the flow. New employee onboarding flow, okay. This is it. Click on save or update, anything. So now let us click on try it. Let's see how it works. Provide the name here. Ashish Dogra. Employee start date will be, let's say, from tomorrow. Department will be IT. And laptop needed. Yes. Click on order. So you see REQ is generated, request is generated. Open this request. At the bottom, you will see the requested item. Yes, this is the requested item. Open it. Now you see the stage. This is delivery. Scroll to the bottom. You see this is a catalog task which is created. Click on here. You see the description is coming good, right? Everything is populated properly. But here in short description, we have the issue. So now let me go back and check what is the issue here. Why we are seeing this. So let me open the task here. Scroll bottom. So we are adding the short description like this. It is good. But at the top, you see, system is already adding something as a short description. So we need to remove it from here and add it there directly. Okay. So now remove it. And here, remove this one and add like this. Okay. So now it should come. Short description is onboard new employee with this value. Click on activate. Let me order this one more time. Okay. Let's go back to this particular catalog item. Ashish Bansal. Everything else is same. Click on order now. Open the requested item. So this is delivery. It is good. If you see now the variables are coming good. Okay. At the bottom, you see the task. Open the task. Now we are getting the good value here. Onboard new employee and the name of the employee and other values are coming. So now this task will go in the queue of the onboarding group. Okay. So where is the assignment group? Let me add it here. So let me add the assignment group on the form so that it looks good. Click on form layout. This is assignment group. Scroll it to the top. Now save it. So this is the assignment group, onboarding group, right? So someone from assignment group will add the request in their queue and create the employee and then close the task. Click on close. You see the state is complete now. It means the onboarding is done. This request is also complete. This task is also complete. So this is the kind of onboarding thing which the people will do, but we have created our flow and we have created the catalog item. So in this way, we will create a complete catalog item variables, variable sets, and a flow in front of you. So I hope you get a basic idea about the flow, how to create it. When we go in the session of Flow Designer, I will tell you these basic things here, how to add the pills and all, okay? But for the time being, this is how we do it, catalog. So with this, we are done with the service catalog. We will move to knowledge management soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to one more module. Today, we are going to discuss about knowledge management. This is the complete application of knowledge here. So we are going to see each one of it one by one. First of all, let us discuss what is knowledge management. So you know that in our previous module, we handled sales CRM issue end to end. We raised an incident, we found the root cause through problem management, then we fixed it through change management. And we finally onboarded a new user using service catalog as well, right? But I have one question. What happens next time when the same issue arises? Does the next agent spend 45 minutes again to investigate the issue from scratch? Or does the next user has to call IT again and do all things from the very beginning? The answer is no. And this is the sort of problem which knowledge management is going to tackle. So a knowledge management or a knowledge base is a kind of, collection of various articles which are very relevant to the company. It contains information about various policies, various issues, various services that organization is providing. So now let us go to the screen and see more about it. Okay. So here in the self-service, you see a particular link of knowledge. Click on it. And this is a complete portal of knowledge. Here you can search anything with respect to your issues, your need, your explanation, everything is available here. So let's say I have an issue with the laptop. So I just added laptop issue here and clicked enter. So as a result, I got this article. So if my issue is registered in this article, I will not go and register any complaint on the IT service desk, right? I will not call them. I will not create an incident. So hence we can say that if your organization has a mature knowledge base, in that case, number of incidents will be lower as compared to a company which is having very premature knowledge base. Because most of the issues are being resolved at the knowledge level itself. User will get what they need, what they have to do to get a service, what they have to do in case of there is any issue, a common issue basically. So let's say this is the same issue I was looking for. So I click on it. I go through this article and based on whatever is written, I got my resolution. I got my answer. So ultimately a good knowledge management is saving time for me as a user as well as it is saving time for the team who is handling the issues because I am not going there. I am getting my queries resolved here itself. Okay. So this is the common use case of a knowledge. Let me go to home one more time. So now look at the structure of this knowledge page here. This is the welcome message. This is the search bar. This search bar is very important here because whatever I am writing and how it is going to be searched in this database is very important. So that's why ServiceNow is using latest technologies like AI search to provide best search result for the users. These AI search and all are equipped with keyword search as well as contextual search as well. Okay, so all this is combined to give you best knowledge experience, best user experience. So you can see here we have 8 knowledge bases and 75 articles in all these knowledge bases. At the bottom, you see these are the knowledge bases. Okay, total 4 are displayed, but you can click on show and you can see all the 8 which are available in this particular instance. At the bottom, you see various featured articles. Featured article means all important articles. What are the most useful articles? Okay, then most viewed articles. So why all these type of articles are shown to you in this knowledge base? Because it may be possible that you are also having the same issue. Even you do not need to search here. You can just scroll down and see that these are the most viewed article and you will find your issue directly here itself. Okay. So that is why system is trying to save your time here. Okay. So that's why we have all these things available, featured, most useful and most viewed. Let me do one more thing. Right now I am system administrator here, right? Let me impersonate to some other user. Let's say James Wood. Now reload this. Now you see a difference here. Layout is almost the same, but here we have only 2 knowledge bases and 4 articles available. So by this, we can conclude that knowledge is about context. Knowledge is about your role. System is trying to show you what you actually need or what your team belongs to. What is related to your work. Only those articles will be available to you. Because previously, as an admin, I see 8 knowledge bases, but now I see only 2 knowledge bases. So there is a filtering here. And that filtering is done based on your role, based on your group, based on your need, based on your usage. Okay. So now let me open one of the article. Let me click on known error. USB port is not working on my PC. So let's say this is my issue being James Wood. So now as soon as the article open, you will see various details about the article. This is the knowledge number. It is the automatic number which is assigned to every knowledge article. This is the kind of title here. Who has written this article? This is the author. When it was written, how many times it was viewed, and even you have the option to rate this article after you go through it. So that if another user will look into it and they will see that the article is having more rating, it means it is more suitable. It is more useful to the people, right? So that is why we have the concept of rating here. And then at the bottom, you see, this is the description, this is the workaround, all the technical steps, everything is available. And then finally, we have the whether it is helpful or not. So you can click on either yes or no. If it is helpful, click on yes. And then at the bottom, you have the option to post something with respect to this article. It means you can add your comments as well. So let's say I'm adding a comment. It is good and practical. Submit your rating. Sorry, submit your comment. So now at the bottom, you will see that the comment is submitted here. Somebody can like it, anyone can reply to it. Okay. Then at the top again, you will see some actions here. So being a user, you have the option to flag this article. If you see there is any discrepancies or this article is outdated or any kind of personal information is being shared, or if you find this article is not good, it is asking for any unnecessary detail. So in that case, you can flag this article. Once it is flagged, the knowledge team will look into it and take the appropriate action. Okay. Now let me go back. Let us end the impersonation. Go to home. So again, we are back on the same portal where I see 8 knowledge base and 75 articles. Because I am admin, everything is available to me. That's why I will see all these things. So now I think you have the basic understanding of how to go through a knowledge, how to search, how to rate an article, how to look into the article. All these things you have with you now. So now let me go to the application of knowledge and discuss things one by one. So this is the knowledge. The very first one is knowledge center. Click on it. So this is knowledge center. Set up, manage and monitor your knowledge bases here. You can say a knowledge center is a kind of workspace for knowledge managers. They can manage the complete knowledge base from here. The very first section is required attention. It means how many articles are there which need optimization. You can see here. There are certain approvals which are pending to this knowledge manager. You can see here. Then we have the action section here. Here you have the option to create any new article. Okay, you have the option to manage the groups as well. At the bottom, you see you have the option to do any kind of configurations. Like if you want to set up Now Assist, if you want to look into knowledge management properties, everything you can see here. Click on it and go there and update the properties. Okay. Then we have the quick view of knowledge bases. So right now we have total 8 knowledge bases and you can see all these knowledge bases here. These are the again most viewed, most useful and featured articles. Then at the bottom you see various knowledge features. like article quality index. So what is the article quality index? It's a kind of checklist. That checklist is checking all the aspects of a good knowledge article. So basically it contains a few parameters, and the system check the knowledge article based on such parameters, such as heading is there, title is there, have you connected the knowledge article with any configuration item? All these are kind of part of a checklist. And based on this checklist, ServiceNow automatically gives certain rating. Okay, that this is the AQI rating of this particular knowledge article. So now you see all these things from this particular knowledge center. So now let me start with the very first thing, which is knowledge base. Because we have seen knowledge bases in various places. Okay, so in this knowledge application, just hide all these things. Okay, let's go to first of all administration part and click on knowledge bases. Click on it. So right now you see this is a knowledge base table, and we have total 8 knowledge bases which are available. Let me open one of the knowledge base, customer service. You can see various details about this knowledge base here. At the bottom you see various knowledge articles, various categories, okay, various conditions which are available with respect to this knowledge base. So now the question arises, what is a knowledge base? So knowledge base is a kind of container that contain a complete ecosystem of knowledge for a particular audience. And to cater all the knowledge need of that particular knowledge audience, we have all the ecosystem ready here. So in this knowledge base for customer service, you see, we have the articles, we have the categories. So first of all, we create categories, we arrange the categories with respect to the, providing good knowledge experience. Based on that, we add the articles there. Then we can define who all can read this particular knowledge base, means to which people this is available to see. So you can see these all are the kind of audiences here, relationship agents, user with this particular role, and user with this particular role. Okay, you can click on edit and you can modify the audience as well. So these all are the kind of groups which are created out of the box. You can choose any one of it. If it is not suitable, then you can create your own audience here, audience group kind of thing. Okay, by clicking new here. Okay. And then we have who all can contribute to this, means who can kind of create articles for this particular knowledge base. This is customer service. So user with this role and relationship agent can contribute to this particular knowledge base. Along with that, we can add certain templates as well. These templates will help in creating knowledge articles. So like this, we can create a complete knowledge base. You can see various kind of settings here. If you want to disable comment, if you want to disable suggestion, everything you can do by this. And here you see checklist. So if you remember, I was talking about AQI checklist. So you can add the checklist as well. Okay, so this is the default checklist. At present in this system, we have only one AQI checklist. So you can select that checklist as well in this. So this checklist is now available for all the articles of this knowledge article, and based on that, we can do the, kind of rating, okay, based on the such checklist. These are the basic description field. And then you have the option to add the default value for all the articles of this particular knowledge base by this. And number of values you can add here, okay, whatever you want. And at the right hand side, you have the option to select the owner, who is the owner of this knowledge base. Okay, then you have the option to add the managers, who all people are managing this particular knowledge base. Then this is the publish flow and this is the retirement flow. So as soon as you create a new article, how you are going to publish that, you have the all the setup here in this particular flow. This is the knowledge approval publish. Okay, if you click on this, you can see various others. Instant publish. You have the option to instant publish. It means it will not ask for any approval to anyone, but it will publish the article directly. But we generally avoid that because what happened? Knowledge manager or other knowledge agent should have look into it. Okay. Once they see everything is okay, then publishing can be okay. So like this, you can add all these things here. Okay. As well as we have the retirement flow. In the retirement flow as well, we have all these options. So now let me add some managers as well. Let's say Carrie is the manager. Okay. Now lock it and update this one. So whenever we create a new article, that new article must belong to a particular knowledge base. Okay. So the complete life cycle of that knowledge article will belongs to here only. If you see other things, after knowledge bases, you have the template options. So we need a template to make a standardization, formatting, and proper, outlining of that knowledge article. You can create any template and then use that template in your knowledge base like here. Okay. Click on edit and add that knowledge template here. After templates, we have the ratings. Being an admin or being a knowledge manager, you can see all the ratings which are available for a particular knowledge article. Okay. Then you have the search logs. So these are the logs, basically how people are searching. You can see what all things they have searched, what all search term they have used. So if you remember last time, I have used laptop as search term. So same is being recorded here. So for, kind of research to make the things more good, to evaluate the things and then optimize the things, we use these things and do a kind of R&D from these research terms. Okay. Then again, you can see view logs. All these are self-explanatory. Main thing is this properties. So these are the knowledge properties. Being an admin or being a knowledge manager, you have the option to, go through these properties and update or deactivate anything which you want. After properties, we have overview. Click on it. So this overview, again, a knowledge management overview. You can see all these things in a kind of dashboard here. With respect to each knowledge base, you can see various things. Okay. All kind of self-explanatory things. Go here and then check it out. Then we have the user criterias. I told you it is a kind of way to organize the audience. So these all criterias are only coming in the knowledge base. If you come here, go to can contribute or can read here. Okay. So if you click on it, edit, these all are kind of user criterias only which are coming. Okay. Let me open one of it so that things will be clear to you. Let's say all the employee of this company. So this is how you can create your user criteria. This is the name, what all users, what all groups, what all rows you want, you can add it here. Along with that, you can do based on company, based on location and department as well. Okay. So basically for a particular knowledge base, we are collecting number of peoples which we suits best for this particular knowledge base. It can be certain users, direct users, it can be a group, it can be a location, role, department, or a company. Okay, so now I think it is clear to you now. Then after that, we have article quality index. So this is AQI checklist. I told you there is only one checklist, but if you want, you can create your own checklist. Based on this checklist, each article will have a particular score. And by looking at that score, the admin or the knowledge manager will understand how much this particular article is good. So you can see these all are the kind of checklist questions here. And along with each question, we have the weight. Okay. More scoring equivalent to good article. Okay. So this is how it is done. So that's it for administration part. I hope it is clear to you now. Let me go to the most important one, which is articles. So now click on all here. I told you already that each and every article is combined to a particular knowledge base and its complete life cycle depends on that knowledge base only, right? What all things are defined, what all flows it is using to get approval and everything. Okay. So now you can see these all are the articles. Total, there are 93 articles. It means there are certain which are published. There are some which are not published. All these things you can see here. Let me click on unpublished. So this is a kind of list of unpublished articles. Okay. Then these are the published one. So total 75 are there which are published. If I click on any of the article, let me click on this article. So this is how the article looks like. You can see various things from this article. This is the version of the article. This is the knowledge number. This is the kind of who has created it, how much time need to read, when it was last updated, how many views, average rating, everything I have explained to you. Okay. This is the kind of title, and this is the body of this particular knowledge article, and rest other things are at the bottom. So now, being a knowledge manager, if you want to edit it, then you can click on edit. As soon as you click on edit, you see various tabs here. Very first one is detail tab. So you can see various detail, but you're not able to edit because you have not yet checked out. So check out this article. Clicked on checkout. As soon as I clicked on checkout, you see a new version is available now because system is automatically maintaining the versions. So whatever changes I will do now, it will record in the new version of this article so that anyone can look into it that system admin has done these changes and this is the version of that particular change for that knowledge article. Okay, everything is available here. Once I am done with the change, I can again publish it by clicking the publish article. So now start with the details here. This is the knowledge article number. You cannot change it. This is the short description. If you want, you can change it. Then again, this is the knowledge base. So if you want, you can change even the knowledge base of this article. Okay. And various other things. Category. This is also very important. Make sure you categorize the article properly so that people will find it in the appropriate category. Otherwise, user will not have good experience and they will not use knowledge management. So you have to also make sure that your knowledge should be relevant. Your knowledge should be latest and up to date. Because if you want to reduce number of incidents, if you want people to use it properly, make sure it is very much user friendly as well. You can see the workflow state is draft because the article is right now in draft state. Okay. Here also, if you want to add or if you want to update anything, you can do it. Just double click here and then make the changes. Okay. After detail, let's move to this one, affected products. So you have the option to, attach or relate this particular knowledge article with a configuration item. So you can click on new and attach that CI here. Why we are attaching a CI? Because in case that CI is critical, all the details of the CI can be stored in that article. Okay, what will happen when the CI goes down? You can define all such steps here so that the people or the IT team also can look into those steps and get the issue resolved as soon as possible. There are various reasons by which you can attach a particular CI to a knowledge article. Okay, then you have the feedbacks here. So if somebody has given any feedback, you can see the result here. Okay. Again, based on the feedback, there is a feedback task which is created. I will show you that thing just in a bit. Okay. So these all are the versions which are created. Okay. Based on how many times people have edited this article. So versions are maintained automatically. Then come to more. Here you can see all the AQIs, article quality index. Okay, if you want, you can add a new AQI here based on certain new set of questions and then update it properly. So again, you have the option to relate this article to a new article. Okay, so click on it. So you can see here, this article is related to this knowledge article as well. If you want, you can relate it to more based on the urgency, based on the need, you can do so. And then finally, at the last, you have the option to relate this knowledge article with a catalog item as well. It may be possible that one knowledge article is suggesting to request a particular service. So the same we can do by connecting our knowledge article with a catalog item. So this is it with respect to this kind of addition. Okay. Once done, you can click on publish and the article will be published accordingly. So now let me go to this one more time. Click on all. Let us try to create a new article here. Click on new. First of all, you have to select the knowledge base. Let's say it's customer service and then select the kind of template. It's a standard. Click on new. Knowledge number will be given automatically. That's all things you have to define here. Okay. So let's say testing, creation, and then knowledge base is good. Then select the category. any category based on your knowledge article, then various other things. Okay, so now let me add one column here. Add the text here. Insert your text. Testing. Okay, something like this. I'm not designing it properly because I'm not a designer, but click on save. As soon as you clicked on save, you have the option to publish this article. Click on publish. You can see the article is in review state. Why it is in review? Because if you remember in that knowledge base, let me go to this customer service knowledge base. In this customer service, we have the publish flow as approval publish, right? It is not an instant publish. That's why it is going for approval. And the approval is gone to two people. Who all these people are? Let me check in the approvals here. It is carry and system administrator, right? Who are these people? This is the owner and manager. So approval is going for both. So once these people approve it, the article will get published automatically. Okay, so click on it. Click on approve. Because I am admin right now, I have all these options with me. So it is approved now. So it is approved now. Go to articles one more time and let's see whether our article is there or not. Click on published. This is our article, right? Knowledge 13. Copy it. Go to list and then find out. So yes, this article is published now. You can see the state here. Published 0 second ago. It is just published. Okay. So now this is how you create an article and it got published. So after articles, you have seen one more thing here, which is open submissions. So this is also an interesting concept. So a submission is also a kind of branch that suggests a knowledge article. Okay. So there are people who can recommend to create a knowledge article. Based on that, the knowledge manager can see the submissions. So basically, whenever someone suggests a particular knowledge article, it will be added in the submission, and then the knowledge article will look into it and see whether it is fit for a knowledge or not. If it is yes, then it will create an article from there. Otherwise, it will reject it. Okay. So now let me show you that thing. So let's go to incidents. Right now, there are only two submissions here, right? So now let me go to incident. Open any incident here. So if you remember in the resolution information, we have the option to check this one, right? So what I want here, as soon as this particular incident get resolved or closed, I want learning of this particular incident to be registered as a knowledge. So this is my intention being a incident manager or an agent. Okay, so what I did here, I checked this knowledge here, then properly resolve it. Okay, testing for submission, and then simply resolve it. Click on resolve. So this incident is resolved now. Go back. Now let me close it. So as soon as this close, you can see here, this incident is closed permanently and a knowledge submission is created accordingly. Okay, so if you come here, reload this, you will see one more knowledge submission, and this is the one, number 6. Open it. It means the knowledge manager is opening it and the knowledge manager will look into it. Okay, it will go to this incident, look into various other things like resolution notes, issue and everything. Once he is satisfied, then yes, this is fine. Then he can just click on create article. In that case, article will be created with respect to this submission and it is linked to it. Okay, so now you see this is the article right now here, and now you can update all the fields in which knowledge base you want to add it, which is the category, what is the publication date and everything here. The source is what? That submission. Okay. So once you are done, once you create the proper article, then you can simply click on publish. Okay. And the article got published instantly. So this is the use of knowledge submissions. Anyone can recommend things to knowledge team. knowledge manager, and based on the requirement, based on the need, the knowledge manager can act on it. Then we have the ownership groups. So again, these are the self-explanatory things. Okay, what are my approvals? Manage the groups. So basically, this is a kind of catalog item to create a group. Okay, so very simple. Now one thing is left, which is feedback management. So now let me close all these all things, and let's go to one of the knowledge article. This is knowledge home. Again, go back to incident one, laptop one. Okay, enter. So let's say I open this article. So now after going through the article, I think this article is outdated. So I go to action and click on flag article. Here I have to provide mandatory comment. So let me add the comment. Outdated article. Okay, then submit it. You can see the comment is submitted and the article is flagged now. Comment is there at the bottom. So now let me go back to this particular section and click on flagged articles. So you will see the flag is there for this one, right? This is the one which we have added just now. Number 10. Open it. You can see at the bottom, flag is true and this is my comment, outdated article. So as soon as a particular article is flagged, a task will be created automatically so that the people look into it and then take appropriate action. So look at the task here. Go to all open tasks. You will find something related to our article. An article is number 10. Okay, so this is the article which is just created. Look at this. Created 2 minutes ago. So this is KFT 0001003. Okay, and you can see the description. The same comment is coming here which I have added. So now being a knowledge manager or knowledge agent, I have to take action on that. Once I'm done, I have the few options like I can close this one, means I can resolve it, or I can create a new article because this one is outdated. So I can have the option to create a new article by clicking create article option. Or I can edit the article as well by clicking this button. So now let's say I have resolved it. What is the resolution code? Updated the article. Article is up to date now. That's it. I have taken action on this particular feedback, okay, and updated the article. So now this is resolved and taken care of. So this is all about feedback management. We have done the admin part as well. You know about articles, you know about everything with respect to knowledge. So this is it from my side. Let me know your question. I will come up with one more application soon. So you can share these videos with the people who are actually looking for real-time learning with respect to ServiceNow from zero to hero. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.